Hello everyone. Today I am going to discuss the solution for the JEE mains exam that was conducted on Unit 5. So let's begin. A sphere collides with another sphere of identical mass obliquely. After collision, the two spheres move. The collision is inelastic. Then the angle between the directions of the two spheres is. If the collision was elastic, then the angle between the particles, since it is an oblique collision, then the angle between the two particles would have been 90 degree. Right, it would have been 90 degree if it was an elastic collision. Since they have given it as an inelastic collision, the angle would be anything between, anything other than 90 degree. It could be anything other than 90 degree. So the answer should be option 4. All right, moving on. A satellite of mass m is launched vertically upward with an initial speed u from the surface of the earth. After it reaches a certain height, it ejects a rocket of mass m by 10, so that subsequently the satellite moves in a circular orbit. The kinetic energy of the rocket is. We had to find what is the kinetic energy of the rocket. Mass of the rocket is m by 10. So the remaining mass of the satellite, entire satellite, would be actually m minus m by 10, that will be 9m by 10. Let's understand this. Once again, a satellite is projected upward with an initial speed u. So let's okay. So from the earth, the rocket is projected with an initial speed. From here it is projected with a speed u, and what happens? Let's say the radius is r. It will climb up to a certain distance. Let's say the radius is going to be r. At this point, what happens? A rocket is launched in such a manner that subsequently the satellite moves in a circular orbit. Remember, if the satellite has to go in a circular orbit, then it has to go with the orbital velocity. There must be an orbital velocity. So if it is at a height of r, then it should be having an orbital velocity. Let's find the orbital velocity separately. I'll write it over here. Orbital velocity is going to be root of gm divided by 2 times r. Why 2r? Because from the center to this point, the distance is 2r. So orbital velocity is root of gm by 2r. So that satellite, the remaining part, is going to go like this in a circle. Clear? It is going to make a circular motion. So at that moment, you can see it is going to be tangential to the path. And the mass is going to be 9m divided by 10, moving with a velocity of root of gm by 2r. Anyway, I am going to use the momentums and all. So I am going to write mass into the velocity over there. So that will be root of gm divided by 2r. That's the momentum. Okay. A part of it. Now the rocket is launched with m by 10. Let's imagine that the rocket has been launched this way. Mass is m by 10. I will resolve it into 2 parts. One along the horizontal, one vertically up. So like this. So the component in this direction, let's say the velocity is going to be v dash. So the component upward, let's say this is angle theta. So the component upward would be m by 10 v dash sine theta. And the component left side is going to be m by 10 v dash cos theta. There you go. Now all I have to do is conserve the momentum along the vertical and conserve the momentum along the horizontal. So let's do that over here. So let's conserve the momentum along this direction, along the horizontal. So you can see the answer is m by 10 v dash cos theta is equal to 9m by 10 into root of gm by 2r. Which we can cancel and write, m can also be cancelled. So v dash cos theta is equal to 9 root of gm divided by 2r. This is the first equation. Now I'm going to conserve the momentum along the vertical. So what I'm going to do is, from this point it has been projected with a speed u. But the moment the object reaches, the mass m reaches over here, That means the rocket plus the satellite together, when they reach over here, its velocity is going to decrease, right? It's going to decrease, obviously. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to use the conservation of energy over there. So initially, the kinetic energy is going to be half mu square, and the potential energy is minus gmm divided by r. Then it takes a higher place, that will be half mv square minus gmm by 2r. So let us rewrite it. Put this on the other side. I want only this one, so let's put this over here. So you get half mv square is equal to, this on the other side will become minus 1 plus half, that will be minus half. So we get half mu square minus gmm divided by 2r. Half gets cancelled for all of them, and v is equal to root of u square minus gm divided by r. This is the velocity. This is the velocity with which the mass m was moving up. And at that moment, what happens? A part of the rocket gets launched over here, and the remaining part of the satellite goes like this. Now I'm going to conserve the initial and final momentum along this direction. So initial momentum is going to be m into v, which is equal to root of u square minus gm divided by r, and the part of the momentum of the rocket in this direction, that will be m by 10 v dash sine theta. So you can see the 10, we can put the 10 on the other side. M gets cancelled. So we get a final expression, v dash sine theta is equal to 10 root of u square minus gm divided by r. So once again, there is v dash cos theta also there. V dash cos theta is 9 root of gm by 2r. Let me write it over here. V dash cos theta is equal to 9 root of gm by r. Now what I'm going to do is, I'm going to square and add them up, because we need is the kinetic energy, right? So I'm going to square and add them up. So I get v dash square is equal to, this will become 1. What remains is 100 u square minus gm by r plus 9 9s are 81 gm divided by r. Let's rewrite it. V dash square is equal to 100 u square minus 9 gm by 2r it is. There is a 2 over here. 2r. Right, that's fine. Now 100 gm by r plus 81 gm by 2r. I will multiply with 2 on both sides. It will become 200 by 2r. 200 minus 200 plus 81 would be 119. So v dash square is equal to 100 u square minus 119 gm divided by 2r. There you go. So this is v dash square. What we need is kinetic energy of that, right? So kinetic energy of the rocket is equal to, we know the mass of the rocket, half m by 10 into that velocity. So that will be 100 u square minus 119 gm divided by 2r. Kinetic energy of the rocket, m by 10. Let's open the bracket. You know what we get over here would be, okay, do one thing. Let's take the 100 outside. So if I take the 100 outside, it will become 200 over here. So 100 outside would mean 100 by 20. That will be 5m into u square minus 119 gm divided by 200r. This would be our final answer. So that would be option. In the option, it should be, oh, there you go. That would be option 1. That's it. That's option 1. All right. So moving on. So we can see that, I have applied the conservation of, what I have done is I have applied the conservation of momentum along the x and y axis. I have noted down what is the velocity, orbital velocities. And once I have done that, in between also I have used the conservation of energy in order to find what is the speed with which the rocket actually reaches over here, and then how it splits, etc. So this is something that, you have to be a little bit careful about the calculation, and that's it. Moving on. A particle of mass m is dropped from a height h above the ground. At the same time, another particle of same mass is thrown vertically upward from the ground with a speed of root of 2gh. If they collide head-on, completely inelastically, the time taken by the combined mass to reach the ground is. So the strategy would be this. We are throwing an object up with a certain speed, that is root of 2gh. And certain object is being dropped from a certain height, and the total height they have already given it as h. My aim is to figure out with what speed are they colliding over here. With what speed are they colliding? Clear? Once they collide, they stick together inelastically, and after that we have to find what is the time taken by it to come down. So maybe it has a velocity upward, so it will go like this. So you have to find the time taken from that particular height. And if sometime, maybe the resultant velocity is downward, so again, you have to find the height and what is the time taken to reach the ground. Just like the normal problem, you have to deal with this. First thing first, let's find, the first particle is over here and it's been dropped. So initial velocity is going to be 0. Second particle is thrown upward with root of 2gh. Let's do this. Okay. Let's find what is the speed with which it reaches over here. In order to find that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to first focus on finding the time taken by this ball to reach over here and this ball to reach over here. The time taken. Clear? That will be the same. So, alright, let's do this. Let's say that, this distance is going to be x. So I'm going to write x is equal to half gt square. Okay, x is equal to half gt square. And then the particle has been projected up. So this remaining distance is going to be h minus x. It's upward. H minus x is equal to ut minus half gt square. U is root of 2gh into t minus half gt square. You can see that minus half gt square over here is x minus x. So minus x and this will get cancelled. So the h is equal to root of 2gh into t. So the time taken is going to be root of h by 2g. Alright, so this is the time taken. So once I know what is the time taken to reach over here, I can find the height easily, right? So I can find x. What is it? X equal to half gt square. So half g into t square, that will be h by 2g. The answer is h by 4. So the remaining height over here, this h minus x is going to become, h minus x is going to become 3h by 4. So I know the height also. I know the height now, 3h by 4. That's one thing. Next, I am going to find what is the speed. With what speed is this particle going to reach over here? Let me indicate the velocity. One is downward, v1, and the other one is going up, and I will call that velocity as v2. So what is v1 equal to? V is equal to u plus at. That will be equal to g into the time taken. What is the time taken over here? Root of h by 2g. And that is going to be root of gh by 2. That is the velocity. Clear? That's the first velocity v1. The second velocity v2 is equal to u plus at. U is root of 2gh minus gt. G into the time taken. What is the time taken? Root of h by 2g. There you go. So v2 equal to root of 2gh minus root of hg by 2. Cross multiply it, root 2 will become 2. That will be 2 minus 1 by root 2 itself. So finally you get the answer of gh by 2, v2. And what do you see? You notice that the velocities are same. Look at this. Root of gh by 2 and here also root of gh by 2. Now think about it. There are two particles colliding. This is moving with a speed v and the other particle is also moving with a speed v and they collide. With that same speed they collide. So if they are going to collide like this, the change momentum, let's write the initial momentum equal to the final momentum. Initial momentum is going to become, both are having the same mass. So mv minus mv is equal to, you can see the initial momentum cancels out. So what is the final momentum? They stick together, 2m into v dash. So v dash, you can see it is going to be 0. That means the moment they collide, stick to it, the velocities are in the opposite direction, the momentum in the opposite direction. When they collide and stick together, the velocity is going to be 0. So this becomes a very simple question, right? After all the calculation, we understand that after collision they have 0 velocity. So now it is like the particle which is having 0 velocity and a mass of 2m is now falling down a height of 3h by 4, which we have already calculated. Now what is the time taken? T is equal to root of 2h by g. This is the formula, general formula, time taken to reach the ground. And that I am going to write at 2 into 3h by 4 divided by g. This is going to become 2. And so the final answer is going to be 3 by 2 h by g. This would be our answer. Root of 3 by 2 h by g. Let's check which option. Oh, there you go. Option, is it 4? Yes, option 4. All right. So you can see the strategy that we have used over here in order to solve the problem. All right. Moving on. A planet is revolving around the sun in an elliptical path with the semi-major and semi-minor axis as A and B. If time for one complete revolution is t, one complete revolution, the time taken is t, then the time taken by the planet to move from A to B, as shown in the figure is. You can see that we have learned in Kepler that equal area is covered in equal interval of time, right? Aerial velocity is going to be a constant. dA by dt is equal to constant. So I can say that the time taken is directly proportional to the area covered. Clear? The area covered. If it is one complete time period, time taken for one complete rotation and then coming back over here, that will be equal to the area of the entire ellipse, because you can see the radius vector. Imagine a radius vector drawn over here. This vector, if it starts rotating from this end to this end, it will sweep the entire area. So the total time period is directly proportional to the entire area, pi b. Correct. So now we need to find what is the time taken to go from this point to this point. So you can see the area vector initially is here, later it is going to be over here. Now the area covered is this tiny region. You can see the radius vector sweeps a certain area. Radius vector sweeps equal area in equal interval of time. You can see this is the area that it covered. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to find what is the area. Clear? So that would be this entire area. The entire area over there, is going to be pi a by 4. So t dash is proportional to the entire area of this part is going to be 1/4 of the total. So pi AB divided by 4 minus the area of the triangle that you see over here. So you can see the distance from here to here. Okay, the distance from this corner, this point to this point is going to be A. This entire is what we call semi-major axis, A. And the distance over here is given as A into 1 minus pi by 4. If you subtract these two distances, you will get the remaining part. And how much is the remaining? A minus pi a by 4. So the distance over here will be A pi by 4. Correct. So area of that triangle over there would be half into base into height. The height is going to be B. So it is B into this part. That will be A pi by 4. So T dash is proportional to pi AB by 4 minus pi AB by 8. And that means pi AB by 8. T dash is proportional to pi AB by 8. T is proportional to pi AB. Divide them. You will get the expression T dash is equal to T divided by 8. Option 1. That's it. With the area, you can actually figure out what the answer is. Alright? Okay. Moving on. Mass per unit area of a circular disc of radius A depends on the distance r from its center as so and so. Moment of inertia of the disc about the axis perpendicular to the plane and passing through its center is going to be. Alright. So they are talking about a disc actually. Here is the disc. And I have to find what is the moment of inertia of the disc about an axis passing right through the center. What I'm going to do is, I'm going to take a very small section over here, extremely small section. Clear? If I take a very small section, very small, that means that I'm looking at a ring actually, right? And if I'm talking about a ring, moment of inertia of a ring, the tiny moment of inertia of that section is going to be sigma, that is A plus BR, that is like the density. Clear? Mass per unit area. So density multiplied by area will give you the mass. So I'm trying to find what is the mass of this one. And the mass of this one is sigma into dA. This is what I'm doing. So sigma is this into dA. dA is that area of that tiny ring. Let's say the distance over here is x and the thickness over here is dx. So the area, the tiny area of that ring is going to be 2 pi. Oh, since they have already mentioned r over here, I will do one thing. I will write this as r and dr. I call this as r and this is dr. So 2 pi r into dr, this is m into r square. Moment of inertia, I equal to mr square. Clear? So dm, this part entirely is dm. dm into r square. That's the moment of inertia of the ring. Now what I'm going to do next? Obviously, I'm going to integrate it. So I is equal to integral of, let's take the common terms outside. So I will take 2 pi outside, integral of r square, that will be r cube. So ar cube plus br to the power 4 into dr. Integrating it once again, 2 pi into. Now the limit that we are going to take, you can see the disk has a radius of a, right? The entire radius is a. So I'm going to integrate it from 0 to a. When you integrate, you get a r to the power 4 by 4 plus b r to the power 5 divided by 5, 0 to a. So moment of inertia is 2 pi a to the power 4 by 4 plus b a to the power 5 by 5. Let's check what is the answer. They have taken a to the power 4 outside, so a by 4 plus ab by 5. If I'm not wrong, that's the answer. There you go. That's option 3. Moving on. Orbital velocity of an artificial satellite in a circular orbit just above the Earth's surface is v. Just above the Earth's surface. So first case is like just above the Earth's surface, so somewhere over here. So orbital velocity at that place is root of gm by r. For another satellite orbiting at an altitude of half the Earth's radius. Now we have another satellite which is at, let's say this is r. It is at half the radius, so somewhere over here, and that I will write it as r by 2. So orbital velocity for that one, you can see the distance from here to here is root of gm by r plus r by 2. That will be 3r by 2, correct? So 3r by 2 over here. Now if you compare them, this is pretty simple. V dash is equal to root of 2 by 3 into vu, the earlier case. So the answer is option 3. Alright, it's a very direct question. Moving on. And remember, whenever you calculate the radius, make sure that you take it from the center of the planet. Clear? Every time from the center of the planet. That's the only thing that you have to be very careful about. Okay? Moving on. A uniform rod of mass m and length L is suspended by two strings. String 2 is cut, so we are going to cut from here. Then the tension in string 1 is going to be. Alright, we are going to cut it from here, and what happens? Well, the forces acting on the rod is going to be mg, and there is a tension in the string. And not only that, the moment you cut it, it is going to accelerate downward, right? Let's say at the instant it is going to accelerate with an acceleration of a. So let's use the linear equation over here, figuring out why it is accelerating. That will be, since it is accelerating downward, mg must be greater than tension, and that must be equal to ma. This is a linear equation. Next, I'm going to calculate what is the rotation about this point. The rotation, okay, about the center. So if I'm going to consider the rotation about the center over here, why is it rotating about this point? That must be because of the tension over here, right? Tension. Because of the tension, let's say the rotation acceleration is alpha. So rotation about the center is going to be t into this distance, which is L by 2, is equal to moment of inertia of the rod, that will be ml square by 12 into the acceleration, alpha. Alpha can be written as, you can see this, the entire system, alpha can be written as from this end, the distance is L by 2. So I can write A is equal to R into alpha. This is the formula. So you can see A is equal to R alpha. R is going to be L by 2. L by 2 into alpha. So you can see alpha is equal to 2A divided by L. Substituting it, 2A divided by L. L gets cancelled. 2 will become 6 over here, and this will make it 3. So tension is equal to MA by 3. So you can see that, I need the expression of the tension in terms of mg. So what I'm going to do is A is equal to 3T divided by M. Substituting that over here, it will be mg minus T is equal to M into 3T by M. M gets cancelled. You get 4T is equal to mg, or tension is equal to mg divided by 4. So the answer is option 3, mg divided by 4. Now, let me tell you that, the moment this string is cut, this end doesn't accelerate anyway because the length is constant. So what I have done over here, I'm talking about this particular condition, A is equal to R alpha. So what I'm doing is I'm imagining that this rod is having two motion. One is a rotational motion and the other is a translatory motion. In the translatory motion, I can assume that the entire system, everywhere the acceleration is A. In addition to this, it has got rotation also. So considering the rotation, let's imagine it is rotating above the center of mass. So it is going to have an acceleration like this. So this end is going to have an acceleration of alpha L by 2. And this end is going to have an acceleration downward, that will be, again, alpha L by 2. The center has no acceleration at all. So you can see it's a combination of all. This end doesn't move. So that would mean alpha L by 2 must be equal to A. That's how these two ends are balanced. That's how we get the condition A equal to L by 2 alpha. All right, moving on. We have three identical bricks of length L as arranged as shown in the figure. The distance of the center of mass of the system of three bricks from the wall is. So you have to find the location of center of mass from this point. For that, you need all the distances. So what I'm going to do is, this is L by 2. You can see this brick is projected at a distance of L by 2. So that means this distance should be L by 2. This portion is going to be hanging by L by 4. That means this distance is going to be L by 4. We know the location of center of mass of every single brick. So over here, let's say this distance is L by 2. And then another one over here. We know this distance is L by 2, correct? L by 2, L by 2. So total distance from here to here is L. So second one, center of mass is located from here at a distance of L. This one, again you can see this is L by 2. So L by 2 plus L by 2 plus L by 4. The total distance from here to here is L plus L by 4, that will be 5L by 4. Let's confirm it, L plus L by 4, that will be exactly 5L by 4. Now I can write the position of the center of mass, that is x center of mass is equal to m1 x1 plus m2 x2 plus m3 x3 divided by the total mass, m1 plus m2 plus m3. So x center of mass is equal to m1, the first one, you can see all of them are, they are identical breaks, so all of them have the same mass. So m into first location is L by 2 plus m into L plus m into 5L by 4 divided by the total mass, that will be 3m. So what do we get? M gets cancelled everywhere. This is L by 2, 3L by 2. 3L by 2 plus 5L by 4 divided by 3 and 6, 5, that will be 11. 11L by 4, 4 3 is 12. You get the answer 11L by 12. That's our final answer. It's typically, all you have to do is find the location of the center of mass. You can see C1 here, C2 here, C3 here. Find the location of the center of mass from one corner, from the edge. And then all I have to do is find the location, use the equation and find the location of the center of mass. That's it. So, moving on. A uniform rod of mass 2m. The mass of the rod is 2m, having a length of L, the entire length is L, lies on a smooth table. A particle of mass m moving horizontally with a speed v perpendicular to the length of the rod strikes at a distance of L by 4 from the center of the rod, from the center L by 4, and stops. So the colliding mass over here comes and stops over here. It doesn't stick to it. It stops after collision. The angular velocity of the rod about its center after the collision is. All you have to do is use the conservation of angular momentum, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the conservation of angular momentum about the point that will be the center. So about the center I will find the angular momentum. So the initial angular momentum must be equal to final angular momentum. What is the initial angular momentum about the center? That will be mv into the distance, mvl by 4, and that is equal to final angular momentum of the entire rod actually, right? The entire rod has a mass of 2m, let's be careful there. Mass is 2m and the length is L. So moment of inertia of the entire rod is ml square by 12, I omega. That's what I'm going to use. We need angular velocity. So 2m m L square by 12 into omega. 4 3s are, m gets cancelled. One of the L gets cancelled, so omega is equal to 3 on this side, 3V by 2L. There you go. Option 4. 3V by 2L. Let's confirm, let's be on a safer side. Yeah, it looks right. 3V by 2L. That's it. And let me also add something over here. If they had said that the entire rod has been fixed about a particular point, and just remember to use the conservation of angular momentum about that fixed point. If the fixed point is over here, then you have to use the conservation of angular momentum not about the center but about the hinge over here. Because the moment the particle comes and collides with that, the entire rod will experience a force right at the hinge because the hinge does not allow it to move anywhere. So what happens is that there will be a force that appears at the point of hinge. And if there is a force appearing over there, you have to use the conservation of angular momentum about that point because that force can generate a torque. If you take any other point, it will generate a torque over there. So if you take the conservation of angular momentum about that hinge, what happens? That effect would be just cancelled. Clear? That's the reason. Moving on. A body is projected horizontally near the surface of the earth with root of 3 by 2 times the orbital velocity of radius r as shown. Find the length of the semi-major axis of the trajectory as followed by the particle. So you can see a body is projected horizontally near the surface. So from here we are projecting it horizontally with a speed of root of 3 by 2 the orbital velocity. Let's see the orbital velocity is VO. So I am going to, okay, let's say the velocity over here is VU. I'm shooting it with a velocity VU, okay, and VU is root of 3 by 2 times gm by r. This is the orbital velocity. 3 times the orbital velocity of radius r. Okay, and then what happens? See, orbital velocity near the surface of the earth is root of gm by r, not root of 3 by 2, root of gm by r. Now you can see it has been projected with a speed which is way higher than orbital velocity, the usual orbital velocity at that height. Since it is greater, what happens is that the path is not going to be circular. It would have been circular if it was exactly equal to root of gm by r. It would have gone in circle. Since the velocity is greater than the orbital velocity, what will happen? The particle will actually take a elliptical path. So it is going to take a path like this. It is going to take an elliptical path. And I am taking this end. And I need to know this distance, r. Clear? R. Maybe the particle would turn and then come back over here like this. Maybe it does this. Semi-major axis would mean the distance from here to here you have to find and then divide with 2. So my aim is to find this distance r and then this distance. Once I have found these two distances, I got my answer. Clear? So how do you find r? What I'm going to do is, about this point, I'm going to use the conservation of angular momentum. Why conservation of angular momentum works over here is that the gravity, you can see the force is acting towards the center. Clear? And the velocity over here would be tangential to it. Let me call this velocity over here as v. You can see the force and the velocity are perpendicular, and you can see since the force is acting towards the center, the angular momentum over here, there is no torque acting because of that force. Clear? Any other point if you pick, there will be force, there will be torque. Clear? So about this point and about this point, I'm going to use the conservation of angular momentum. So conservation of angular momentum says that mass into VO into r must be equal to mass into V into small r. So m gets cancelled. V naught r is equal to V into small r. This is the relation. And now I can apply the conservation of energy also between these two extreme ends. So if you use the conservation of energy, so right here the energy is going to be kinetic, half m v naught square, and the potential energy at that place is minus g m by r, and that is equal to the kinetic energy over here, that will be half m v square, and the potential energy at that place is minus g m by small r. Clear? So this is the conservation of energy that I have applied. My aim is to find the radius r. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to substitute for this velocity over here. V is equal to V naught r by r. So let's substitute it, and I can rewrite this equation on the other side. So it will become half m V naught square minus, let's put everything on one side. So minus half m, V is V naught square r square by r square minus gmm by r plus gmm by small r. There you go. I will take half m v naught square outside, so what remains inside is 1 minus capital R square by small r square, which I can write r square minus capital R square divided by small r square, minus gmm into 1 by r minus 1 by r. Okay. And everything happens to be 0. Rearrange it. Half m v naught square r square minus r square by little r square minus, let's put the minus also outside, inside, so it will be gmm into small r minus capital R divided by small r capital R is equal to 0. Okay, so one value you can see r minus r can be taken outside. So one possibility is that, if I take, okay, what are the things that can become 0? So you can see the m, I can cancel the m over here, m here, put it on the other side. So you get v naught square, 1 by 2 v naught square. This will become r plus r by small r. One of the small r also can be cancelled. So cancelling them also. So it's gm into r minus r. Oh, this actually can be taken outside. So this becomes capital R here. And what I have taken commonly outside is r minus r is equal to 0. This equation is going to become 0. One possibility is that small r minus capital R could have been 0. So that means small r is a capital R. That is one possibility, right? And the other possibility is, you can see this one. This entire expression over here has to become 0. And let's just confirm. VO we know is equal to root of 3 by 2 gm by r. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to substitute that. So 1 by 2 gm, 3 gm by 2 is there. So we will get a 4 here divided by capital R. There you go, we get capital R and into r plus capital R by small r. Put it on the other side equal to gm by r. Now you can see capital R gets cancelled, gm gets cancelled. There is a minus here, minus 1 there. Let's rewrite it. So you get 3r plus 3r is equal to I hope I have taken everything right. Is equal to minus 4r, 4 smaller. That doesn't make sense. I think I have missed a minus sign somewhere here. Half m v naught square minus gmm by capital R. That's fine. Half m v square minus gmm by small r. And then I put everything on the other side. So small r becomes plus minus gmm. I may have missed a minus somewhere. It should actually, at the end, it should actually become plus over here. And when we rewrite it, you get small r is equal to 3r. So there are two chances, r is equal to 3r and r equal to capital R. So we get an ellipse which looks like this. From the center, this distance is going to be capital R and this distance is going to be 3r. So the A is equal to r plus 3r divided by 2 and that is going to be 2r. The answer that we finally should get would be 2r. It should be 2r. I don't know why. Somewhere I have missed a minus sign, minus gmm by r. Actually, you know what? This is supposed to be plus over here. It's supposed to be plus over here. And here it's supposed to be minus. And I think, afterwards, it just works like magic. Now, I think it should be dealt in this way. There should be a minus that I've missed somewhere. So that's rectified. This should be the answer. All right. Moving on. 4 rods, each of mass m and length L, are joined to form a square. Find the moment of inertia of the system about an axis passing through the center of the square and lying in its plane. You just have to find the moment of inertia of the entire system. This is pretty simple. The moment of inertia, each one is having a mass m and length L. So moment of inertia of this one is ml square by 12. And the moment of inertia of this one would be, you can see, one of the axes. We have to apply the parallel axis theorem for this rod. And when you do that, you have one of the axes passing right through the center, right? So moment of inertia of that axis is going to be 0. And this distance we know is L by 2. So when you apply the equation, it is ICOM plus m into r square. Clear? So I is equal to ICOM is 0 plus m into L by 2. So L square by 4. So how many? The total is going to be 2 of this. So 2 times ml square by 12 plus 2 times this one, ml square by 4. So this becomes 2, this becomes 6. So I is equal to 12 here. Common we can take it, white common 12. We can take it as just 6. So this becomes ml square plus 3 over here, 3 ml square. So that will be 2 by 3 ml square. That's the final moment of inertia. Option 2. Moving on. Next. If a geostationary satellite orbits the Earth at 6r above the Earth's surface, 6r above the Earth's surface. So the distance is actually from the center of the Earth is going to be 7r. Okay, this is r1. Time period of satellite orbiting Earth at a height of 2.5 r from the surface of the Earth. Once again, surface of the Earth. So that will be r plus 2.5, that will be 3.5 r. And since they said the first one is a geostationary satellite, the time period is going to be 24 r. Clear? The second one, what is the time period going to be? We know t square is proportional to r cube. So from this we can write T2 by T1 is equal to R2 by R1 whole cube. And here there is a square. T square proportional to R cube. So T2 by 24, the whole square, is equal to R2 by R1. What is R2? 3.5 R divided by 7R. That would make it 1 by 2 the whole cube. So what do you get? T2 by 24 is equal to, this is 1 by 8, and then square on the other side. Let's take a square root on the other side, and what is our final answer? T2 is equal to 24 into divided by 2 root 2. This is 12, and then you get 6 root 2. 6 root 2 r. That should be our answer. It's a very straightforward question. Clear? Moving on. A sphere of radius 2 meter rolls on a plank. The acceleration of the sphere and the plank are of same magnitude. Angular acceleration of the sphere is. You can see it's moving in this direction. We can say that the angular acceleration is going to be like this. We are just looking for the condition to roll. If the plank is also accelerating, what's the condition to roll? Condition to roll is that this point should be having 0 acceleration. Clear? Net acceleration should be 0. So that means alpha r is trying to rotate it this way. Alpha r, that's the acceleration at this point. One more acceleration is because of the center of mass going in that direction, that is a. And this point is having an acceleration this way, a. So what we are going to do is, the acceleration of this tip, that is alpha r minus a. This is the net acceleration of this point. One is because of the rotation, the other is because of the translatory motion. So alpha r minus a must have the same acceleration as this. So you can see this point has the same acceleration as this. That means relative to the plank, this point has no acceleration at all. Clear? That is equal to a. So alpha r is equal to 2a. Question is, what is alpha? alpha is equal to 2a by r. 2 into 2 divided by, what is the radius? That is also 2. So the answer is 2 rad per second square. Moving on. A block of mass m falls from rest from a height h upon an ideal spring. Maximum compression in the spring is, okay, when we have to calculate the maximum compression, what we have to use is a conservation of energy to solve the problem. So object is falling from a height h. What happens? The spring gets compressed maximum. Let's say it gets compressed to this height. Let's say this distance is going to be x. It gets squeezed over there. So what we can do is the change in potential energy over here must be equal to the energy stored in the spring, because ultimately it comes to rest over here, right? It squeezes and then comes to rest momentarily and then it goes up. Clear? So we have to just find the maximum compression. That's it. So what I'm going to do is, this block, when it reaches over here, there is a change in potential energy that will be mg into h plus x. And that gets stored in the spring as potential energy. That will be half k into x square. X square. That's it. They have already given the k value. So mg into h plus x must be equal to half k. That will be mg by 2h into x square. You can see it is definitely forming a quadratic equation. Let's simplify it as much as possible. So g also gets cancelled. There you go. H plus x is equal to x square by 4h. Rewriting it once again. So let's put h plus s on the other side. 4h over here. So 4h square plus 4hx is equal to x square. So x square minus 4hx plus 4h square is equal to 0. 4h plus or minus root of b square, that will be 16h square minus 4 4s is 16 h square divided by 2. Isn't that minus here? Minus 4h square. So this becomes plus. Final answer, you can take 16 outside, that will be 4. So 4h plus or minus 4 into root of 2. This is h over here divided by 2. And that is 2 here, 2 here. Final answer is going to be 2h plus or minus 2 into root 2. So final expression, we can take the 2h outside. There is a h over here also. So 2h outside, it will be 1 plus or minus root 2. Okay, 1 plus or minus root 2. We cannot have a minus sign. So the answer has to be plus 2h into 1 plus root 2. That should be the answer. 2h into root 2 plus 1. Okay, that was the answer, right? Okay, moving on. Two thin hemispherical shells of mass r and of radius r, but different surface mass density. One is having a density of sigma, the other is having a density of 2 sigma, are joined to form a complete spherical shell with a center O. Distance of the center of mass of this hollow sphere from O is. For each hemisphere, if you're taking a hemisphere, then the center of mass location is going to be exactly half. That means the location of center of mass of this hemisphere is going to be r by 2. And this one is also going to be r by 2. And we need to find what is the location of the center of mass from the center O. It has to be a little bit below because the density is too much over here. So how do you find the location? Anything that is measured up, I will call it as plus. Anything that is measured down, I will call it as minus. Clear? So y center of mass is equal to m1 y1 plus m2 y2 divided by m1 plus m2. Y center of mass is equal to mass. Now instead of mass, I am going to use density over here. You can see the volume is same on both the sides. So mass should be technically written as density into volume. But you can see volume appears the same everywhere. So I'm going to cancel that. So instead of mass, I'm going to use density. So it will be like sigma into R by 2 plus 2 sigma into minus R by 2 divided by total mass, total density, sigma plus 2 sigma. So Y center of mass is equal to R by 2 is common. All right, let's take the R outside. So R by 2 outside, and what remains inside is going to be sigma minus 2 sigma, that will be minus sigma, divided by 3 sigma. Sigma gets cancelled. So the answer is going to be minus R by 6. Y center of mass is going to be R by 6. Option 1. But it's actually a little bit below. You can see it should be actually a negative answer. But here they have only dealt with the magnitude. So R by 6. Moving on. A solid sphere of mass m and radius r, a sphere of radius r by 2 touching the bigger surface is carved out from forming a cavity. Gravitation field at point P as shown the figure is. Idea is, the strategy is simple. Find the gravitation intensity, field intensity because of the entire sphere at this point. Then find the air field intensity because of the small m over here. Subtract it. That's the answer for the remaining part. From a solid sphere of mass m, so the distance you know is 2r. So gravitation intensity first time because of the entire sphere is gm by 2r the whole square. So that is gm by 4r square. Now the second one, you can see this portion has been removed from it. The mass of that portion is going to be, you can equate the density. Density should be same. So mass by volume 4 by 3 pi r cube is equal to m dash into 4 by 3 pi r by 2 the whole cube. So you get m dash is equal to m by 8. So the mass of the section that is removed over there will have a mass m by 8. So I2 now is going to be, see from the center this distance, this is r, this is r by 2. So this distance is 3r by 2. So intensity is going to become gm by 8 into 3r by 2 the whole square. Clear? So that is going to be gm divided by 8 into 9r square by 4. 4 2s are 9 2s are 18. So it is going to be gm by 18r square. I2 is gm by 18r square. Okay. So what is the net? I1 minus I2 is equal to gm by 4r square minus gm by 18r square. Okay, now what is common? Now you can make it 36 here. So 36r square, it is 36, 9 gm minus 2 gm. That will be 7 gm divided by 36r square. 7 gm by 36r square. Clear? That must be our answer. A mass m moves with a velocity v, collides inelastically with another identical mass. After collision, the first mass moves with a velocity v by root 3 in a direction perpendicular to the initial motion. Find the speed of the second mass. Okay, let's try again. Mass m moves with a velocity v, collides inelastically with another identical mass. The identical mass is at rest now. So mm. Okay, the first particle moves with a velocity v by root 3. We have to find the speed of the second one. Conservation of momentum, mv plus 0 is equal to, this is vi cap. Here it will be m v by root 3 j cap plus m into, let's call it as v vector. We don't know what the answer is. Clear? M gets cancelled. V vector is equal to, this is vi cap plus v by root 3 j cap. Oh, wait a minute. There is a minus here. So if I want the magnitude, well, that is going to be root of v square plus v square by 3. V is going to be 2v by root 3. There you go. Option 1. Just conservation of momentum would actually solve this problem. Moving on. Now, here we have to be extremely careful about the direction part. Do not miss that. Moving on. A total mass of an easily movable cart and a hemispherical shaped container of radius r attached to the cart is 2 kg. Initially, a point object m is held at the rim such that it touches the rim and then it is released from rest. If the friction is absent everywhere, what is the radius of curvature of the path of the motion of the object with respect to the ground when it reaches the lowest position? Okay. So, you can see what's happening over here. We have a plank and we have a hemisphere. This ball starts its motion from here and then reaches this point. Let's say the speed with which it reaches here. I'm talking with respect to the hemisphere. Now imagine you are standing over here and looking at it. The ball would actually reach over here with a speed of v. But we also know that the plank is going to move. Clear? Because the center of mass has to be at the same location. So the little m comes down, the entire cart would actually shift in that direction. So let's say that if this ball reaches over here, the cart goes in this direction with a speed v dash. Okay. And now you can see that I have analyzed everything, with respect to the person sitting on it. Correct. So the velocity of the ball, this is with respect to hemisphere. This v is with respect to hemisphere. Now with respect to the ground perspective, what it is going to be. So here is the plank. Plank is going this way. For a person standing outside and looking at it, he will say that, the plank is going in this direction with a velocity v dash. And the ball that is coming down the hemisphere, this ball over here, would be moving in this direction with a speed of v minus v dash. Clear? So I hope you understood why. V minus v dash, because the ball is actually coming in this direction with a velocity v with respect to the hemisphere, and then you can see the plank is going the opposite way, so the net velocity is v minus v dash here. Okay, so let us try to explain the idea that, what is the radius of curvature over there, how to put the radius of curvature. So you can see this particle right here at the bottom is making a tangential motion. You can see it is tangential to the circle, hemisphere. It's a circular motion. So if it is going in a circle, then definitely there must be somebody who is going to provide the necessary centripetal force. And there are only two forces. One is obviously mg and the other one is normal reaction. There are only two forces. Clear? So who is providing the necessary centripetal force? Normal reaction. So I can say one answer with respect to this one. I can write n minus mg. I'm trying to explain why this one is going in a circle with respect to a hemisphere. And you can see with respect to the hemisphere, the radius is r. Clear? Because this is the path. So I'm going to write m v square divided by r. And with respect to this case, with respect to a person standing on the ground, his explanation is that the normal reaction is providing necessary centripetal force n minus mg. It is equal to m v minus v dash mv square by the radius of curvature, which we don't know. I will call it small r. Clear? We do not know what is the radius of curvature. For a person standing outside, what radius of curvature he will have, because there is too many motions over there, right? So let us find what is v minus v dash over here. Okay. Okay, let us apply the conservation of momentum. So one, with respect to the ground perspective, this is moving in this direction with a velocity v dash, and the mass is 2. So 2 into v dash is equal to v minus v dash into 1. So I'm just using the conservation of momentum over here. With respect to a person standing outside, I'm using the conservation of momentum. Simple. So we get v is equal to 3v dash, and we get v dash is equal to v by 3. So what is v minus v dash then? V minus V dash will become V minus V by 3. That will be 2V by 3. So I got the velocity here. So n minus mg is equal to m by r into 4v square by 9. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to equate n minus mg on both the sides. So when I equate it, I will get mv square divided by r is equal to m4m by 9 v square divided by r. mv square gets cancelled. What we get is small r, the radius of curvature is going to be 4 by 9 times capital R. That is 4r by 9. That must be our answer. Clear? Anytime you have to find the radius of curvature, what we need to do is you can use the centripetal force is what I have used in order to solve the problem. If I say that this particle is going in a circle over here, then there must be centripetal force required. And the centripetal force over here is provided by normal reaction is upward, mg is downward. So normal reaction must be providing the necessary centripetal force. So n minus mg is equal to mv square by r. This is again with respect to a person standing on the plank and looking at this whole scenario. If a person stands outside and looks at the whole scenario, then it is going to be n minus mg equal to m into, we had to find the velocity of this ball with respect to a person standing on the ground. That will be v minus v dash. Clear? And then there you go. We got this expression, and then I use the conservation of momentum to find the velocity. Once I found the velocity, I can substitute it over here, and we got the answer. All right? Now, not a very easy question, not very straightforward, but there you go. That's how it is solved. All right. Take the mean distance. Okay, there are certain measurements given over here. Mean distance of the moon and the sun and the earth is given over here. Their masses are also given respectively. The radius of the earth is given as 6,400 kilometer. From all this measurement, you can see that the distance between the sun and the earth, moon and the earth, sun and the earth is actually very high. 1,000. You can see distance between the moon and the earth is about 0.4 10 to the power 6. It's way bigger than the 6,000. 1,000 times bigger. Bigger distances. Okay, and their masses are also given, and obviously the distance between the sun and the earth is extremely high, so we don't have to question that part. Let delta F1 be the difference in the force. Why am I repeating all this? Is because let delta F1 be the difference in the force exerted by the moon at the nearest and farthest point on the earth. So here is the earth, nearest point, farthest point, provided that the moon is sitting here. If this is the moon and this is the earth, you can see the nearest point and the farthest point. You can see this distance. This is very high, 1,000 times bigger. So you can see that the distance between, what I said is, the distance between the moon and the earth is about 1,000 times bigger than the radius of the earth. 1,000 times bigger. So you can see, imagine it's very far. So when they ask what is the difference between the force experienced over here and the force experienced over here, we are talking about a distance over here which is extremely small. Clear? The distance is very small. So the difference in the force, we know that the force can be written as, let's say F1, the first part. F is equal to Gm, mass of the, it's because the earth and the moon, so mass of the earth, mass of the moon, divided by the separation between them. So R1 square. Since the distance is, the separation is actually going to be very small, the difference is very small, I can differentiate this function. So I can write delta F1 is equal to Gm, mass of the earth, mass of the moon, into R1 cube into delta R1. Clear? Delta R1. And similarly, delta F2, that is the force between the sun and the earth for the nearest and the farthest point, that I can write G into mass of the earth, mass of the sun, divided by R2 cube into delta R2. Just like how we do the error analysis, just like that we can write it. What I've done is I'm just differentiating it with respect to R1. That's what I did. And this is what we get. And we need to take the difference ratio of them. So delta F1 by delta F2 is equal to, common terms will be GME. So ignoring that, mass of the moon by mass of the sun, the whole square, into delta R1 by delta R2 ratio, then R2 by R1 the whole cube. All these measurements has been already given over there. All I had to do is just substitute the values over here and you will get the ratio as 2. That's it. Okay. A sphere of radius r has a variable density rho. Rho is given over there, where r is the distance from the center of the sphere. The value of gravitational field at distance small r equal to capital R by 2 from the center is. Okay. We can actually use the Gauss theorem in order to solve this problem. The Gauss theorem would actually, Gauss theorem in electrostatics, we write it as E into area is equal to the net charge divided by epsilon naught. Now in gravitation field, I can write I dot A is equal to, instead of Q net, we will be writing the M net, and instead of 1 by epsilon naught, we will write 4 pi, okay. We will write 4 pi G into M net. This is the formula, clear? So my aim is to find what is the M net, and we are talking about a point R from the center that is inside. We are talking about a point that is inside at a distance of R by 2, clear? So again, so this is how it is. This is the actual sphere, and we are talking about a distance inside. So this is the Gaussian surface, clear? This is the Gaussian surface of radius small r. We'll substitute the value later. Right now, I into 4 pi r square, and that is equal to 4 pi g into net mass inside. That will be integral of rho naught into 1 minus small r by capital R into the volume, rho into dV. That will be the mass, clear? So M net is equal to integral of rho into dV. That's how you write it. So dV is 4 pi r square into dr. So let's substitute it. 4 pi gets cancelled. I into r square is equal to g rho naught into, when you integrate it, there is one more 4 pi that comes. So let's take that also outside, 4 pi, this one. You get r square dr, which will become r cube by 3 minus r cube will become r to the power 4 by 4 capital R. And now I can cancel r square. So I is equal to r square over here will become 1. This will become 2. So you get 4 pi g rho naught into r by 3 minus r square by 4r. And the distance is 0 to capital R by 2. Let's substitute. So it will become r by 6 minus r by 16. One of the r gets cancelled, so there you go, r by 16 it is. Let's take 48 here. So I is equal to 4 pi g rho naught into 48 here, 8r minus 3r. So 4, this will give you 12, and this will become 5. So intensity is equal to 5 pi g rho naught divided by 12 into r. There you go. So let's check which option. You can see the option is option 4. That must be our answer. Alright, here they are asking what is the moment of inertia. It's very simple question. Moment of inertia of the entire, let's say it is I. So the torque given over there would be 40 into the radius. The radius over here they have given is 0.4. So torque is this. That must be equal to I into alpha. Angular acceleration is given as 8. 8. 5 is a 40. So I is equal to 2. So there you go. That must be the answer. 2 is the answer. Moment of inertia is 2 unit. Alright, moving on. Gravitational field in a region is given by, so electric field is given, gravitational field is given 2I cap plus 3J cap, and the equation, the work done by gravitational force when a particle of 2 kg is moved from 1 along the line, they are given 3y plus 2x is equal to 5. Here something we need to understand is that if you take the slope of this electric field, you will see that the slope is going to be equal to delta Ey by Ex. That will be the slope. Ey by Ex. That will be 3 by 2. Let's call it as M1. Similarly, if I write the slope for this equation, it will become 3y equal to 5 minus 2x. And that means y is equal to minus 2 by 3x plus 5 by 3. And you can see the slope over here, M2, is equal to minus 2 by 3. And if you ever see a pattern like this, okay, the slopes of the two electric, the gravitational field and the distance or the displacement case, you can see the slopes if they are like this. And if I multiply the M1 into M2 and I end up getting minus 1 as the answer, which I am over here, that means that, the two vectors are actually perpendicular to each other. So here you can see they are perpendicular to each other. So the work done will be actually equal to 0. Work done is equal to 0. Clear? Because they are perpendicular to each other. The field and that means the force, field or the gravitational force and the displacements are perpendicular to each other, which means the work done is 0. Alright. Moment of inertia for uniform equilateral triangular plate about an axis AB. Alright, the usual method, you can see the mass is given as 6 kilogram. Mass is equal to 6 kilogram and the length of each edges are 2 meter. How we usually do is, we take a small portion and then you use integration to solve the entire problem. What I'm going to do is, I'm going to skip that particular part. I'm going to tell you a trick how to solve this. This works, remember this? This works for a lamina. Clear? This trick works for a lamina. And what I'm going to do is, I'm going to take 3 masses. And it doesn't matter what kind of lamina. As long as it's triangular lamina, it works. It doesn't matter what it is not required that it has to be equilateral. Clear? So I will pick 3 points. I will divide this into 3 points at the center of the edges. Clear? Keep the 3 points at the center of the edges. And put masses m by 3 at each corner, where m is the mass of the lamina, m by 3. Now all you have to do is find the moment of inertia of these masses about this axis. And that's it. That's the end of the story. Moment of inertia of this one is 0. What is the moment of inertia of this one? So for that, remember it's a point mass now. You need a perpendicular distance. So I need this distance. And it's the same scenario over here also. So it doesn't matter. And it's an equilateral. So that means this angle is going to be 60 degree. So the opposite part, this length is equal to 1 meter. So this perpendicular distance, let me call it R perpendicular, is going to be 1 sine 60. Sine 60 is root 3 by 2. So the moment of inertia is going to be 2 times m by 3 into the distance square. That is R perpendicular square. That's it. So I is equal to 2 into mass is equal to 6 by 3. Perpendicular distance, that is going to be 3 by 4. 2, 4. I equal to 3. That's it. You can see how simple the answer is. Clear? So that's all you had to do. You pick any, let's say, triangle given like this. All you had to do is put masses m by 3 at the edges. M by 3 at the edges. Works only for a triangle now. Clear? Triangular lamina. And if I want to know what is the moment of inertia about this axis, clear? All I have to do is find the moment of inertia of this mass and then find the moment of inertia of this mass about, you can see this perpendicular distance you have to find and then solve the problem. That's it. It's very simple. Two blocks A and B are connected by a spring, stiffness constant, etc. Everything is given. See, these kind of question, whenever the question is on the maximum extension, you just have to use the conservation of momentum first, conservation of energy. End of the story. Clear? So here I will write the conservation of momentum. Since they said maximum extension, right now they have a different velocity. Once they are, after a particular instant, you will see that once they have extended maximum, these two particles will be having the same velocity. Clear? So it will have the same velocity. Let me say that velocity, when they have got extended maximum, the velocity, let's say it is equal to v. Since it is more in that direction, I will just write v here. Apply conservation of momentum. That will be 2 into 3 minus 4 into 6 is equal to, add them up, 2 plus 4, 6 into v. And that will be 6 minus 24 is equal to 6v. So v is equal to, this is minus 18, so you get minus 3. Now apply the conservation of energy to solve the problem. Conservation of energy would mean the initial kinetic energy would be half 2 into 3 square plus half 4 into 6 square, and that must be equal to, now they move together. When it is maximum extension, in a situation of maximum extension, it will be having same velocity, and that we have already found v. That is going to be half, both of them have the same velocity, so 2 plus 4, that will be 6 into v square. And what is v square? 9 plus remaining energy should be stored in the spring. So half k into 432 into x square. This is our answer. So they go, this becomes 2, 3. So this is 9 plus 3672 minus 9 3 is a 27 is equal to, this must give you 216 x square. This is 81 minus 27. 81 minus 27 is 54. 54 is 216 x square. So x is equal to, this will become, go 4 times, 1 by 4, root of it, 1 by 2, you get 1 by 2, or 50 centimeter, 0.5, 50 centimeter. And you can see the answer should be expressed in centimeters, so the answer is going to be 50. 50 is the answer. A boy of mass 40 kg is standing at the end of a plank. A boy of mass 40 kg, and the plank is also having the same mass. So here's a boy of mass m, and the plank is also having the same mass m. Length of the plank is 5 meters. The plank is kept on a smooth surface. We have to find the minimum speed with which, clear? Speed with which the boy must jump relative to the ground, so that he is able to jump to the other end of the plank. So this boy is going to jump till this point, clear? But the problem is that, when the man actually, makes a jump, the plank goes in the backward direction. So you can see there is relative motion. My aim is actually to solve the problem with respect to the plank. Clear? Let's first understand what is going to happen with respect to the ground. Clear? So this is the story with respect to the lab, or ground. Clear? This is what I'm analyzing, the first case, with respect to the ground or plank. So it will be having two velocities, one this way, and he must be jumping in this direction. Let's say the velocity is u. So one component of velocity would be this way, clear? And that would be, let's say it is going to be u cos theta, and one velocity this way is u sin theta. When this a man jumps along the x-axis with a velocity u cos theta, the plank is also going to go backward. And you can see the masses are same. That means conservation of momentum applied. That means this, if this fellow is going in this direction with respect to a person standing outside with a velocity u cos theta, then the plank should go in this direction with a velocity of u cos theta. It has to be u cos theta, clear? Because by the conservation of momentum along this direction, they should be having equal and opposite momentum. So that's what I've written. Okay, so plank is going this way with u cos theta, and the man is going in this direction with the u cos theta and going up with a velocity of u sin theta. Clear? This is what it is. Now, let's write with respect to plank. What is going to happen with respect to the plank here? With respect to the plank, what happens? You had to find the velocity of the man with respect to the plank. That would be in this direction, it will be 2u cos theta. We have to add them up. With respect to the plank, 2u cos theta. And in this direction, it will be u sin theta. And the distance it has to cover, let's call it as L. Clear? The distance need to be covered as L. So what are we to do now? We had now written everything with respect to the plank. So that becomes a convenience actually. So you can do it like the normal problem. So the range is equal to 2ux uy by g. So r is equal to 2 into 2u cos theta, u sin theta divided by g. So the range is equal to 2 to the 4 u square sin theta cos theta divided by g. And the range is equal to the length L. Okay, and they are asking what is the minimum speed over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to rewrite this once again. So Lg is equal to, this becomes 2u square sine 2 theta. I'm just trying to simplify it. We need the minimum velocity, correct? So velocity is equal to Lg divided by 2 sine 2 theta square root. But if I want minimum, if u is minimum, then the angle is something that we can manipulate. Clear? We can adjust the angle. So if you can adjust the angle, because L, G and 2 cannot be changed. There's only one way possible is the angle. The angle has to be in such a manner that this entire term is going to be the maximum, since u is minimum. If this is maximum, then that value has to be 1. So theta must be 45 degree. Clear? It's 45 degree. So u minimum is going to be equal to root of L. What is the length? 5 meter. So L 5 into 10 divided by 2. 2, this is 5. So the final answer is going to be 5. You can see that, you know how this is a little tricky. I do agree, it's a little tricky. But again, the perspective is quite important over here. With respect to the lab or ground, I just try to analyze it. I assume that if this is moving in this direction with a u cos theta, since their masses are same, then the plank should also go in the backward direction with u cos theta. And then we have to solve the problem with respect to the plank. With respect to the plank, so if I want the velocity along the x-axis with respect to the plank, then the velocity of the ball, of the boy minus the velocity of the plank. This is what you write. And this is going to be u cos theta, correct? And minus of minus, so it will become plus u cos theta. That's how I ended up getting 2u cos theta. Clear? And that's how we solve this. Moving on. Okay. Here, let's be, a little bit more careful about, taking every expression into account. It's like two solid spheres are there of equal radii and of masses mm 4m, and they are fixed at separation 6r. A particle is projected from the surface of the sphere A towards B such that it reaches the B. Minimum speed required is V minimum equal to root of alpha by beta Gm by R. What is, find the value of alpha plus beta? That's the question. Okay. Alpha by beta. So V minimum is what I need. What is the minimum speed required? See, it's something that we can understand like this. When you shoot from here, you can see the gravitational force of attraction because of this mass is going to be very stronger, very close to it. And somewhere over here, the intensity will become 0. And then what happens is this is going to be more dominating. It is going to pull it very strongly. So what we need to do here is find the location where the intensity is 0. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to shoot from here, then it reaches over here. When it reaches over there, when it reaches over here, the velocity is going to become 0. But after this, what happens, this is going to pull it and then it will speed up in that direction. So your job is just to throw it from here and make sure that it reaches over there. Let's start this again. I'm going to shoot the particle from here and reach a particular point where the intensity is going to vanish. It will become 0. After this point, what will happen? This will pull it towards it. So my aim is to shoot from here, make it reach over here. So when it reaches over here, I will make it as minimum as possible. So I'm going to keep the velocity right there, 0. This is what my aim is. So I have to find the distance where the intensity is going to become 0. So how do I do that? Find the gravitational intensity because of this sphere and then this sphere. This is m, this is 4m. So what is the intensity over here? That will be Gm divided by, let's call this distance as x. The remaining distance would be 6r minus x. Gmx square is equal to G into 4m divided by 6r minus x the whole square. Gm square root on the other side will give you 6r minus x is equal to 2x. That will be 3x, x is equal to 2r. So you got the distance where drama is going to happen. Right here the intensity is going to become 0. So what I'm going to do now is use the energy conservation to actually shoot the particle from the surface and then make it reach over there. Alright, let's start. So this is the position 1 and this is position 2. So the kinetic energy at that spot is half mv square, this is the minimum, minus the potential energy over here because of this sphere and the potential energy because of this sphere. So Gmm divided by R minus Gm4Gmm divided by, because the mass is 4m, from here to here the distance is phi r, and that is equal to 0. The kinetic energy of the particle when it reaches here, 0, minus the potential energy at this spot, that will be Gmm by 2r minus potential energy because of this one. Now the distance is to our 4r over here. So minus G 4m m divided by 4r. 4 gets cancelled. Now let's solve this. Half mv square minus, this will become 9 Gmm divided by phi r, and that will be equal to 3 by 2 minus 3 Gmm by 2r. Rewrite it. So half mv square is equal to 9. Okay. So we can take and I think we can solve it over here itself. We have to take a common term. So let's take it as 10r square, 10r. If it is 10r, then this is 18 Gmm minus 15 Gmm. One of the mass gets cancelled. 2, this will become 5. So V square is equal to This will give you 3gm divided by 5 root. And they are asking alpha plus beta, and that should give us the number 8. And that's the answer. That is the answer. Clear? You can see that, you have to be a little bit careful about the energy conservation that we are using. We have to find the total potential energy over here because of this sphere and the potential energy because of this sphere. Both we had to find over there, and also find the potential energy right here because of both of them. This is a very nice question. Moving on. A uniform square plate ABCD is suspended. Find the acceleration of the corner A the moment you cut it. The moment you cut the string over here, what happens is that the center of mass is over here. This system, this point A, will be having an acceleration in this direction. Let us call that acceleration as AX. This point will not have any acceleration in this direction because it's a tight string. It can't go any further. So it is going to rotate over there. So it is going to rotate and have an acceleration that way. What I will do is, I will find the acceleration about this point. I'm going to take the rotation about this point. Let me call that point as P. So it is easy for me to calculate the AX part over there. Clear? And you will see that how it happens. For the square plate, what is the, let's find what, no, again, we are going to consider the rotation about this point. Clear? About this point, I'm going to consider the rotation. So when you consider the rotation, you have to consider the torque, right? So there is force over here, mg, trying to rotate it. The string breaks over there. And the torque, because of the tension over here, need not be taken. Clear? Because you can see this is the point about which I am taking. So torque is going to be mg into the distance over here. And that distance, since it is a square, that distance is a. So a by 2. mg a by 2. And that is equal to, what is the moment? Let's find moment of inertia about this axis. About the center of the square, the moment of inertia is going to be ma square by 6 plus, I'm applying parallaxis theorem. So this distance is a by 2. So I will write ma square by 4 into alpha. And alpha, I'm going to write alpha is equal to, this point acceleration is AC and the distance over here is L by 2, A by 2. A by 2. So alpha is equal to AX divided by A by 2. So let's substitute it over here. So here we get alpha equal to AX, 2AX by A. A will get cancelled. M also gets cancelled. Okay, remaining is going to be G by 2 is equal to 1 by 6 and 1 by 4, that will be 10 by 24 into 2 times AX, that's it. And this will give you 12 and this gives you 6, this is 5 and this is 3. So AX is equal to 3G divided by 5. G is 10, 5 2s are, 3 2s are 6. Answer is 6 meter per second square. You can see the answer we are supposed to get is 6 over here. You can see what I have done. I have to find the acceleration of this point AX, and the moment the string is cut, it is going to have acceleration only along that direction and not along this direction. So that's how I picked this point P specifically, and then I found the answer. Moving on. A satellite is launched in the equatorial plane in such a way that it can transmit signals up to 60-degree latitude of the Earth. So here is the Earth, and the satellite is launched from a certain height such that the latitude at that place, where we can send the signal, latitude means this angle over here. This angle is 60 degree and the signal can reach only up till here. That means this has to make an angle of 90 degree. Clear? If this distance is r, this is 60 degree, then this distance has to be 2r. So you can see they have actually given us the information about the height. Clear? This is R, this is also R. That's the height that they have given. Now, what is angular velocity? So, if the particle or the satellite, if it's making a circular motion over here like this, then the orbital velocity over here, VO, must be equal to root of gm divided by 2r. Clear? Gm divided by 2r. And we need to find the omega. Omega is equal to V divided by R. Here the radius is 2r. So V is equal to 1 by 2r root of gm divided by 2r, and we will take it inside. So omega is equal to root of gm divided by 2 to the 4, 4 to the 8, 8r, r square, and then r cube. So the number we are looking at is 8. The k value is going to be 8. Moving on. A particle of mass 1 by 2 kg is moving along a line AB with a constant velocity 6 meter per second. Its angular momentum about the point O is. You have to find what is the angular momentum about this point. And you can see the particle is moving in this direction with a velocity of 6 meter per second, and the mass is 1 by 2. So 6 into 1 by 2, that will be equal to 3. So this is actually the momentum. Okay, let's write P. Momentum is equal to 3. So we got the momentum. We need angular momentum. For angular momentum, you need perpendicular distance multiplied by momentum. Perpendicular distance from about this axis, you can see momentum is this way. Perpendicular distance would be this. Since you can see this distance is 2, this is also 2, which means this is 45 degree. If this is 45 degree angle, this distance is 2, this is the opposite side. So the opposite side, R perpendicular, is equal to 2 sine 45. So 2 by root 2, that is root 2. So the L is equal to root 2 into momentum, 3 root 2. Oh, that's the value that we need. N is equal to 2. Clear? So let's move on to the last question. A uniform rod of mass 2 kg is kept horizontal with a string connected over there. If just after cutting the string, normal reaction at A is k Newton, what is the value? Normal reaction, let's say it is going to be N. Okay, and there is a force over here, gravitational force acting, mg, the string is cut over here. So let us balance the torque, balance the linear motion. It will be having an acceleration of A. So I can write mg minus n must be equal to m into a. That's the first one. Then I'm going to consider the rotation over here. The rotation about the center of mass. We have done this type of question before. The rotation about this point. So since about the center, if I'm finding the rotation, torque because of mg is 0. Torque because of n would be nl by 2 is equal to, it's a rod. So it is ml square by 12 into the acceleration, alpha, angular acceleration. Angular acceleration can be written as a by L by 2, which I have already discussed. So a by L by 2, this gives 6, this will become 3, L gets cancelled everywhere, N is equal to ma by 3. So A is equal to 3n by m. Substitute it over here. So mg minus n is equal to 3, or n is equal to mg divided by 4. That's it. Mg divided by 4. Now let us substitute these values, Mass of the rod is given 2. So 2 into 10 divided by 4, this is 2, and you get the answer 5. So the final answer is going to be 5. And that's it. So there you go. I have given the solution for all the questions over here. I hope, please make sure that, you repeat it. If there are certain confusions anywhere, please make sure that you repeat it. Repeat the video. There you go. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Hello students, welcome to the session. അപ്പോൾ ഈ സെഷനിൽ നമ്മൾ ഡിസ്കസ് ചെയ്യാൻ പോകുന്നത് ഈ യൂണിറ്റ് 5-ൻ്റെ JEE മെയിൻ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ പേപ്പറാണ്. സോ വിൽ ഡയറക്ട്ലി മൂവ് ഓൺ ടു ദ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻസ്. ഓക്കെ, അപ്പോൾ ഇതാണ് ആദ്യത്തെ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ. ചൂസ് ദ കറക്റ്റ് ഓപ്ഷൻ ഫോർ ഫ്രീ എക്സ്പാൻഷൻ ഓഫ് എൻ ഐഡിയൽ ഗ്യാസ് അണ്ടർ അഡിയബാറ്റിക് കണ്ടീഷൻ ഫ്രം ദ ഫോളോയിങ്. അപ്പോൾ ഇതിൽ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ വന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നമ്മൾ ഈ റൂട്ട് വേർഡ്സ് ഒക്കെ നോക്കുക. ഒന്ന് ഫ്രീ എക്സ്പാൻഷൻ ആണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഫ്രീ എക്സ്പാൻഷൻ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ വർക്ക് ഈസ് ഡൺ അഗെയിൻസ്റ്റ് വാക്വം ആണ്. സോ W ഈസ് ഈക്വൽ ടു 0. വാക്വത്തിന് അഗെയിൻസ്റ്റ് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ W 0 ആയിരിക്കും. പിന്നെയുള്ളത് അഡിയബാറ്റിക് കണ്ടീഷനാണ്. സോ അഡിയബാറ്റിക് കണ്ടീഷൻ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ Q ഈസ് ഈക്വൽ ടു 0. ക്യൂവും അഡിയബാറ്റിക് ആണ്, ഹീറ്റ് എക്സ്ചേഞ്ച് 0 ആണ്. സോ W ഈസ് ഈക്വൽ ടു 0, Q ഈസ് ഈക്വൽ ടു 0. വർക്കൊന്നും ചെയ്യുന്നില്ലെങ്കിൽ ആ സിസ്റ്റത്തിൻ്റെ ടെമ്പറേച്ചറിൽ ചേഞ്ച് ഉണ്ടാവില്ല, ഐഡിയൽ ഗ്യാസ് ആണ്. അപ്പോൾ ടെമ്പറേച്ചർ ചേഞ്ച് ഉണ്ടാവുന്നില്ല എങ്കിൽ ഡെൽറ്റ T ഈസ് ഓൾസോ ഈക്വൽ ടു 0 അല്ലേ. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് പറയാം ഡബ്ല്യുവും ക്യൂയും 0 ആണെങ്കിൽ ഡെൽറ്റ U ഈസ് ഈക്വൽ ടു 0 ആയിരിക്കും. ഡെൽറ്റ U ഈസ് NCV ഡെൽറ്റ T ആണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഡെൽറ്റ U 0 ആണെങ്കിൽ ഡെൽറ്റ T ഈസ് ഓൾസോ 0. സോ W is equal to 0, Q is equal to 0 and delta T is equal to 0. So the correct answer is option 4. Another question. Consider the given PV diagram showing processes carried out on 1 mole of an ideal monoatomic gas. So P to Q, Q to R, R to S. നമുക്ക് ഓരോന്നായിട്ട് നോക്കാം. P to Q നോക്കിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ P to Q is isobaric. അല്ലേ, അറ്റ് കോൺസ്റ്റന്റ് പ്രഷർ ആണ് അല്ലേ, ഐസോബാറിക് ആണ്. അപ്പോൾ പ്രഷർ കോൺസ്റ്റന്റ് ആണ്, ഐഡിയൽ ഗ്യാസ് ആണ്. അപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് എന്താ പറയാം, വി ഹാവ് ദിസ് ഫോർമുല അല്ലേ, ഐഡിയൽ ഗ്യാസ് ഇക്വേഷൻ ഉണ്ട്, PV ഈസ് ഈക്വൽ ടു nRT. അപ്പോൾ പ്രഷർ കോൺസ്റ്റന്റ് ആണ്, വോളിയം ഇൻക്രീസ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ നമ്പർ ഓഫ് മോൾസ് അഗൈൻ കോൺസ്റ്റന്റ്, R ഇസ് എ കോൺസ്റ്റന്റ്. സോ നമുക്ക് ഇവിടെ എന്താ പറയാം, V ഇസ് ഡയറക്ട്ലി പ്രൊപ്പോർഷണൽ ടു T ആണ് അല്ലേ. V ഇസ് ഡയറക്ട്ലി പ്രൊപ്പോർഷണൽ ടു T. പ്രഷർ കോൺസ്റ്റന്റ് ആണെങ്കിൽ V ഇസ് ഡയറക്ട്ലി പ്രൊപ്പോർഷണൽ ടു T. സോ വെൻ V increases, temperature also increases. So we can see that from P to Q volume is increasing. അപ്പോൾ വോളിയം ഇൻക്രീസ് ചെയ്യുകയാണെങ്കിൽ temperature is also increasing. So P to Q is an answer. P to Q temperature increases. അടുത്തത് Q to R. Q to R നോക്കി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അതൊരു ഐസോകോറിക് പ്രോസസ് ആണ് അല്ലേ. ദിസ് ഇസ് എൻ ഐസോകോറിക് പ്രോസസ്. ഐസോകോറിക് ആണ്, വോളിയം കോൺസ്റ്റന്റ് ആണ്. അപ്പോൾ വോളിയം കോൺസ്റ്റന്റ് ആണെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് പറയാം P is directly proportional to T എന്ന് പറയാം അല്ലേ. P directly proportional to T ആണ്. P കൂടുമ്പോൾ T കൂടും, P കുറയുമ്പോൾ T കുറയും. നോക്കൂ, Q to R what is happening? Q to R P is decreasing അല്ലേ, പ്രഷർ കുറയുകയാണ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ പ്രഷർ കുറയുമ്പം ടെമ്പറേച്ചർ ഓൾസോ വിൽ ഡിക്രീസ് ബിക്കോസ് P is directly proportional to T. അപ്പോൾ Q to R നമുക്ക് പറയാൻ പറ്റത്തില്ല. അടുത്തത് R to S. ഓക്കെ, R to S process is isobaric. സോ ഇവിടെ പ്രഷർ ഇസ് ഡിക്രീസിങ്, പ്രഷർ ഡിക്രീസ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ ടെമ്പറേച്ചർ ഓൾസോ ഡിക്രീസസ്. ഇവിടെയാണെങ്കിൽ വോളിയം ഇൻക്രീസിങ്, വോളിയം ഇൻക്രീസ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ ടെമ്പറേച്ചർ ഓൾസോ ഇൻക്രീസസ്. ഇനി ഈ പ്രോസസ് അഗെയിൻ ഐസോബാറിക് ആണ്. R to S ഇസ് ഐസോബാറിക്. സോ പ്രഷർ കോൺസ്റ്റന്റ് ആണ്. സോ V ഇസ് ഡയറക്ട്ലി പ്രൊപ്പോർഷണൽ ടു T. നോക്കൂ, R to S വോളിയം ഇസ് ഡിക്രീസിങ്, വോളിയം ഡിക്രീസ് ചെയ്യുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ടെമ്പറേച്ചർ ഓൾസോ വിൽ ഡിക്രീസസ്. ഇനി S to P. S to P യുടെ പ്രത്യേകത, S to P ഐസോകോറിക് പ്രോസസ് ആണ് അല്ലെ. ഐസോകോറിക് പ്രോസസ് ആണെങ്കിൽ P ഇസ് ഡയറക്ട്ലി പ്രൊപ്പോർഷണൽ ടു ടെമ്പറേച്ചർ ആണ്. നോക്കൂ, P S to R കൂടുകയാണ്, P ഇസ് ഇൻക്രീസിങ്. P കൂടുകയാണെങ്കിൽ T ഓൾസോ വിൽ ഇൻക്രീസസ് അല്ലേ. അപ്പോൾ T ഇൻക്രീസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന വേറൊരു പോയിന്റ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ S to P ആണ്. സോ S to P ഓൾസോ T increases, temperature is increasing. So the correct answer will be option 4, P to Q and S to P. Another question, the molecular shapes of SF4, CF4 and XCF4 are. ഇപ്പോൾ SF4 ന്റെ പ്രത്യേകത, SF4 ഹൈബ്രിഡൈസേഷൻ sp3d, ഒരു ലോൺ പെയർ ഉണ്ട്, ഷേപ്പ് ഇസ് സീസോ. SF4 sp3d hybridization with 1 lone pair and shape CSO. CF4 carbon with 4 bond, sp3 hybridization, 0 lone pairs, tetrahedral. മൂന്നാമത് XCF4. XCF4 hybridization is sp3d2, 2 lone pairs, shape is square planar. ഓക്കെ, അപ്പോൾ 3 കോമ്പൗണ്ടുകൾ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ 3 മോളിക്യൂൾസിൻ്റെയും ഷേപ്പ് ഡിഫറെൻ്റ് ആണ്. സീസോ, ടെട്രാഹൈഡ്രൽ ആൻഡ് സ്ക്വയർ പ്ലാനർ ഡിഫറെൻറ്റ് ഷേപ്പാണ്. ലോൺ പെയേഴ്സ് 1, 0 and 2 അല്ലേ, 1, 0 and 2 ലോൺ പെയേഴ്സ് ഓഫ് ഇലക്ട്രോൺസ് ഓൺ ദ സെൻട്രൽ ആറ്റം റെസ്പെക്റ്റീവ്ലി. സോ ദ കറക്റ്റ് ആൻസർ ഇസ് ഓപ്ഷൻ 4. അടുത്ത ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ. Statement 1, each of delta S, delta G and delta H is 0 for a cyclic process. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ഈ എൻട്രോപ്പി, ഗിബ്സ് ഫ്രീ എനർജി, എൻതാൽപ്പി എന്നൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞ പ്രോപ്പർട്ടി സ്റ്റേറ്റ് ഫങ്ഷൻസ് ആണ് വിച്ച് ഡിപ്പെൻഡ്സ് ഓൺലി ഓൺ ദ whose values depends only on the initial and final state. ഇനീഷ്യൽ സ്റ്റേറ്റിനെയും ഫൈനൽ സ്റ്റേറ്റിനെയും മാത്രമേ ഡിപ്പെൻഡ് ചെയ്യത്തുള്ളൂ. എങ്ങനെ ചേഞ്ച് അക്കമ്പനി ചെയ്യുന്നു എന്നുള്ളത് ഡിപ്പെൻഡ് ചെയ്യത്തില്ല. അപ്പോൾ ഇനീഷ്യൽ സ്റ്റേറ്റിനെയും ഫൈനൽ സ്റ്റേറ്റിനെയും മാത്രമേ ഡിപ്പെൻഡ് ചെയ്യുന്നുള്ളൂ എങ്കിൽ സൈക്ലിക് പ്രോസസ്സ്, കാരണം സൈക്ലിക് പ്രോസസ്സിൽ ഇനീഷ്യൽ സ്റ്റേറ്റിനും ഫൈനൽ സ്റ്റേറ്റ് ഒക്കെ സെയിം ആയിരിക്കും. അപ്പോൾ ഈ വാല്യൂസ് ഒക്കെ എന്തായി പോകും? 0 ആയി പോകും. ഓക്കെ, സോ ഇതിന് കാരണം, ഇവർ 0 ആവാനുള്ള കാരണം ഇവർ സ്റ്റേറ്റ് ഫങ്ഷൻസ് ആയതുകൊണ്ടാണ്. സോ ഈച്ച് ഓഫ് ഡെൽറ്റ എസ്, ഡെൽറ്റ ജി and delta H is 0 for a cyclic process is a correct statement. Statement 2, free energy, entropy and enthalpy are state function. ഇതാണ് അതിൻ്റെ റീസൺ, സ്റ്റേറ്റ് ഫങ്ഷൻസ് ആയതുകൊണ്ടാണ്. സോ ബോത്ത് statement 1 is true, statement 2 is also true and statement 2 is a correct explanation for statement 1. So the correct answer will be option 1. അടുത്ത question. Arrange the following in the increasing order of their bond order. Increasing order of bond order കൂടുന്നതിനനുസരിച്ചിട്ടാണ്. ഒന്നുകിൽ മോളിക്കുലർ ഓർബിറ്റൽ ഇലക്ട്രോണിക് കോൺഫിഗറേഷൻ എഴുതിയിട്ട് ചെയ്യാം, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ബോണ്ട് ഓർഡർ ഒക്കെ ആണെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് ആ ട്രിക്ക് ഉപയോഗിച്ചാൽ മതി, എളുപ്പത്തിൽ കിട്ടും. 14 ഇലക്ട്രോൺ, 15 ഇലക്ട്രോൺ, 16 ഇലക്ട്രോൺ, 17 ഇലക്ട്രോൺ, 18 ഇലക്ട്രോൺ. 14 വരുമ്പം ബോണ്ട് ഓർഡർ 3 ആയിരിക്കും, 15 വരുമ്പം 2.5, 16 വരുമ്പം 2.02, 1.51 അല്ലേ. അപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് നോക്കാം, ഇതിൽ നമ്പർ ഓഫ് ഇലക്ട്രോൺ, O2ലെ നമ്പർ ഓഫ് ഇലക്ട്രോൺസ് 16 ആണ്. സോ ദിസ് ഇസ് O2. O2ലെ 16 ഇലക്ട്രോൺസ് ഉണ്ടാവും. O2 പ്ലസ് 1 ഇലക്ട്രോൺ കുറവ് 15 ഇലക്ട്രോൺ. സോ O2 പ്ലസ്. പിന്നെ O2 മൈനസ് 16 പ്ലസ് 1, ദിസ് ഇസ് O2 മൈനസ്. പിന്നുള്ളത് പെറോക്സൈഡ് അയോൺ O2 2 മൈനസ്. അപ്പോൾ ഇതാണ് ഈ അയോണുകൾ. നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യേണ്ടതെന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഇൻക്രീസിങ് ഓർഡർ ഓഫ് ബോണ്ട് ഓർഡറിൽ എഴുതണം അല്ലേ, ഇൻക്രീസിങ് ഓർഡർ ഓഫ് ബോണ്ട് ഓർഡർ വരണം. അപ്പോൾ ഏറ്റവും കുറവ് ബോണ്ട് ഓർഡർ വരുന്നത് O2 2 മൈനസ്, പിന്നെ O2 മൈനസ്, പിന്നെ O2, പിന്നെ O2 പ്ലസ്. അതാണ് ഇൻക്രീസിങ് ഓർഡറിൽ എഴുതാമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ. സോ ദ കറക്റ്റ് ആൻസർ വിൽ ബി ഓപ്ഷൻ 3. ഓപ്ഷൻ 3 ആയിരിക്കും കറക്റ്റ് ആൻസർ. അടുത്ത ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ. കറക്റ്റ് ഓർഡർ ഓഫ് ഇൻക്രീസിങ് S character in percentage in the hybrid orbitals of following molecules or ions. Okay, അപ്പോൾ CO3 2 മൈനസിൽ ഹൈബ്രിഡൈസേഷൻ sp2 ആണ് അല്ലേ. CO3 2 മൈനസിൻ്റെ ഹൈബ്രിഡൈസേഷൻ sp2. പെർസെൻറ്റേജ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ S ക്യാരക്ടർ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ 1/3 ആയിരിക്കും. ഫ്രാക്ഷൻ 1/3 into 100 അതായിരിക്കും പെർസെൻറ്റേജ് ഓഫ് S ക്യാരക്ടർ. അടുത്തത് XeF4. നമ്മൾ നേരത്തെ ചെയ്തൊരു എക്സാമ്പിൾ ആണല്ലേ XeF4. XeF4ലെ ഹൈബ്രിഡൈസേഷൻ sp3d2 ആണ് അല്ലേ. അപ്പോൾ ഇതിലെ S ക്യാരക്ടർ എത്രയായിരിക്കും? 1 ഡിവൈഡഡ് ബൈ ടോട്ടൽ 6 ഓർബിറ്റൽസ് ഉണ്ട് അല്ലേ, 1/6 into 100 അല്ലേ. ഇത്രയും പെർസെൻറ്റേജ് ഓഫ് S ക്യാരക്ടർ into 100. ഇനി അടുത്തത് I3 മൈനസ്. I3 മൈനസിൻ്റെ ഹൈബ്രിഡൈസേഷൻ sp3d. അപ്പോൾ sp3d ആകുമ്പം അതിലെ S ക്യാരക്ടറിൻ്റെ 1/5 into 100 ആയിരിക്കും, 1/5 into 100. പിന്നുള്ളത് അമോണിയ. സോ അമോണിയയിലെ ഹൈബ്രിഡൈസേഷൻ ഇസ് sp3 ആൻഡ് പെർസെൻറ്റേജ് S ക്യാരക്ടർ ഇസ് 1/4 into 100. പിന്നെയുള്ളത് ബെറിലിയം ക്ലോറൈഡ് BeCl2. BeCl2ൻ്റെ ഹൈബ്രിഡൈസേഷൻ ഇസ് sp 1/2 into 100. അപ്പോൾ ഇതൊക്കെയാണ് പെർസെൻറ്റേജ് ഓഫ് S ക്യാരക്ടർ വരുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് ഓർഡറിൽ അറേഞ്ച് ചെയ്യാന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഇൻക്രീസിങ് S ക്യാരക്ടർ ആണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഏറ്റവും കുറവിൽ നിന്ന് കൂടുതലിലേക്ക് നമുക്ക് പോകണം. അപ്പോൾ ഏറ്റവും കുറവ് S ക്യാരക്ടർ ഇവിടെ വരുന്നത് ഡിനോമിനേറ്ററിൻ്റെ വാല്യൂ വലുതാവുന്നു അല്ലേ, ഇവിടെ 1/6 വരുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ഏറ്റവും കുറവ് S ക്യാരക്ടർ വരുന്നത് XeF4ലാണ് അല്ലേ. XeF4 is 2. 2ലാണ് ഏറ്റവും കുറവ് S ക്യാരക്ടർ വരുന്നത്. പിന്നെ വരുന്നത് 1/5 വരുന്നത് അല്ലേ I3 - 3. പിന്നെ S1/5 ഉണ്ട്, പിന്നെ 1/4 വരും അല്ലേ, അമോണിയയിൽ വരും, ദാറ്റ് ഇസ് 4. പിന്നെ 1/3 1. ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ വരിക ബെറിലിയം ക്ലോറൈഡിലാണ്, സോ ദാറ്റ് ഇസ് 5. സോ ദിസ് ഇസ് ദ ഓർഡർ. സോ 2 4 2 4 2 3 4 1 5 2 3 4 1 5 2 3 4 1 5. So the correct answer is option 1. Another question. Statement 1. Spontaneous process is an irreversible process and may be reversed by some external agency. സ്പോണ്ടേനിയസ് പ്രോസസ്സുകളൊക്കെ റിവേഴ്സിബിൾ പ്രോസസ്സുകളാണ്, നാച്ചുറലി നടക്കുന്ന പ്രോസസ്സുകളാണ്. അപ്പോൾ അതിൻ്റെ ഓപ്പോസിറ്റ് നടക്കണമെങ്കിൽ വി ഹാവ് ടു സ്പെൻഡ് എക്സ്ട്രാ എനർജി അല്ലെ, എക്സ്റ്റേണൽ സോഴ്സിൽ നിന്ന് എനർജി സപ്ലൈ ചെയ്താലും മാത്രമേ നടക്കത്തുള്ളൂ. സോ ഇറിവേഴ്സിബിൾ പ്രോസസ്സസ് ആർ സ്പോണ്ടേനിയസ് പ്രോസസ്, അത് കറക്റ്റ് ആണ്. ആൻഡ് ഇറ്റ് മേ ബി റിവേഴ്സ്ഡ് ബൈ സം എക്സ്റ്റേണൽ എനർജീസ്, ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് ഓൾസോ കറക്റ്റ്. സ്റ്റേറ്റ്മെന്റ് 2. ഡിക്രീസ് ഇൻ എൻതാൽപ്പി ഈസ് എ കോൺട്രിബ്യൂട്ടറി ഫാക്ടർ ഫോർ സ്പോണ്ടേനിറ്റി അല്ലേ. നമ്മൾ സ്പോണ്ടേനിറ്റി പ്രഡിക്റ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് ഈ ഫോർമുല വെച്ചിട്ടാണ്, ഡെൽറ്റ ജി ഈസ് ഈക്വൽ ടു ഡെൽറ്റ എച്ച് മൈനസ് ടി ഡെൽറ്റ എസ് അല്ലേ. ഈ ഫോർമുല വെച്ചിട്ടാണ് നമ്മൾ സ്പോണ്ടേനിറ്റി പ്രഡിക്റ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ഇതിലേക്ക് കോൺട്രിബ്യൂട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരാളാണ് എൻതാൽപ്പി ചേഞ്ച്. സോ എൻതാൽപ്പി ചേഞ്ച് ഓർ ഡിക്രീസ് ഇൻ എൻതാൽപ്പി ഈസ് എ കോൺട്രിബ്യൂട്ടറി ഫാക്ടർ ഫോർ സ്പോണ്ടേനിറ്റി. ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് ഓൾസോ എ കറക്റ്റ് സ്റ്റേറ്റ്മെന്റ്. സോ ബോത്ത് സ്റ്റേറ്റ്മെന്റ് 1 and statement 2 are true. So the correct answer is option 2. Another question. XeO4. So XeO4 in the hybridization sp3 ആണ്. Shape is tetrahedral. XeO4 is tetrahedral. XeO4 is tetrahedral. ഇനി XeO3F2. അപ്പോൾ XeO3F2 എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഇതാണ് ബേസിക്കലി XeO3F2. 5 സിഗ്മ ബോണ്ടുകളാണ്. സെനോണിൻ്റെ മുകളിൽ ലോൺ പെയർ ഓഫ് ഇലക്ട്രോൺസ് ഒന്നുമില്ല. സോ sp3d ഹൈബ്രിഡൈസേഷൻ വരും ആൻഡ് ഷേപ്പ് ഇസ് ട്രൈഗണൽ ബൈപിരമിഡൽ. സോ Q is 3. ഇനി XeO6 4- ആണ്, ഒക്ടാഹൈഡൽ ആയിരിക്കും, 6 ബോണ്ടുകളാണ്, ഒക്ടാഹൈഡൽ. XeO3 is pyramidal. XeO3 is pyramidal. ഓക്കെ, നമുക്കിനി മാച്ച് ചെയ്യിക്കാം. P2 അല്ലേ, P2 ആദ്യത്തെ 2 ഓപ്ഷനിലും P2 ആണ്. പിന്നെയുള്ളത് Q3 ഓക്കെ, രണ്ടാമത്തെ ഓപ്ഷൻ. പിന്നെയുള്ളത് R4, യെസ് R4 S1. സോ ദ കറക്റ്റ് ആൻസർ ഇസ് ഓപ്ഷൻ 2. അടുത്ത ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ. അക്കോർഡിംഗ് ടു VSEPR തിയറി, വിച്ച് ഓഫ് ദ ഫോളോയിങ് ഹാസ് അറ്റ്ലീസ്റ്റ് 1 ബോണ്ട് ആംഗിൾ ലെസ് ദാൻ റൈറ്റ് ആംഗിൾ? CF4 ടെട്രാഹൈഡ്രൽ ആണ്, sp3 ഹൈബ്രിഡൈസേഷൻ, ബോണ്ട് ആംഗിൾ ഇസ് 109 ഡിഗ്രി 28 മിനിറ്റ്സ് ആയിരിക്കും. IF7 പെന്റഗണൽ ബൈപിരമിഡൽ ആണ്. IF7 അല്ലെ, പെന്റഗണൽ ബൈപിരമിഡൽ അല്ലെ, ഇതാണ് IF7. അപ്പോൾ IF7ൽ 2 ആംഗിളുകളുണ്ട്. ഒന്ന് EFIF ആംഗിൾ ആൻഡ് ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് 72 ഡിഗ്രി ആയിരിക്കും. പിന്നെ EFIF ആംഗിൾ ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് 90 ഡിഗ്രി. അപ്പോൾ ഇതിൽ 2 ഡിഫറെൻറ്റ് ആംഗിൾസ് ഉണ്ട്. ഒരു 90 ഡിഗ്രിയും ഉണ്ട്, ഒരു 72 ഡിഗ്രിയും ഉണ്ട്. 72 ഡിഗ്രി ലെസ് ദാൻ 90 ഡിഗ്രി വരുന്നത് അപ്പോൾ IF7ലായിരിക്കും. OF2 again it is sp3 hybridization with 2 lone pairs on oxygen, somewhere near like that of water varum. Anyway it will be more than 90 ആയിരിക്കും. Next is NF3 is again like ammonia. It's like pyramidal geometry ആണ്. അമോണിയയുടെ 107 ഡിഗ്രി ആണ്, അറൌണ്ട് ആ ഒരു വാല്യൂ തന്നെ ആയിരിക്കും ഇവിടെയും വരിക. ഇറ്റ് വിൽ ബി ഒബ്വിയസ്ലി മോർ ദാൻ 90 ആയിരിക്കും. ലെസ് ദാൻ 90 ആംഗിൾ വരുന്ന IF7 മാത്രമേ ഉള്ളൂ. സോ കറക്റ്റ് ആൻസർ ഈസ് ഓപ്ഷൻ 2. അടുത്ത ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ. ദ സ്പീഷീസ് ഷോയിങ് p-pi ഓവർലാപ്പ് എന്നാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ HCl ആണ്. HCl ഹൈഡ്രജൻ്റെ മുകളിൽ S or D ഓർബിറ്റിലും ഇല്ല, P ഓർബിറ്റിലും ഒന്നുമില്ല. ഇനി HCl പൈ ബോണ്ട് ഇല്ല അല്ലെ, HCl നോ പൈ ബോണ്ട്. കാർബൺ ഡൈ ഓക്സൈഡിൽ പൈ ബോണ്ട് ഉണ്ട് അല്ലെ, 2 പൈ ബോണ്ടുകളുണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ കാർബണും ഓക്സിജനും രണ്ടിലും D ഓർബിറ്റൽസ് ഇല്ല. അപ്പോൾ അതിനെല്ലാം p-pi ബോണ്ടുകളായിരിക്കും. NO2 again NO2 pi bond ഉണ്ട് പക്ഷേ again both the atoms are like belongs to the second period. There is no d orbital on nitrogen or oxygen, so that is also ruled out. Now the next one is ClO3 minus അല്ലേ, ClO3 minus. അപ്പോൾ ClO3 minus എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഓക്കെ, ഇതാണ് ClO3 മൈനസ്. sp3 ഹൈബ്രിഡൈസേഷൻ ആയിരിക്കും അല്ലെ, 4 ഹൈബ്രിഡ് ഓർബിറ്റൽസ് വേണം. സോ ക്ലോറിൻ യൂസസ് sp3 ഹൈബ്രിഡ് ഓർബിറ്റ്സ്. ക്ലോറിൻ ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്ന sp3 ഹൈബ്രിഡ് ഓർബിറ്റലായിരിക്കും അല്ലെ. വൺസ് ക്ലോറിൻ ഒരു s ഓർബിറ്റലും 3 p ഓർബിറ്റലും ഹൈബ്രിഡൈസേഷൻ യൂസ് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞ് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ പിന്നെ ഈ പൈ ബോണ്ടുകളൊക്കെ ഫോം ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടി ക്ലോറിൻ ഏത് ഓർബിറ്റൽ ഉപയോഗിക്കണം? ഇറ്റ് ഹാസ് ടു യൂസ് ഇറ്റ്സ് d ഓർബിറ്റൽ അല്ലെ, കാരണം ദർ ഇസ് നോ available p orbitals for forming pi bonds on chlorine. So chlorine will use d orbitals for the formation of pi bond. So chlorine d orbital ആയിരിക്കും, oxygen obviously p orbital ആയിരിക്കും. So chlorine oxygen തമ്മിലുള്ള ഈ pi ബോണ്ടുകൾ it is p pi d pi bond ആയിരിക്കും. So the correct answer is option 4. അടുത്ത question. Correct statement about PCl5, IF7 and SF6 is all SF bond length in SF6 are identical. SF6 octahedral ആണ്, സിമെട്രിക്കൽ ആണ്, ആംഗിളുകളൊക്കെ സെയിം ആണ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ ഇവിടുത്തെയുള്ള എല്ലാ ബോണ്ട് ആംഗിളുകളും ബോണ്ട് ലെങ്ത്തുകളും സെയിം ആയിരിക്കും. സോ ഇത് ഇസ് കറക്റ്റ് സ്റ്റേറ്റ്മെന്റ്. ഓൾ SF ബോണ്ട് ലെങ്ത് ഇൻ SF6 ആർ ഐഡന്റിക്കൽ. അതാണ് നമുക്ക് സ്റ്റേറ്റ്മെന്റ്, അതായിരിക്കും ആൻസർ. അടുത്തത് ഓൾ IF ബോണ്ട് ലെങ്ത് ഇൻ IF ആർ ഐഡന്റിക്കൽ. അത് തെറ്റാണ്, കാരണം നമ്മൾ നേരത്തെ IF7ന്റെ സ്ട്രക്ചർ ഷേപ്പ് വരച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ഇറ്റ് ഇസ് പെന്റഗണൽ ബൈപിരമിഡൽ ആണ്. ആക്സിയൽ ബോണ്ടും ഉണ്ട്, ഇക്വറ്റോറിയൽ ബോണ്ടും ഉണ്ട്. ആക്സിയൽ ബോണ്ടിന്റെ ലെങ്ത്, 2 ബോണ്ടുകളുടെ ലെങ്ത് കുറച്ച് കൂടുതലായിരിക്കും, കാരണം അവിടെ ഡിഫറെൻ്റ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ആംഗിൾസ് വരുന്നതുകൊണ്ടാണ്. സോ ദാറ്റ്സ് എ റോങ് സ്റ്റേറ്റ്മെന്റ്. അഗെയിൻ തേർഡ് വൺ, all PCl bond length in PCl5 are identical. That is also wrong. Axial bonds are slightly longer than equatorial bonds. In SF6, 2 SF bonds are shorter than rest 4 SF bond. Totally wrong. So the correct answer is option 1. Another question. Which of the following is extensive property as well as state variable? അപ്പോൾ ആദ്യം തന്നത് വർക്ക് ഡൺ ആണ്. വർക്ക് ഡൺ നമ്മൾ ഒരു എക്സ്റ്റെൻസീവ് ഓർ ഇൻറ്റൻസീവ് പ്രോപ്പർട്ടി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ കാറ്റഗറിയിൽ ഒന്നും പെടുത്താത്തതാണ് വർക്ക് ഡണ്ണും ഹീറ്റും. ബിക്കോസ് ഇറ്റ് ഹാപ്പൻസ് അറ്റ് ദ ബൗണ്ടറി അല്ലെ, സറൗണ്ടിങ്ങും സിസ്റ്റം തമ്മിലുള്ള ബൗണ്ടറിയിൽ എന്തെങ്കിലും ഒരു പ്രോസസ്സ് നടക്കുമ്പോൾ മാത്രം ഉണ്ടാകുന്ന 2 കാര്യങ്ങളാണ് ഈ ഹീറ്റ് ആൻഡ് വർക്ക് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ. സോ അതിന് നമ്മൾ ഒരിക്കലും ഒരു എക്സ്റ്റെൻസീവ് ഓർ ഇൻറ്റൻസീവ് പ്രോപ്പർട്ടി ആയിട്ട് കൺസിഡർ ചെയ്യാറില്ല. അപ്പം നമുക്കത് കളയാം. പക്ഷേ ദേ ആർ പാത്ത് ഫംഗ്ഷൻ. വർക്ക് ഡൺ ഈസ് പാത്ത് ഫംഗ്ഷൻ, ഹീറ്റ് ഈസ് ഓൾസോ പാത്ത് ഫംഗ്ഷൻ. പിന്നുള്ളത് എൻതാൽപ്പി. എൻതാൽപ്പി നമുക്കറിയാം, it depend on the amount of substance അല്ലെ. enthalpy depend on the amount of substance, amount of matter present in the body. അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ അതൊരു എക്സ്റ്റെൻസീവ് പ്രോപ്പർട്ടി ആണ്. ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് എൻ എക്സ്റ്റെൻസീവ് പ്രോപ്പർട്ടി. പിന്നെ ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് എ സ്റ്റേറ്റ് ഫംഗ്ഷൻ ഓൾസോ. സോ സ്റ്റേറ്റ് ഫംഗ്ഷനും എക്സ്റ്റെൻസീവ് പ്രോപ്പർട്ടിയുമാണ്. സോ കറക്റ്റ് ആൻസർ വിൽ ബി enthalpy. Coming to temperature, temperature is a state function, but it is an intensive property. It is independent of the amount of matter present in the system. So correct answer is option 3. അടുത്തത്, the equilibrium constant Kc for the reaction N2 gas plus O2 gas gives 2 NO gas at temperature T is 4 into 10 raised to minus 4. അപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് ഈ ഒരു റിയാക്ഷൻ്റെ Kc തന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതായത് N2 plus O2 gives 2 NO. It is 4 into 10 raised to minus 4 Kc. വാല്യൂ ഓഫ് Kc. അപ്പോൾ NO നമുക്കിവിടെ റിയാക്ടൻ സൈഡിലാണുള്ളത്. അപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് ഈ ഇക്വേഷൻ ഒന്ന് തിരിച്ചിട്ടേക്കാം അല്ലേ. സോ 2 NO ഗിവ്സ് N2 പ്ലസ് O2 എന്നാണ്. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ഇക്വേഷൻ തിരിച്ചിടുന്ന സമയത്ത് Kc എന്താവും? 1/, ആയിട്ട് നമ്മൾ എഴുതണം അല്ലേ. 1/4 into 10 raised to minus 4. ഇനി നമുക്ക് ഇതിങ്ങനെയുമല്ല തന്നേക്കുന്ന ഇക്വേഷനിൽ എന്നോടെ കോഎഫിഷ്യൻറ്റ് 1 ആണ്. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ഇതിനെ എന്ത് ചെയ്യണം? ഒരു 1/2 കൊണ്ട് മൾട്ടിപ്ലൈ ചെയ്യണം അല്ലേ. സോ 1/2 കൊണ്ട് മൾട്ടിപ്ലൈ ചെയ്യാം. സോ ഇത് ഹാഫ് N2 ആവും, ഇത് ഹാഫ് O2 ആവും. അപ്പോൾ 1/2 കൊണ്ട് മൾട്ടിപ്ലൈ ആണെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ആ 1/2 പോകേണ്ടത് റൂട്ടായിട്ട് പോകും അല്ലേ. അതായത് Kc is equal to root 10 raised to 4. So 1/4 is equal to like 1 by 2 into 10 square. So 1 by 2, 0.5, 50 വരും അല്ലേ, 0.5 into 100 വരും അല്ലേ, 0.5 into 100, so it will be 50. So the correct answer is option 3. Another question, which of the following is a Lewis acid? This is the Lewis acid. Boron will have a vacant p orbital. ബാക്കിയെല്ലാം ലൂയിസ് ഇതൊക്കെ ലോൺ പെയർ ഉള്ള molecules ആണ്, so they are all Lewis bases. So ഇതിലെ Lewis acid is BCH3 thrice ആണ്, because the sp2 hybridization കഴിഞ്ഞ് there will be a vacant p orbital. പിന്നെ അതിൻ്റെ ചുറ്റിലും ബോറോണിൻ്റെ ചുറ്റിലും ഇൻകംപ്ലീറ്റ് ഒക്ടറ്റ് ആയിരിക്കും, 6 ഇലക്ട്രോൺസ് മാത്രമേ അതിൻ്റെ വാലൻസ് ഷെല്ലിൽ ഉണ്ടാവുള്ളൂ. അടുത്തത്, which of the following solution has the highest pH at 25 degrees Celsius? നോക്കാം. അപ്പോൾ ആദ്യം തന്നേക്കുന്നത് നമുക്ക് HCl-ഉം CaOH twice ആണ്. They will react and form CaCl2 plus H2O. അപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് 2 HCl ആണ് അല്ലേ, 2 HCl-ഉം ഒരു കാൽഷ്യം, ഒരു 2 മോൾ വാട്ടറും ഫോം ചെയ്യും. ഇതാണ് ആദ്യത്തെ റിയാക്ഷൻ. നമുക്ക് തന്നേക്കുന്നത് 60 ml ഓഫ് 1/10 HCl ആണ്. അപ്പോൾ 60 into 1/10, 6 millimoles വരും അല്ലേ, 6 millimoles of HCl. 6 millimoles of HCl. പിന്നെ കാൽഷ്യം ഹൈഡ്രോക്സൈഡ് തന്നേക്കുന്നത് 4 millimoles. അപ്പോൾ ഇത്രയാണ് നമുക്ക് തന്നേക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ഇവർ റിയാക്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്, അപ്പോൾ റിയാക്ട് ചെയ്ത് കാൽഷ്യം ക്ലോറൈഡും വാട്ടറും ഉണ്ടായി മാറും. ഓക്കെ, ഇനി നമ്മൾ ഇവിടെ രണ്ടിൻ്റെയും എമൗണ്ട് നമുക്കറിയാം. സോ റിയാക്ഷൻ കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് ബാക്കി എന്തൊക്കെ സൊല്യൂഷനിൽ ഉണ്ടെന്നാണ് കണ്ടുപിടിക്കേണ്ടത്. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ആദ്യം ലിമിറ്റിംഗ് റിയേജൻ്റ് ഏതാണെന്ന് കണ്ടുപിടിക്കണം അല്ലേ. ഇവിടെ നമുക്ക് 6 moles HCl-ഉമായിട്ട് റിയാക്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ 3 moles കാൽഷ്യം ഹൈഡ്രോക്സൈഡ് മതി. അപ്പോൾ അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ 4 moles ഉണ്ട് ഇവിടെ. അപ്പോൾ ലിമിറ്റിംഗ് റിയേജൻ്റ് ആരായിരിക്കും? HCl ആയിരിക്കും ലിമിറ്റിംഗ് റിയേജൻ്റ്. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് പറയാം 1 മോൾ കാൽഷ്യം ഹൈഡ്രോക്സൈഡുമായിട്ട് റിയാക്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ 2 മോൾ HCl വേണം. അങ്ങനെയാണെങ്കിൽ 4 millimoles-ഉമായിട്ട് റിയാക്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ 8 millimole HCl-ൻ്റെ ആവശ്യമുണ്ട്. അത്രയും ഇവിടെ ഇല്ല. സോ HCl ഈസ് ലിമിറ്റിംഗ് റിയേജൻ. സോ ഇത് കംപ്ലീറ്റ് ആയിട്ട് റിയാക്ട് ചെയ്യും അല്ലേ. അപ്പോൾ ഇനി കാൽഷ്യം ഹൈഡ്രോക്സൈഡ് എത്ര ബാക്കി ഉണ്ടാവുമെന്ന് നമ്മൾ കണ്ടുപിടിക്കണം. എത്ര ബാക്കി ഉണ്ടെന്ന് നോക്കണം. നോക്കാലോ, 2 മോൾ HCl-ഉമായിട്ട് റിയാക്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ 1 മോൾ കാൽഷ്യം ഹൈഡ്രോക്സൈഡ് ആണ്. അങ്ങനെയാണെങ്കിൽ 6 millimoles-ഉമായിട്ട് റിയാക്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് അതിൻ്റെ പകുതി മതി അല്ലെ, 3 millimoles മതി. അപ്പോൾ എത്ര മില്ലിമോൾ ബാക്കി ഉണ്ടാവും? 1 millimole കാൽഷ്യം ഹൈഡ്രോക്സൈഡ് സൊല്യൂഷനിൽ ബാക്കി ഉണ്ടാവും. ഇത് നമ്മൾ നോക്കേണ്ട ആവശ്യമില്ല, ദേ വോണ്ട് കോൺട്രിബ്യൂട്ട് ടു pH അല്ലേ, അവർ സോൾട്ടും വാട്ടറും ആണ്. അപ്പോൾ ബാക്കി കോൺസെൻട്രേഷൻ ഓഫ് കാൽഷ്യം ഹൈഡ്രോക്സൈഡ്, സൊല്യൂഷനിലെ കാൽഷ്യം ഹൈഡ്രോക്സൈഡിൻ്റെ കോൺസെൻട്രേഷൻ നമുക്കറിയാം എത്രയായിരിക്കും? 1 millimole-നാണ് നമ്പർ ഓഫ് മോൾസ്, ഡിവൈഡ് ബൈ ടോട്ടൽ വോളിയം എത്രയാണ്? 60 + 40, 100 ml അല്ലേ, 100 ml. അപ്പം മോൾസ് പെർ നമുക്ക് 10⁻⁻² മോൾ പെർ ലിറ്റർ കിട്ടും കോൺസെൻട്രേഷൻ ഓഫ് കാൽഷ്യം ഹൈഡ്രോക്സൈഡ്. അപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനെയാണെങ്കിൽ കോൺസെൻട്രേഷൻ ഓഫ് OH മൈനസ് എത്രയായിരിക്കും? കോൺസെൻട്രേഷൻ ഓഫ് OH മൈനസ് 2 into 10⁻⁻² വരും. അപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനെയാണെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് എന്ത് കണ്ടുപിടിക്കാം? POH കണ്ടുപിടിക്കാം അല്ലേ. So POH is equal to minus log 2 into 10⁻⁻² ചെയ്യാം അല്ലേ. ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് ഈക്വൽ ടു 2 minus log 2 വരും. സോ ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് ഈക്വൽ ടു 1.7. log 2 is 0.3. 2 എന്ന് 0.3 കുറച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ 1.7. ദിസ് ഇസ് POH അല്ലേ. അപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനെയാണെങ്കിൽ PH എത്രയായിരിക്കും? PH is equal to 14 minus 1.7 ആണ്. സോ 12.3 വരും. അപ്പോൾ ആദ്യത്തെ സൊല്യൂഷൻ്റെ pH 12.3 ആണെന്ന് നമ്മൾ കണ്ടുപിടിച്ചു. ഓക്കെ, സോ ദിസ് ഇസ് 12.3. ദാറ്റ്സ് ഇറ്റ്. ഇനി രണ്ടാമത്തത് അഗെയിൻ നമുക്കൊന്നും കൂടി റിയാക്ഷൻ എഴുതാം. HCl plus NaOH gives H2O plus NaCl. ഇവിടെ നമുക്ക് എമൗണ്ട് എഴുതാം. 20 ml ഓഫ് m/10 അല്ലെങ്കിൽ 1/10 മോളാർ ആണ്. സോ 2 millimoles HCl. പിന്നെ NaOH തന്നേക്കുന്നത് 8 millimoles. അപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെയും ലിമിറ്റിംഗ് റിയേജൻറ്റ് HCl കുറവാണ്, HCl ഫുള്ളായിട്ട് റിയാക്ട് ചെയ്ത് തീരും. ബാക്കി NaOH ഉണ്ടാവും എത്ര? 6 millimole NaOH ബാക്കി ഉണ്ടാവും. അപ്പോൾ 6 millimoles NaOH ആണ് ബാക്കി. സോ കോൺസെൻട്രേഷൻ ഓഫ് NaOH 6 divided by total volume was 100. 6 into 10 raised to minus 2 എന്ന് വരും. അപ്പോൾ ഇത് തന്നെയാണ് കോൺസെൻട്രേഷൻ ഓഫ് OH മൈനസ്. സോ കോൺസെൻട്രേഷൻ ഓഫ് OH മൈനസ് ഈസ് ഓൾസോ ഈക്വൽ ടു 6 into 10 raised to minus 2. അങ്ങനെയാണെങ്കിൽ POH is equal to minus log 6 into 10 raised to minus 2 ആണ്. സോ ഇറ്റ് ഇസ് 2 minus log 6 is log 3 into 2. Log 3 is 0.47. Log 2 is 0.3. So it is 0.477. 0.47 plus 0.3 0.77 വരും. സോ 2 minus 0.77 എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ 1.23. സോ 1.23 ആയിരിക്കും. 1.23 1.23 ആണ് POH. പക്ഷെ നമുക്ക് POH അല്ല, നമ്മൾ കണ്ടുപിടിക്കുന്നത് PH ആണല്ലേ. സോ PH is equal to 14 minus 1.23 വരും. ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് ഈക്വൽ ടു 12.77 അല്ലേ. 12.77 ആണ് ഇതിൻ്റെ PH. സോ രണ്ടാമത്തെ PH is 12.77. അടുത്തത് 100 ml m/10 HCl, 100 ml m/10 NaOH. ഈക്വൽ മോൾസ് ഓഫ് HCl ആൻഡ് NaOH കംപ്ലീറ്റ് ആയിട്ട് റിയാക്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ട് സോഡിയം ക്ലോറൈഡ് ഉണ്ടാവും. HCl ഉം ബാക്കി ഉണ്ടാവില്ല, NaOH ഉം ബാക്കി ഉണ്ടാവില്ല. സോ PH is equal to 7 ആയിരിക്കും. PH is equal to 7. പിന്നെ 70 ml ഓഫ് m/10 HCl ആൻഡ് 30 ml ഓഫ് m/10 കാൽഷ്യം ഹൈഡ്രോക്സൈഡ്. ഇവിടെ കാൽഷ്യം ഹൈഡ്രോക്സൈഡ് ആയിരിക്കും ലിമിറ്റിംഗ് റിയേജന്റ്, HCl ആയിരിക്കും എക്സസ് റിയേജന്റ്. സോ PH will be less than 7. PH is less than 7 ആയിരിക്കും. സോ ഇതിൽ ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ PH വരുന്നത് ഓപ്ഷൻ 2-ലാണ്. ഇറ്റ് ഇസ് 12.77. സോ ദ കറക്റ്റ് ആൻസർ ഈസ് ഓപ്ഷൻ 2. അടുത്ത ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ. When NaCl is added gradually to the saturated solution of AgCl, then which of the following plot is correct? അപ്പോൾ we have a saturated solution of AgCl അല്ലെ. AgCl ന്റെ saturated solutionൽ there will be an equilibrium between Ag plus Cl minus and the undissociated AgCl. ഇതിലേക്ക് നമ്മൾ സോഡിയം ക്ലോറൈഡ് ആഡ് ചെയ്യുന്നു. സോഡിയം ക്ലോറൈഡ് is a strong electrolyte. Na പ്ലസും Cl മൈനസുമായിട്ട് കംപ്ലീറ്റ് ആയിട്ട് ഡിസോസിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്യും. ആൻഡ് ദർ ഇസ് എ കോമൺ അയോൺ അല്ലേ. ഇതിലൊരു കോമൺ അയോൺ ഉണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ഈ കോമൺ അയോൺ ഉള്ളത് കാരണം നമ്മൾ Cl മൈനസിന്റെ കോൺസെൻട്രേഷൻ കൂടുന്നതിനനുസരിച്ചിട്ട് ഇക്വിലിബ്രിയം വിൽ ഷിഫ്റ്റ് ടുവേർഡ്സ് ബാക്ക്വേർഡ് ഡയറക്ഷൻ അല്ലേ. അപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനെ ഇക്വിലിബ്രിയം ബാക്ക്വേർഡ് ഡയറക്ഷനിൽ ഷിഫ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യുകയാണെങ്കിൽ Ag പ്ലസ് ഒക്കെ തിരിച്ച് എന്തായിട്ട് മാറുകയാണ്, AgCl ആയിട്ട് തിരിച്ചു പോവുകയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ Ag പ്ലസിന്റെ കോൺസെൻട്രേഷൻ കീപ്പ് ഓൺ ഡിക്രീസസ് അല്ലേ. അപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ Ag പ്ലസിന്റെ കോൺസെൻട്രേഷൻ കുറയുന്ന ഒരു ഗ്രാഫ് മാത്രമേ ഉള്ളൂ. സോ ദ കറക്റ്റ് ആൻസർ ഇസ് ഓപ്ഷൻ 2. അടുത്തത് 100 ml of 0.1 molar CH3COH is present in a vessel at 25 degrees Celsius. How much NaOH is added so that pH of resulting mixture is 4.74? അപ്പോൾ വി ഹാവ് അസറ്റിക് ആസിഡ്, ഒരു വെസലിൽ അസറ്റിക് ആസിഡ് ഉണ്ട്, അതിൽ NaOH ആഡ് ചെയ്യുന്നു. PH ഓഫ് ദ റിസൾട്ടിംഗ് മിക്സ്ചർ ഇസ് 4.74. അപ്പോൾ നമുക്കൊരു സപ്പോസ് ഇങ്ങനെയാണ് എഴുതുന്നത് വെച്ചോ, CH3COH പ്ലസ് NaOH അല്ലേ. റിയാക്ഷൻ നടന്നിട്ട് ബേസിക്കലി CH3COO Na ഉണ്ടാവും, H2. ഓക്കെ, ഇതാണ് നോക്കും. നമുക്ക് അസറ്റിക് ആസിഡിൻ്റെ എമൗണ്ട് തന്നിട്ടുണ്ട് 100 ml 0.1 അല്ലെങ്കിൽ 10 millimoles ആണ് അല്ലേ. 10 millimoles അസറ്റിക് ആസിഡ് ആണ്. നോക്കൂ, നമുക്ക് തന്നേക്കുന്നത് റിസൾട്ടൻ PH 4.74 ആണ്, അതായത് ലെസ് ദാൻ 7 ആണ്. സപ്പോസ് നമ്മളിത് കംപ്ലീറ്റ് ആയിട്ട് റിയാക്ട് ചെയ്ത് കഴിയുകയാണെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ, കംപ്ലീറ്റ് ആയിട്ട് റിയാക്ട് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നമുക്ക് കിട്ടുന്ന CH3COO Na ആയിരിക്കും അല്ലേ. അപ്പോൾ CH3COO Nയുടെ PH വിൽ ബി ഗ്രേറ്റർ ദാൻ 7 ആയിരിക്കും, കാരണം ഇറ്റ്സ് എ സോൾട്ട് ഓഫ് സ്ട്രോങ് ബേസ് ആൻഡ് എ വീക്ക് ആസിഡ്. പക്ഷെ നമുക്ക് തന്നേക്കുന്നത് 4.74 ആണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ കംപ്ലീറ്റ് ആയിട്ട് റിയാക്ഷൻ നടക്കുന്നില്ല, പകരം ഇൻകംപ്ലീറ്റ് ന്യൂട്രലൈസേഷൻ അല്ല. ഇൻകംപ്ലീറ്റ് ന്യൂട്രലൈസേഷൻ നടക്കുമ്പം എഗെയിൻ എക്സസ് ആരായിരിക്കണം, എക്സസ് അസറ്റിക് ആസിഡ് ആയിരിക്കണം. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ NaOH ആയിരുന്നു എക്സസ് ആയിരുന്നെങ്കിൽ എഗെയിൻ ദ PH വിൽ ബി ബിയോണ്ട് 7 ആയിരിക്കും. അപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ NaOH ലിമിറ്റിംഗ് റിയേജന്റ് ആണ്. ഇപ്പോൾ ഈ സൊല്യൂഷൻ, അപ്പോൾ NaOH ലിമിറ്റിംഗ് റിയേജന്റ് ആണെങ്കിൽ സൊല്യൂഷനിൽ അസറ്റിക് ആസിഡും ഉണ്ടാവും, സോഡിയം അസറ്റേറ്റും ഉണ്ടാവും. അതൊരു ബഫർ സൊല്യൂഷൻ ആയിരിക്കും അല്ലേ. അസറ്റിക് ആസിഡും സോഡിയം അസറ്റേറ്റും ബഫർ സൊല്യൂഷൻ ആയിരിക്കും. അസിഡിക് ബഫർ ആണ്. PHന്റെ ഫോർമുല PH is equal to pKa plus log concentration of salt by base അല്ലേ, salt by base. salt by acid. Salt by acid. This is pH in the formula. Now, pK is pK 4.74. That is pH. Now, pH 4.74 pH is equal to pK. So, log S by A log S by A is equal to 0. Log S by A is equal to 0. Now, log S by A 0 concentration of salt is equal to concentration of acid. Concentration of salt and concentration of acid equal. That is, acid in the concentration, salt in the concentration equal. Exactly half the millimoles of acetic acid in millimoles adinde pagudi millimoles of NaOH matre vendiyadullu alle ennalana half neutralization nadakka NaOH complete aayittu react cheyum baaki acetic acid inde 5 moles baaki 5 millimoles baaki undavum sodium acetate 5 millimoles form cheyidittu undavum appadana concentration of acid concentration of salt same avunnathu appo namukku NaOH etra millimoles venam acetic acid is 10 millimoles. So, number of millimoles of NaOH will be equal to 5. This is the pagudi. 5 millimoles. That is 5 into 10 raised to minus 3 moles. We will the weight. So, number of moles. So, weight is equal to 5 into 10 raised to minus 3 into 40 വരും 40 ആണ് NaOH ന്റെ മോളാർ മാസ് അല്ലേ അപ്പോൾ അത് വരുന്നത് സോ 2200 into 10 raised to minus 3 gram എന്ന് വരും അല്ലെങ്കിൽ 200 milligram. So correct answer is option 1 200 milligram ആയിരിക്കും ഇതിന്റെ correct answer. അടുത്ത question, which of the following is correct graph of log K versus 1 by T if delta H is positive? അപ്പോൾ കെയുടെയും ടെമ്പറേച്ചറിൻ്റെയും റിലേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഫോർമുല എന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ log K is equal to minus delta H divided by RT 1 by T plus C അല്ലേ ഇതാണ് log Kയും 1 by T തമ്മിലുള്ള റിലേഷൻഷിപ്പ്. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ log K y ആക്സിസിൽ പ്ലോട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നു 1 by T x ആക്സിസിൽ പ്ലോട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നു. പിന്നെ ഡെൽറ്റ എച്ച് പോസിറ്റീവ് എൻഡോതെർമിക് പ്രോസസ് ആണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഡെൽറ്റ എച്ച് പോസിറ്റീവ് ആണെങ്കിൽ ഈ ടേം എന്തായിരിക്കും നെഗറ്റീവ് ആയിരിക്കും. അപ്പോൾ 1 by Tൻ്റെ സ്ലോപ്പ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ എമ്മിൻ്റെ വാല്യൂ നെഗറ്റീവ് ആയിരിക്കും. സോ നെഗറ്റീവ് സ്ലോപ്പ് ഉള്ള ഗ്രാഫ്, ഇതിൽ നെഗറ്റീവ് സ്ലോപ്പ് ഉള്ള ഗ്രാഫ് ഏതാണ്? ഓപ്ഷൻ 1 ആണ് അല്ലേ. ഓപ്ഷൻ 1ലാണ് നെഗറ്റീവ് സ്ലോപ്പ് വരുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ അതായിരിക്കും ഇതിൻ്റെ കറക്റ്റ് ആൻസർ. അടുത്ത ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ, വിച്ച് ഓഫ് ദ ഫോളോയിങ് കനോട്ട് ആക്ട് ആസ് എ ബഫർ? വീക്ക് ആസിഡ്, സോൾട്ട് വിത്ത് സ്ട്രോങ് ബേസ്, സ്ട്രോങ് ആസിഡ്. ഇതായിരിക്കും കറക്റ്റ് ആൻസർ. കാരണം H2SO4 ഇസ് എ സ്ട്രോങ് ആസിഡ്, അത് ബഫർ ആവത്തില്ല. H2CO3 weak acid, it's conjugate base NaHCO3 വരുന്ന സൊല്യൂഷൻ സോൾട്ട്. ഓക്കെ, this is a weak acid, അതിൻ്റെ കോൺജുഗേറ്റ് ബേസ് വരുന്ന സോൾട്ട്. സോ ഇത് ഓപ്ഷൻ വരുന്നത് 2 ആയിരിക്കും. 2ന് ബഫറായിട്ട് ആക്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റത്തില്ല. അടുത്തത്, the solubility product of a sparingly soluble salt AX2 is 3.2 into 10 raised to minus 11. its solubility, നമുക്ക് സോളിബിലിറ്റിയാണ് കണ്ടുപിടിക്കേണ്ടത്. അപ്പോൾ AX2 ഡിസോസിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് എങ്ങനെയായിരിക്കും? A2 പ്ലസും 2x മൈനസ് അല്ലേ, എസും 2sഉം ആയിരിക്കും. സോ KSP ഇസ് ഈക്വൽ ടു S ഇൻറ്റു 2s സ്ക്വയർ അല്ലേ, വിച്ച് ഇസ് ഈക്വൽ ടു 4s ക്യൂബ്. 4s ക്യൂബ് ആണ് KSPയുടെ ഫോർമുല. അപ്പോൾ 4s ക്യൂബിൻ്റെ വാല്യൂ തന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. സോ 4s ക്യൂബ് ഇസ് ഈക്വൽ ടു 3.2 ഇൻറ്റു 10 raised to minus 11 എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട്. സോ S ക്യൂബ് ഇസ് ഈക്വൽ ടു 3.2 ഡിവൈഡ് ബൈ 4 0.8 into 10 raised to minus 11 അല്ലെങ്കിൽ 8 into 10 raised to minus 12. അപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനെയാണെങ്കിൽ S എന്തായിരിക്കും? ക്യൂബ് റൂട്ട് ഓഫ് 8 2 into 10 raised to minus 4. So 2 into 10 raised to minus 4. So the correct answer is option 4. അടുത്തത്, how many of the following species are paramagnetic in nature? So boron B2 actually B2 is paramagnetic അല്ലേ. sigma 1s2 sigma star 1s2 ബോറോണിലെ ടോട്ടൽ 10 ഇലക്ട്രോൺസ് ആണ്. sigma 2s2 sigma star 2s2 pi 2px pi 2py. അപ്പോൾ ബോറോൺ ആണത്, ബോറോണിൽ 10 ഇലക്ട്രോൺസ് ആണ്, 2 4 6 8 10 എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഒന്ന് ഇവിടെയും ആയിരിക്കും. സോ അൺപെയ്ഡ് ഇലക്ട്രോൺ ഉണ്ട്. സോ B2 ഇസ് പാരാമാഗ്നറ്റിക്. അടുത്തത് C2ൽ ടോട്ടൽ 12 ഇലക്ട്രോൺ അല്ലേ. സോ ടോട്ടൽ 12 ഇലക്ട്രോൺ വരുമ്പം ഇവിടെ 2 സ്ഥലത്തും 2 ഇലക്ട്രോൺ വരും. സോ C2 ഇസ് ഡയാമാഗ്നറ്റിക്. പിന്നെ N2ൽ 14 ഇലക്ട്രോൺസ് അല്ലേ, 14 ഇലക്ട്രോൺസ് ആണ്. അപ്പോൾ സിഗ്മ 2p z2 വരും. സോ ഇതാണ് നൈട്രജൻ. സോ നൈട്രജൻ ഈസ് ഓൾസോ ഡയാമാഗ്നറ്റിക്. പിന്നെ അത് O2 ആണ് അല്ലേ. O2ൽ ടോട്ടൽ 16 ഇലക്ട്രോൺസ്. നമുക്കറിയാം O2 പാരാമാഗ്നറ്റിക് ആണ്. ഓർഡറിൽ ചെറിയൊരു ഡിഫറൻസ് വരും. ആദ്യം സിഗ്മ 2pz ഫില്ല് ചെയ്യും. പിന്നെ പൈ 2px2 പൈ 2py2. നേരത്തെ ഇത് 14 എണ്ണമായി. ഇനി വരുന്നത് പൈ സ്റ്റാർ 2pxും പൈ സ്റ്റാർ 2py ആണ് അല്ലേ. അപ്പോൾ ഇതുവരെ 14 ഇലക്ട്രോൺസ് ആയി. O2ലാണെങ്കിൽ 16 ഇലക്ട്രോൺസ് ഉണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ഒരെണ്ണം ഇവിടെ വരും, ഒരെണ്ണം ഇവിടെ വരും. സോ O2 ഈസ് പാരാമാഗ്നറ്റിക്. O2 ഈസ് പാരാമാഗ്നറ്റിക്. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞ് O2 മൈനസ്. O2 മൈനസിൽ ടോട്ടൽ 17 ഇലക്ട്രോൺസ് ഉണ്ടാവും അല്ലേ. 17 ഇലക്ട്രോൺസ് വരുമ്പം ഇവിടെ ഒരെണ്ണം പെയർ നടക്കും. But still there is one unpaired electron. Anyway, O2 minus is odd number of electron, so it will be paramagnetic. So O2 minus is paramagnetic. Now it is F2. F2 there are total 18 electrons. അല്ലേ, 2 fluorine atoms വന്നു. So ഇവിടെയും ഒരു ഇലക്ട്രോൺ കൂടെ. So that is diamagnetic. അപ്പോൾ പാരാമാഗ്നറ്റിക് ആയിട്ടുള്ള 3 ആൾക്കാരാണ് B2, O2 and O2 minus. So correct answer is 3. Another question. Some properties of systems are given below, out of which X are number of extensive property and Y are number of intensive property. So X extensive property, X intensive property, Y. നോക്കാം. അത് നമുക്ക് എക്സ്റ്റെൻസീവ് പ്രോപ്പർട്ടി ഏതൊക്കെയാണ് നോക്കാം. എക്സ്റ്റെൻസീവ് പ്രോപ്പർട്ടി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ വിച്ച് ഡിപ്പെൻഡ് ഓൺ ദ എമൗണ്ട് ഓഫ് സബ്സ്റ്റൻസ് പ്രസൻറ്റ് ഇൻ ദ മാറ്റർ ആണ്. ഇപ്പോൾ ബോയിലിംഗ് പോയിന്റ് ഇല്ല, സർഫസ് ടെൻഷൻ ഇല്ല. ഹീറ്റ് കപ്പാസിറ്റി ഈസ് എൻ എക്സ്റ്റെൻസീവ് പ്രോപ്പർട്ടി. മോളാർ ഹീറ്റ് കപ്പാസിറ്റി ഇൻറ്റൻസീവ് ആണെങ്കിലും ഹീറ്റ് കപ്പാസിറ്റി ഈസ് എൻ എക്സ്റ്റെൻസീവ് പ്രോപ്പർട്ടി. ഗിബ്സ് ഫ്രീ എനർജി is an extensive property. Vapor pressure intensive ആണ്, refractive index intensive, density intensive, temperature intensive, entropy extensive, enthalpy extensive, mass extensive, length extensive, volume extensive, area extensive, internal energy extensive. ഇതൊക്കെ എക്സ്റ്റെൻസീവ് പ്രോപ്പർട്ടിയാണ്. നമുക്ക് നോക്കാം. എക്സ് ഇസ് ഈക്വൽ ടു 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. എക്സ് is equal to 9. ഇനി y intensive property which is independent of the amount of matter അല്ലെ. boiling point is an intensive property. Surface tension is an intensive property. Vapor pressure is an intensive property. Refractive index is an intensive property. Density, mass by volume ആണല്ലേ, റേഷ്യോ വന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ റേഷ്യോ ഓഫ് ടു എക്സ്റ്റെൻസീവ് പ്രോപ്പർട്ടി ഈസ് എൻ ഇൻറ്റൻസീവ് പ്രോപ്പർട്ടി. ടെമ്പറേച്ചർ ഈസ് എൻ ഇൻറ്റൻസീവ് പ്രോപ്പർട്ടി. ഇത്രയേ ഉള്ളൂ അല്ലേ. 1 2 3 4 5 6. സോ y is equal to 6. സോ നമുക്ക് കണ്ടുപിടിക്കേണ്ടത് x minus y ആണ്. സോ which is equal to 3. സോ ആൻസർ is 3. അടുത്ത ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ. The number of species from the following in which the central atom uses sp3 hybrid orbitals in its bonding is. അപ്പോൾ sp3 hybrid orbital, ammonia sp3, SO2 sp2, SiO2 sp3, BCl2 sp, carbon dioxide sp, H2O sp3, CH4 sp3, BF2 sp2 അല്ലേ. ഇതാണ് ഇവരുടെയൊക്കെ ഹൈബ്രിഡൈസേഷൻ. അപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് ചോദിച്ചത് sp3 ഹൈബ്രിഡൈസേഷൻ ആണ് 1 2 3 4. സോ ആൻസർ ഇസ് 4. 4 ആൾക്കാരാണ് ഇവിടെ sp3 ഹൈബ്രിഡൈസ്ഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ളത്. അടുത്ത ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ, ദ ടോട്ടൽ നമ്പർ ഓഫ് ആന്റി ബോണ്ടിങ് ഇലക്ട്രോൺസ് പ്രസന്റ് ഇൻ N2 and O2 2 - R. അപ്പോൾ N2 sigma 1s2, sigma star 1s2, sigma 2s2, sigma star 2s2, pi 2px2, pi 2py2, sigma 2pz2. ഓക്കെ, അപ്പോൾ ഇതാണ് നൈട്രോജൻ്റെ ഇലക്ട്രോണിക് കോൺഫിഗറേഷൻ. 2 4 6 8 10 12 14 ഇലക്ട്രോൺസ് ആണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ ആൻറ്റി ബോണ്ടിങ് ഇലക്ട്രോൺസ് ഇവിടെ ഇതിൽ 2 എണ്ണം, ഇവിടെയും 2 എണ്ണം. സോ ടോട്ടൽ 4 ആൻറ്റി ബോണ്ടിങ് ഇലക്ട്രോൺസ്. എന്നുള്ളത് O2 2-. O2 2-ൽ O2ൽ 16 ആണ്, 2 മൈനസും കൂടെ വരും, ടോട്ടൽ 18 ഇലക്ട്രോൺസ് വരും. സോ സിഗ്മ 1s2, sigma star 1s2, sigma 2s2, sigma star 2s2, sigma 2pz2, pi 2px2, pi 2py2. അപ്പോൾ ഇതുവരെ 14 ആയി. ഇനി 18 ഇലക്ട്രോൺസ് ഉണ്ട് അല്ലേ. അപ്പോൾ ബാക്കിയുള്ള ഇലക്ട്രോൺ പൈ സ്റ്റാർ 2pxലും പൈ സ്റ്റാർ 2pyലും ആയിരിക്കും പോവുക. ഇവിടെ 2 എണ്ണം, ഇവിടെ 2 എണ്ണം അല്ലേ. അപ്പോൾ 2 4 6 8 10 12 14 16 18 ഇലക്ട്രോൺസ് ആയിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ഇനി ആൻറ്റി ബോണ്ടിങ് ഇലക്ട്രോൺസിൻ്റെ എണ്ണം കൗണ്ട് ചെയ്യണം. 2 4 4 8 അല്ലേ. ടോട്ടൽ 8 ഇലക്ട്രോൺസ് വരും. സോ നമുക്ക് രണ്ടിൻ്റെയും കൂടെ ടോട്ടലാണ് വേണ്ടത്. സോ ടോട്ടൽ ഇസ് 12. സോ ആൻസർ വിൽ ബി 12. അടുത്ത ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ, sum of bond order of carbon monoxide and NO plus is. കാർബൺ മോണോക്സൈഡ് രണ്ടിലും ടോട്ടൽ 14 ഇലക്ട്രോൺസ് ആണ്. ഇവിടെയും 14 ഇലക്ട്രോൺസ് ആണ്. 8ഉം 7ഉം 15, പക്ഷേ ഒരു പോസിറ്റീവ് ചാർജ് 14 ഇലക്ട്രോൺസ്. 14 ഇലക്ട്രോൺസ് വരുമ്പോൾ നമുക്കറിയാം ബോണ്ട് ഓർഡർ ഈസ് ഈക്വൽ ടു 3 ആണ്. സോ ബോണ്ട് ഓർഡർ 3 അല്ലേ. സം ഓഫ് ബോണ്ട് ഓർഡേഴ്സ് ഓഫ് കാർബൺ മോണോക്സൈഡ് ആൻഡ് NO പ്ലസ് ആണ്. കാരണം കാർബൺ മോണോക്സൈഡിൽ ഇതാണ് കാർബൺ മോണോക്സൈഡ്. So this is carbon monoxide. So this is NO plus. ഇവിടെയും bond order 3, ഇവിടെയും bond order 3. So sum എന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ 3 + 3 which is equal to 6. Sum of bond order of carbon monoxide and NO plus is 6. അടുത്തത്, 1 mole of ideal gas is allowed to expand reversibly and adiabatically from a temperature of 27 degrees Celsius. 1 mole, N is equal to 1 mole of an ideal gas is allowed to expand. Expansion ആണ്. Gas is expanding, so work is done by the gas. Work is done by the gas. Expansion എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ work is done by the gas ആണ്. റിവേഴ്സിബിളി ആൻഡ് അഡിയബാറ്റിക്കലി അല്ലേ. അഡിയബാറ്റിക്കലി ആണ് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ഫ്രം എ ടെമ്പറേച്ചർ ഓഫ് 27 ഡിഗ്രി. അഡിയബാറ്റിക് ആണ്, ടെമ്പറേച്ചർ വിൽ ചേഞ്ച് അല്ലേ. ഫ്രം എ ടെമ്പറേച്ചർ ഓഫ് 27 ഡിഗ്രി സെൽഷ്യസ്. അപ്പോൾ ഇനീഷ്യൽ ടെമ്പറേച്ചർ തന്നിട്ടുണ്ട് 27 ഡിഗ്രി സെൽഷ്യസ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ 300 കെൽവിൻ. ദ മാഗ്നിറ്റ്യൂഡ് ഓഫ് വർക്ക് ഡൺ ഇസ് 3 kJ per mole. മാഗ്നിറ്റ്യൂഡ് ഓഫ് വർക്ക് ഡൺ തന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ മാഗ്നിറ്റ്യൂഡ് നമുക്ക് വർക്ക് ഈസ് ഡൺ ബൈ ദ ഗ്യാസ് ആണെന്ന് അറിയാം. സോ വർക്ക് എന്ന് എഴുതുമ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ എങ്ങനെ എഴുതണം? ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് ഈക്വൽ ടു -3 kJ per mole എന്ന് എഴുതണം. ബിക്കോസ് വർക്ക് ഈസ് ഡൺ ബൈ ദ ഗ്യാസ്. സോ W ഈസ് ഈക്വൽ ടു -3 kJ per mole. നമുക്ക് മാഗ്നിറ്റ്യൂഡേ തന്നിട്ടുള്ളൂ, പക്ഷേ എക്സ്പാൻഷൻ ആണ്. സോ വർക്ക് ഈസ് ഡൺ ബൈ ദ ഗ്യാസ്. ദ ഫൈനൽ ടെമ്പറേച്ചർ ഓഫ് ദ ഗ്യാസ് ഇസ് X Kelvin. So T2 കണ്ടുപിടിക്കണം. The value of x by 10 is nearest integer given CV is equal to 20 joules per mole. അപ്പോൾ റിവേഴ്സിബിൾ അഡിയബാറ്റിക് അല്ലേ. അപ്പോൾ അഡിയബാറ്റിക് ആണെന്നതിൻ്റെ മീനിങ് ആണ് Q is equal to 0. അപ്പോൾ Q 0 ആണെങ്കിൽ we have delta U is equal to Q plus W. So Q 0 ആണെങ്കിൽ delta U is equal to W അല്ലേ. So W റിവേഴ്സിബിൾ ആണ് നമുക്ക് കണ്ടുപിടിക്കുന്നത്. സോ W റിവേഴ്സിബിൾ ഇസ് ഈക്വൽ ടു ഡെൽറ്റ യു ആണ്, ദാറ്റ് ഇസ് ഈക്വൽ ടു എൻ സി വി ഡെൽറ്റ ടി അല്ലേ. W റിവേഴ്സിബിൾ ഇസ് ഈക്വൽ ടു എൻ സി വി ഡെൽറ്റ ടി ആണ്. നമുക്ക് സബ്സ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂട്ട് ചെയ്യാം. റിവേഴ്സിബിൾ വർക്ക് ഡൺ എത്രയാണ്? -3 കിലോ ജൂൾ ആണ്. നമുക്കിങ്ങനെ -3000 ജൂൾ വിച്ച് ഇസ് ഈക്വൽ ടു 1 into CV. CV എത്രയാണ്? CV is given as 20 joules per mole per Kelvin ആണ് into T2 minus T1 ആണ് അല്ലേ. സോ T2 minus T1 is 300. So minus 150 is equal to T2 minus 300. So T2 is equal to 300 minus 150 which is equal to 150. So T2 150 ആണ്. So X is equal to 150 and X by 10 is equal to 15. അപ്പോൾ correct answer for the question is 15. 15 ആണ് answer. അടുത്ത question. The number of molecules or ions having trigonal bipyramidal shape. Trigonal bipyramidal shape PF5. It is trigonal bipyramidal. BRF5 is square pyramidal ആണ്. So it is not an answer. PCl5. PCl5 is trigonal bipyramidal. Platinum Cl4 2 minus ആണ്. It is square planar ആണ്. Platinum with 4 coordination square planar. BF3 sp2 is trigonal planar. FeCO5 is trigonal bipyramidal. അപ്പോൾ ഇതിലും 3 ആൾക്കാരാണ് trigonal bipyramidal ആയിട്ടുള്ളത്. So answer is 3. അടുത്തത്, for a certain reaction at 300 Kelvin, K is equal to 10 and delta G0 for the reaction is minus dash something. So delta G0 യും K യും തമ്മിലുള്ള relation delta G0 is equal to minus 2.303 RT log K എന്നാണ് അല്ലേ. is equal to minus 2.303. നമുക്ക് R 8.314 എന്ന് എടുക്കണം. And temperature is 300 Kelvin into log 10 വരും. So the value is എത്രയാണ് വരുന്നത്? 5744.14. ഇത്രയും ജൂൾസ് ആണ് വരും അല്ലേ. ജൂൾസ് ആണ് വരുന്നത്. പക്ഷെ നമുക്ക് വേണ്ടത് കിലോ ജൂൾ പെർ മോളിലാണ്. അപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് ആദ്യം ഈ രീതിയിൽ എഴുതാം. ഇങ്ങനെ 5.744 ഇൻറ്റു 10⁻³ ജൂൾസ് എഴുതാം. or 5.744 കിലോജൂൾ. 5.744 കിലോ അങ്ങനെ എഴുതിയാൽ പോരാ, 10⁻⁻1 എന്നുള്ള രീതിയിൽ എഴുതണം. അപ്പം നമ്മൾ എന്ത് ചെയ്താൽ മതി? 57.44 ഇൻറ്റു 10⁻⁻1 കിലോജൂൾ. അപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് കിട്ടേണ്ട വാല്യൂ കിട്ടും. സോ ഇവിടെയൊക്കെ മൈനസ് ഉണ്ട്, സോറി. അപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് കിട്ടേണ്ട വാല്യൂ ഇസ് 57.44 ആണ്. അപ്പോൾ അത് നിയറസ്റ്റ് ഇൻറ്റിജറിന് റൗണ്ട് ഓഫ് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് 57. സോ ആൻസർ ഇസ് 57. അടുത്ത ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ. എ വീക്ക് ആസിഡ് HX has ionization constant of 10⁻⁻6. 0.01 mole of HX is made to react completely with a weak base YOH whose ionization constant is 10⁻⁻8. What is the pH of resulting solution at 25 degrees Celsius? അപ്പോൾ നമുക്കൊരു വീക്ക് ആസിഡ് ഉണ്ട് HX, ഒരു വീക്ക് ബേസ് ഉണ്ട് YOH. സോ അവർ റിയാക്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ട് സോൾട്ട് ഉണ്ടാവും അല്ലെ. XY എന്ന് പറയുന്ന സോൾട്ടും ഉണ്ടാവും, പിന്നെ H2O ഉണ്ടാവും. അപ്പോൾ ഈ സോൾട്ടിൻ്റെ പ്രത്യേകത സോൾട്ട് ഓഫ് വീക്ക് ആസിഡ് പ്ലസ് വീക്ക് ബേസ് അല്ലെ. സോൾട്ട് ഓഫ് വീക്ക് ആസിഡ് ആൻഡ് വീക്ക് ബേസ് ആണ്. അപ്പോൾ ആ സോൾട്ട് ഓഫ് വീക്ക് ആസിഡ് ആൻഡ് വീക്ക് ബേസിന് അവിടെ ഹൈഡ്രോളിസിസ് നടക്കും അല്ലെ. ഹൈഡ്രോളിസിസ് നടക്കും. അപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ രണ്ടും കംപ്ലീറ്റ് ആയിട്ട് റിയാക്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നു എന്നാണ് പറഞ്ഞത്. അപ്പോൾ അത് ഇതൊന്നും ബാക്കി ഉണ്ടാവത്തില്ല, HXും YOH ഒന്നും ബാക്കിയില്ല. ഫൈനലി വാട്ട് വി ഹാവ് ഇസ് XY എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ സോൾട്ട് ആണ് സൊല്യൂഷനിൽ ഉണ്ടാവുക. ആൻഡ് ദാറ്റ് ഇസ് എ സോൾട്ട് ഓഫ് വീക്ക് ആസിഡ് ആൻഡ് വീക്ക് ബേസ് ആണ് അല്ലേ. അപ്പോൾ ഒരു സോൾട്ട് ഓഫ് വീക്ക് ആസിഡ് ആൻഡ് വീക്ക് ബേസിന് ഹൈഡ്രോളിസിസ് നടക്കുമ്പോൾ pHന്റെ ഫോർമുല എന്താണ്? pH ഇസ് ഈക്വൽ ടു 7 + 1/2 ഇൻറ്റു pKa മൈനസ് pKb അല്ലേ. ഇതാണ്. അപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് ആസിഡിൻ്റെ pK തന്നിട്ടുണ്ടോ? K തന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. So 10⁻⁻6. So pK is equal to 6. അതേപോലെ Kb 10⁻⁻8. pKb is equal to 8. സോ നമുക്ക് കണ്ടുപിടിക്കാം അല്ലേ 7 plus half into pk 6 minus pkb 8. So 6 minus 8 minus 2. Minus 2 by 2 minus 1. 7 minus 1 which is equal to 6. The answer is 6. അടുത്തത് the ratio of degree of dissociation of 0.1 molar weak acid HA in pure water and in presence of 0.1 molar NaA is x. Find the value of x by 5 given K of acid is 10 raised to minus 5. അപ്പോൾ അത് നമുക്ക് പ്യുവർ വാട്ടറിലുള്ള ആൽഫ കണ്ടുപിടിക്കാം. പ്യുവർ വാട്ടറിൽ എച്ച് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ഡിസോസിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് എച്ച് പ്ലസും എ മൈനസും ഉണ്ടാവും. സോ ദിസ് ഇസ് സി മൈനസ് സി ആൽഫ, ദിസ് ഇസ് സി ആൽഫ, ദിസ് ഇസ് ഓൾസോ സി ആൽഫ. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ കെയുടെ ഫോർമുല നമുക്കറിയാം, കെ ഇസ് ഈക്വൽ ടു സി ആൽഫ സ്ക്വയർ ഡിവൈഡ് ബൈ 1 മൈനസ് ആൽഫയാണ്. ആൽഫ നമ്മൾ നെഗ്ലക്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നു, വിച്ച് ഇംപ്ലൈസ് ദാറ്റ് ആൽഫ ഇസ് ഈക്വൽ ടു റൂട്ട് ഓഫ് K by C, which is equal to 10 raised to minus 5 divided by 0.1. So it is 10 raised to minus 4. 10 raised. അപ്പോൾ ഇനീഷ്യലി ആൽഫ 10 raised to minus 2. ഇനി നമ്മൾ ഇത് പ്യുവർ വാട്ടർ എന്ന് മാറ്റിയിട്ട് ഒരു സോൾട്ടിൻ്റെ പ്രസൻസ്, NaA എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ സോൾട്ടിൻ്റെ പ്രസൻസിൽ. അപ്പോൾ സോൾട്ടിൻ്റെ പ്രസൻസിൽ നമുക്കറിയാം ഇങ്ങനൊരു ഇക്വിലിബ്രിയം ഉണ്ടാവും. പിന്നെ നമ്മൾ ആഡ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഈ NaA എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ആൾ കംപ്ലീറ്റ് ആയിട്ട് ഡിസോസിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് Na പ്ലസും എ മൈനസും ഉണ്ടാവും. അപ്പോൾ മൊത്തത്തിൽ സൊല്യൂഷനിൽ എ മൈനസിൻ്റെ കോൺസെൻട്രേഷൻ എത്രയായിരിക്കും? മറ്റു 0.1 അല്ലേ. അപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെയും കോൺസെൻട്രേഷൻ 0.1. എച്ച് പ്ലസിൻ്റെ നമ്മൾ സി ആൽഫ എന്ന് എഴുതും അല്ലേ, എച്ച് പ്ലസ് സി ആൽഫ. അപ്പം അങ്ങനെയാണെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് ഇവിടുത്തെ കെക്കുള്ള ഫോർമുല എങ്ങനെ എഴുതാം? കോൺസെൻട്രേഷൻ ഓഫ് എച്ച് പ്ലസ് into concentration of A minus divided by concentration of HA ആണല്ലേ. ഇതാണ് നമുക്ക് നോക്കാം. കെയുടെ വാല്യൂ മാറത്തില്ല, അറ്റ്സ് ഓൾവേസ് സെയിം അല്ലേ, 10 raised to minus 5 ആണ്. കോൺസെൻട്രേഷൻ ഓഫ് എച്ച് പ്ലസ് ഇസ് ലൈക്ക് സി ആൽഫയാണ്, സി ആൽഫ. കോൺസെൻട്രേഷൻ ഓഫ് എ മൈനസ് ഇസ് 0.1. എന്നുള്ളത് കോൺസെൻട്രേഷൻ ഓഫ് HA ആണ്. ഇപ്പം നമ്മൾ ഇവിടുത്തെ പ്രത്യേകത, ഇവിടെ ഒരു കോമൺ അയോൺ ഉണ്ട് അല്ലെ, എ മൈനസ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുള്ള കോമൺ അയോൺ ഉണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ആ കോമൺ അയോൺ ഉള്ളത് കൊണ്ട് തന്നെ ഇതിൻ്റെ ഡിസോസിയേഷൻ വിൽ ബി ഫർദർ സപ്രസ്ഡ് ആയിട്ട് ഓൾമോസ്റ്റ് HA നമ്മൾ എത്രയാണോ എടുത്തത് ആ ഓൾമോസ്റ്റ് HA അങ്ങനെ തന്നെ അതിനകത്ത് ഇരിപ്പുണ്ടാകും. വളരെ വളരെ കുറച്ച് മാത്രമേ ഡിസോസിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടാവുള്ളൂ, കാരണം കോമൺ അയോൺ എഫക്റ്റ് ഉള്ളത് കൊണ്ട്. കാരണം നമ്മൾ കോൺസെൻട്രേഷൻ ഓഫ് HA എത്ര എടുക്കും? നമ്മളെടുത്ത് എത്ര എടുത്തേക്കണേ? HA 0.1 ആണല്ലോ അല്ലേ. കോൺസെൻട്രേഷൻ ഓഫ് HA ഇസ് 0.1 മോളാർ വീക്ക് ആസിഡ് ആണ് എടുത്തേക്കുന്നത്. സോ ഇത് അതും ക്യാൻസൽ ചെയ്ത് പോവും. ദെർഫോർ നമുക്ക് ആൽഫ ഡാഷ് എന്ന് കൊടുക്കാം. സോ ദിസ് ഇസ് ആൽഫ ഡാഷ്. സോ ആൽഫ ഡാഷ് ഇസ് ഈക്വൽ ടു 10 raised to minus 5 divided by C is equal to 10 raised to minus 5 divided by 0.1 is equal to 10 raised to minus 4. 10 raised to minus 4 എന്ന് കിട്ടി. ഇനി നമുക്ക് ആൽഫ ബൈ ആൽഫ ഡാഷ് ചെയ്യാം. ആൽഫ ഇസ് 10 raised to minus 2, ആൽഫ ഡാഷ് ഇസ് 10 raised to minus 4, so which is equal to 100. Find the value of x by 5. So 100 divided by 5, 20. So the answer is 20 ആയിരിക്കും ഈ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ്റെ ആൻസർ. ഓക്കെ, സോ അത്രേ ഉള്ളൂ. എനിക്കൊന്ന് വളരെ എളുപ്പം ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻസ് ആണ്. ഇനി ഇതിലെന്തെങ്കിലും നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഡൗട്ട് ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ലൈക്ക് യു ക്യാൻ അപ്രോച്ച് us, and thank you for listening and wish you all the best.
Hello, good evening everyone. Let us start discussing the questions of mathematics unit 5. Right? Ready? We'll straight away move on to the questions. The first question. A box contains 4 distinct white, 4 distinct red and 4 distinct black balls. Even if it is given 4 white, 4 red, 5 black, it is treated to be distinct. That distinct ആയിരിക്കും. 4 red പറഞ്ഞാലും. If it is alike, it will be mentioned. Right. The number of ways in which 3 balls can be drawn from the box so that at least one, you should observe this one, so that at least one ball is black. First of all, we have a bag, 4 white, 4 red and 5 black balls total. Now we will draw 3 balls. Okay, 3 balls. At least one is black. That is, at least one. At least one is black. The moment you read at least one, so total number of ways is equal to, at least one means total selection minus no black. No black. Now what do you want? You want black. Now my bag is changed into, see, when you look at the box as well as the balls, you want at least one black. Now your eyes will see black, non-black. Therefore, this is changed into 8 black bar and 5 black. Now, this is 3 blacks. What's the total selection? There are 13 balls. Out of the 13, you should select 3. That is 13C3 minus no black means all should be black bar, 8C3. Now you calculate, you get the answer. This is 13 into 12 into 11 divided by 3 into 2 minus 8 into 7 into 6 divided by 3 into 2. This will become what there then? 6-2. So 13 into 22 minus 56. Okay. So the last will be what there then? A 0. It will be 230. So your answer will be 230. That you calculate. Okay. Well, so that is that calculation you must have to do. So this will become 230. We move on to the next question. Question number 62. Consider a class of 5 girls and 7 boys. Right? This is 5 girls and 7 boys. The number of different teams consisting of 2 girls and 3 boys. That is, you want 2 girls and 3 boys teams there then. Fine. So there is a condition that can be formed from this class if there are 2 specific boys, A and B, out of this 7 boys, who refuse to be the members of the same team. Who refuse to be. അവർ ഒരുമിച്ച് ആ ടീമിൽ വരില്ല. They refuse to be there in the single team or the same team. Okay. Same teamil ഇവർ രണ്ടുപേരും വരാൻ പാടില്ല. Okay. So these 2 boys should not be there in the same team. Means total teams minus teams consisting of these 2 boys. Your answer. So this required number is equal to total teams minus number of teams consisting of this A and B. Okay, what's the total teams? Selection of 2 girls and 3 boys out of 5 girls, and this selection girls from girls, that is 5C2, and what they are then? 7C3 minus the teams should contain A and B because there are 2 boys in this. So you need to select what they are then. This is 2 girls and 1 boy, A and B together. That's why the 3 will become. So the selection will become 5C2. Girls we have selected. And the 2 boys are already there in the team. Now you are left with how many boys? 5 boys. 2 പേര് അവിടെ നിന്ന് മാറി. 7 ബോയ്സിൽ നിന്ന് 2 പേര് മാറി. അപ്പോൾ ഇനി 5 ബോയ്സേ ഉള്ളൂ. You have to select what there then? 1. So 5C2, that is 10. This is 7 into 6 into 5. That is, this will be 35. You have. So 7C3 is 35 because I have already calculated there. Then this is 10 into 5. 350 minus, so it will become 300. So your answer is 4. 62, your answer is 4. Ready? Now we will move on to the next question. Clear? There are other ways also. Okay. The A can be included, B should be excluded, like that. You know that. Okay. Now, ABC are in arithmetic progression. The moment you read ABC are in arithmetic progression, your A plus C will be equal to 2B. Fine. That's the first thing. That is AP. A square, B square are in GP. A square, B square are in GP means I'll write B square, the whole square equal to A square, C square. That's GP. Fine. What else do you want then? Now, next is what are A plus B plus C is equal to 3 by 2. All right. A plus C plus B equal to 3 by 2. These are all given conditions. Given. Okay. Now, A plus C is 2B. So, this implies 3B is equal to 3 by 2. So, here B is equal to 1 by 2. So, we are through with this. B. Now, what do you want? Then the value of A, you want to find out the value of A. So, what is A? Now, we have this one. Your A, B, C are in A, comma, B, comma, C are in AP. Okay. What will be your C? Your C will be B plus B minus A. How come? B minus A is D, common difference. Now, your C will become, your C will become B plus D. D means B minus A. That is, this will 2B minus A. What is 2B? That is 1 minus A. Let us substitute here. Substituting. Your B square means this is 1 by 4 the whole square. Isn't it? B square is 1 by 2 the whole square. That right. Is equal to A square. I want A, so I don't change this A square. Into C square. C square I told you. 1 minus A the whole square. Well, now we take the square root. It will become A into 1 minus A equal to 1 by 4. In fact, it is plus or minus. No condition whether A less than B less than C. Fine. Okay. So, this will become what there? A minus A square minus 1 by 4 equal to 0. That is A square. It can be plus or minus 1 by 4. Remember that. A square minus A plus 1 by 4 equal to 0. That means this is equal to what there? A minus 1 by 2, the whole square equal to 0. A minus 1 by 2, the whole square equal to 0. When you take what there, then it is plus 1 by 4. So, this is A square minus, that is A square minus 2 into A into 1 by 2 plus 1. So, A equal to what there then? 1 by 2. A is equal to 1 by 2. 1 by 2. Clear? But A is equal to 1 by 2, B is already 1 by 2. So, this is what that it cannot be equal to what there than B. Therefore, this is inadmissible. That's the point. Now, what do you have to take? Therefore, your A square A into 1 minus A should be equal to minus 1 by 4. So, what do we take? This will become what there then? A square A minus A square plus 1 by 4 equal to 0. That means your A square minus A minus 1 by 4 equal to 0. We simplify. A is equal to 1 plus or minus root of B square 1 plus 1 divided by what there then? 2. Minus B plus or minus root of B square minus 4AC by 2. That's equal to 1 plus or minus root 2 divided by 2. That's equal to 1 by 2 plus 1 by root 2 or 1 by 2 minus 1 by root 2. Okay. You have. So, what will be, which one? A less than B less than C. Your answer, you will take what there then. So, this is bigger than this. That will be definitely C. Therefore, this is C and this will be what there then? A. Therefore, your A will be equal to 1 by 2 minus 1 by root 2. Okay. In examination, പെട്ടെന്ന് നിങ്ങൾ ഇത് plus 1 by 4 എടുക്കും. അപ്പോൾ ഈ വാല്യൂ വരും. അപ്പോൾ അത് വേസ്റ്റ് ഓഫ് ടൈം ആണ്. അപ്പോൾ അത് നോക്കുക, സിംപ്ലിഫൈ ചെയ്തിട്ട്. So, A is equal to 1 by 2 minus 1 by root 2. That is second one is your answer. Okay. We'll move on to the next question. That is your 63. That is second one is your answer. We'll move on to the next question. That is 64. A, A1, A2 are in AP. That is this one, AP. The moment you read this one, you will write A1 plus A2 equal to A plus B. Question number 1. First plus last is equal to second plus last but one, that property. A G1, G2, A G1, G2, GB are in geometric progression. What will you write? G1 into G2 equal to A into B. That is GP. This is AP property. This is GP property. Well, now we have A, H1, H2, B are in harmonic HP. So what will I write in this? 1 by A, comma, 1 by H1, comma, 1 by H2, comma, 1 by B are in AP. Apply the same property. What's that property? 1 by H1 plus 1 by H2 equal to 1 by A plus 1 by B. Well, you simplify this. Let me simplify this here. This will become H1 plus H2 divided by H1, H2 equal to A plus B divided by AB. AB I gave, A plus B also. Now you substitute. Substituting, we get what there then? What is there? H1 plus H2 divided by H1, H2 equal to, what's your A plus B? That is A1 plus A2 divided by G1, G2. Come on. You cross multiply. Look at the question you want to prove. This is the. So it will become H1 plus H2 into G1, G2 equal to H1, H2 into A1 plus A2. Look at the question you have. G1, G2, that is G1, this implies G1, G2 into H1 plus H2 minus H1, H2 into A1 plus A2 equal to 0. So your answer is 0. In a simple problem, this property you must know. AP, GP, HP. Well, let's move on to the next question. That is question number 65, sorry. The sum of the first 10 terms of the series. Let us study the series. What's the series we have? The series will, I say S10, sum of 10 terms. This will become 5 plus 3, that is 8 by 5 the whole square. Next is what there? 2 and 2 by 5, that is 12 by 5 the whole square. Plus next is what there? 16 by 5 the whole square, etc. S10, that is up to what there then? 10 times is 16 by 5m. 10 times. Fine. 8, 12, 16, etc. AGP form. So anyway, what do we do? That is exactly this is the sum of the 10 series. This is equal to then m is equal to this 16 by 5. We will simplify. We will multiply this by what there then? 1 by 5 the whole square. That is, this is 8 by 5 the whole square, 12 by 8, 12, 16, etc. That is an arithmetic progression, 1 by 5, 1 by 5. Anyway, what will be the last one? Last one also we will have to take that 10. So let me write here. Your S10 is equal to, that is 64 by 25. Plus 8 by 5 the whole square we say, or even we can keep it that, if you, let me take it as 8 by 5 the whole square, plus 12 by 5 the whole square, plus 16 by 5 the whole square, plus etc. plus 10 the time. This is 8, 12, 16, etc. means it will become 4n plus 4, isn't it? This is 4n plus 4 will be that one. That is the 10 the time will become 44. So it will become 44 divided by 5 the whole square. Well, 44 by 5 the whole square we have. So we will multiply and divide by, or we can do in this way. Let me take this is 44 the whole square. Okay. This will become, what can I take? This is 1 by 25. Let me first take this 1 by 25 out. 1 by 25. It is 8 square plus 12 square I write 4 into 3 the whole square. This is 4 into 4 the whole square. Plus etc. This is 4 into 11 the whole square. Look at the way. So this will become 1 by 25 into, this is really 4 into 2. This is really 4 into 2 the whole square. I take 4 the whole square. That will become 16. It will become what there then? 2 square plus 3 square plus etc. up to what there then 11 square, sum of 10 times, right? So this is equal to 16 divided by 25 into, I'll add 1 square, that I'll give 1 square here, minus 1 square there. So what's the formula now? This is n into, n means what there, 1 square up to 11 square is n is equal to 11. Even though there are 10 times. So 11 into n plus 1, 12 into 2n plus 1, that is 23, divided by 6 minus 1. This is given as, in the question, 16 by 5m. This 16 and this 16 gone. 1 5, this is also 5 gone. So we have your m is equal to, that is 6 and this 11 into 2 into 23 divided by 5. Okay, 16m by this 25 you are getting, there is a 5 over there, 11, there is a minus 1 also, fine. So that is clear. This will be just a point because there is a term also which I have ignored. 5 there, then 16, 5 also 4. So there is 1 by 5 into 11 into 2 plus 23. 11 into 2 into 23 minus 1. This is to be calculated. So this will become 1 by 5 into this 22 into 23 we have, or 46 into, it would be better 46 into 11. That is 6. 46, 66, 6 there, 44. This one, 50 minus 1. Therefore, you have 505. You get 101 as your answer. Alright. So, that is 101 as your answer. We will move on to the next question. This is a simple one. You can also do this question by multiplying 1 by 5 the whole square on both sides. Shift one term to the side, other side, subtract. But here it is 8, 12, etc. It can be done as 2 into 4, 3 into 4. So, sum of, this is sigma n square is the formula which I applied. N into n plus 1 into 2n plus 1 divided by 6. That's the formula which we applied. So, remember, there is a minus 1. I have given a 1 square. There is a minus 1. Simplify. We'll move on to the next. 15 raised to 17 and 17 raised to 15 is divisible by 2 raised to n, then the maximum value of 2 raised to n. Divisibility using this. 2 raised to n, fine. It's 15, 17. I say 16 minus 1 raised to 17. Your question, E plus 16 plus 1 the whole raised to 15. That's the point you have. Well, so this is equal to, I just write, this I write 1 plus 16 the whole raised to 15. The second time I wrote. Now I take a minus sign. So minus 1 minus 16 the whole raised to 17. 1 plus x the whole raised to n, 1 minus x the whole raised to n. Remember, n's are different here. 15 and 17. Well, so that is your 15 raised to, let me write this. So we have your 15 raised to 17 plus 17 raised to 15 is equal to, I write 1 plus 16 the whole raised to 15, 1 plus 16 minus 1 minus 16 the whole raised to, 1 minus 16 the whole raised to 17. Wonderful. Minus I have taken, minus will be out, right? Well, we open the bracket. What is this now? This is 1 plus 15c1 into 16 plus 15c2 into 16 square plus etc. I don't write that time. It's not necessary. That's right. Minus, here also 1 minus 17c1 into 16 plus 17c2 into 16 square. Then minus, etc. Last. Because there are so many 16s there. That's the reason. Now open the bracket. When you open the bracket, this will become, this plus 1 and minus 1 cancel. This minus will become plus. That means 15 into 16 plus 17 into 16 plus Next terms will become the second term onwards. 16 square into k. 16 square into k. K means a constant value. See, this is, you take this 16 and this. So this is, take 16 out, means this is a simplification. 16 into 15 plus 17 plus 16 square into k. You have, this will become 32. So we have 16 square into k we have 32 there, then 16 into 32 plus this will become 16 into 16 into a constant. In the constant in the sense means we can calculate that. Well, so what can you take common there then? It will be 16 into 16. So 32 there, then 16 square. Well, so we have, this is only, so what can you take common? There is a k. Is that k is an even number, there again you can take a 32 there then. But here k is not at all an even number, you can easily find what will be this one there. 16 square into 15 C2 plus this will become minus 17 C2. 15 C2, you should please calculate 15 C2 minus 17 C2. This into 16 square. Okay. Next will become 15 C2 minus 17 C2. So anyway, we take what there then? 16 square outside. It will become 2 plus what there then? K. So that means 2 raised to 4 the whole square into some m. So it will become 2 raised to what there then? 8. 8 m. M in the sense means any number. This is implies 2 plus k is a big number that we have taken 2 raised to 4 the whole square, 2 raised to 8. So the maximum value of this is this. Now you have to check this one. What is 15 C2 minus 17 C2? 15 C2 minus 17 C2. 15 into, next will become, you see, 1 and 1 cancel, this will become a plus, we have taken. Next 15 C2 minus 17 C2, that is what we calculated. 15 into 14 divided by 2 minus, this will become 17 into 16 divided by 2. This 2 and 2 cancel, 17. This is an odd number, or this is an even number. Odd number minus even number, that is an odd number. Therefore, no more 2 you have. That's the reason. No more 2 you have. You cannot take 16 into 32. You can take only 16 square. That's why the value of maximum value of n is equal to 2 raised to n. N is equal to 8. It cannot be 9. Otherwise, it would have been what there then this into 2. So it will become 2 raised to 9. 2 raised to 9 പറ്റില്ല. കാരണം 16 സ്ക്വയർ എടുത്തു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ പിന്നെ ഒരു ഓഡ് നമ്പർ ആണ് ഇവിടെ. ഓഡ് നമ്പർ പ്ലസ് 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 then final means what that also you should calculate. The rest are all odd. No, there is odd even that way it goes. Next, question number 8, 67. N is selected from the set 1, 2, 3 up to 200 and the number 2 raised to n plus 3 raised to n plus 5 raised to n is formed. Okay, n is from 1, 2, 3 up to 200. Total number of ways of selecting n so that the number formed is divisible by 4. That means 2 raised to n plus 3 raised to n plus 5 raised to n is divisible by 4. Okay. Now, how do we write? This is equal to 2 raised to n. 4 means I don't have any botheration with 2 raised to n. 2 raised to n oru prashnakkarane alla. But this will become 2 minus 1 the whole raised to n plus this will become, sorry, this is not 2 minus 1, it's 4 minus 1. Fine. It is 4 minus 1 the whole raised to n plus 4 plus 1 the whole raised to n. Right? The same thing which I applied here, you remember? Odd, even. Had this been an even number, there will be no change at all. That's it. Now here, 4 minus 1. Now immediately your mind should say, n is even or odd. N is even, it can be 1 minus 4 raised to n. N is odd, it will be minus of 1 minus 4 raised to n. So I do have to take the 2 cases there. Case number 1. Case 1. What? Your n is odd. N is odd. So if n is odd, your question or your number, I say capital N, it is 2 raised to odd number. Let me take this as 2 raised to odd number. Correct. 2 raised to odd plus, I say 1 plus 4 the whole raised to n. That is 2k plus 1 you can write, odd number, plus 1 minus 4, not plus, it is minus. If it is odd means it will be minus 1 minus 4 the whole raised to n. Remember, n is odd. So we have 2 raised to n plus 1 and 1 cancel. It will become 2 times. Agreed? This is 2 times. What they are then? 1 and 1 cancel. This is nc1. Both are n. nc1 4 plus nc1. So it is 2 times nc1 4 plus nc3 4 cube, right? Plus etc. you get. And it's quite natural that your n should be greater than, odd in the sense means suppose n is equal to 1. Suppose n is equal to 1. It is 2 plus 3 plus 5, that is 10. 10 is not divisible by. So n should not be, odd in the sense means n should not be 1. This you should keep in mind. Right. Suppose next will become what there? 3. 3 means, suppose the least value n starts from n greater than or equal to 3. This will become 8. And everywhere you can have, this will become 2 raised to n plus you can take a 4. 4 into 2 will become what there then? 8. 8 into a number. Yes, divisible by 3. That means your n is divisible by 3. n is divisible by 3 if n is odd and n not equal to 1. Mark it. And n not equal to 1. How many odd numbers are there from 1 to 200? Therefore, that number of values of n is equal to 200 by 200 except 1. So it will become 100 minus 1, that is equal to 99. Your answer 99. I think 99 is there. Okay, maybe the 3. Well, we must have to take the other case also. What's the case? Case 2. That is n is even. N is even, you know. Your number n will become, I just call this number as n. This as n. Okay. Then 2 raised to even number, that is 2 raised to, I say 2k, plus I can write this as 1 plus 4 the whole raised to k plus 1 minus 4 the whole raised to 2k. Because n is equal to 2n, I take it as 2k. Okay. So what will be this answer? This answer will become 2 raised to 2k plus. This will become 2 times. That means 2 times what? 2k c1, 2k c1. First raised to 2k c0. That will become 1. Next will become 2k c2. 2k is the number. 2k c2, 4 raised to 2 plus etc. Well, when n is even, 2 raised to 2k is always a multiple of 4. There's a multiple. But what is this one there? This is also a multiple of 4. So you have some 4n, n1. What is this 4n1? That is this fellow is 4n1. And plus 2 times 1 plus 4m. 4m. That means you have 4z or z or n, whatever you like. It is 4n2 plus 2. This is not divisible by 2. You understood the point? Divisible by 2. Why? എന്തുകൊണ്ടാ? ഈ 2 raised to അത് 4ന്റെ മൾട്ടിപ്പിളാ. ഇവിടെ 1 plus അതും 4ന്റെ മൾട്ടിപ്പിളാ. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ഈ 2 കൊണ്ട് അങ്ങോട്ട് മൾട്ടിപ്പിൾ ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ this will become what there? 2 plus 4ന്റെ മൾട്ടിപ്പിൾ. അപ്പോൾ 4ന്റെ മൾട്ടിപ്പിൾ പ്ലസ് 4ന്റെ മൾട്ടിപ്പിൾ പ്ലസ് 2 എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ 4ന്റെ മൾട്ടിപ്പിൾ പ്ലസ് 2 ആ. അപ്പോൾ even number which is not a multiple of 2 is written as 4n plus 2. Therefore, this is not divisible by 4. അത് 4 കൊണ്ട് divisible അല്ല. Therefore, your n is equal to this only. Therefore, the value of n is equal to 99. Number of values of n. Number of values. So, it will become 99. Both the cases I have discussed. Okay. Now we move on to the next question, 68. The number of even integers, read very carefully, even integers means last place should be either 0 to even integer. Between 4,000 and 7,000, all right. Between 4,000 means there are 4-digit numbers. So 1, 2. Well, then this is 1, okay, next 4-digit. We have 4-digit numbers there then. Well, it should be even. Even in the sense means it can be even integers. Okay. Between 4,000 and 7,000 means it should start with 4, 5, 6. Ready? Having 4 different digits. Oh, no repetition. Without repetition. Now, even, this is also even, this is also even. So, you should discuss that into 2 cases. Now, the 2 cases I just gave, cases this one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Next, or 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, this means it is starting with what there? Sorry. Okay, all right. This is starting with what there then? 4, 6. That's in 2 ways. Now, this will become what there then? Here, it will become 4 or 6, we say 2 there. So, it will become 1 less. There are 5 even digits. 5 even digit ഉണ്ട് അതിൽ ഒരാളെ ഞാൻ എടുത്തു അത് 2 ways ആ ഇനി എൻ്റെ കയ്യിലുള്ള 4 പേരാ that is 0 2 etc 4 അപ്പോൾ 10 ഡിജിറ്റിൽ നിന്ന് ഞാൻ 2 ഡിജിറ്റ് എടുത്തു കഴിഞ്ഞു ഇനി അടുത്ത് വരുമ്പോൾ 8 7 what are these ഇതിന്റെ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ പറഞ്ഞേ this answer ഇത് ആൻസർ ആവണം ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ പറഞ്ഞേ number of 4 digit such even numbers so that the first place is occupied by an even digit 4 or 6. First ഒന്നുകിൽ 4 or 6 last. Now next you tell me. Next എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഇവിടെ ഫസ്റ്റ് പ്ലേസിൽ ആരാന്ന് പറഞ്ഞേ 5 മാത്രം. അപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ only one way. ഇവിടെ all 0 2 4 6 eligible ആ. അപ്പോൾ 5 ആ. അപ്പോൾ 10 ഡിജിറ്റിൽ നിന്ന് 0 to 9 10 ഡിജിറ്റിൽ നിന്ന് I have taken 2 digits. എടുത്തു കഴിഞ്ഞു. ഇനി എത്രയാ? 8 into 7. Your answer. So therefore, total number will be equal to total number of required numbers. Required numbers is equal to 2 into 8 into 7 into 4 plus 1 into 8 into 7 into 5. Okay, that means 8 into 7 common. You need not multiply like that. I see the way I multiply. 56 into, this will become 8 plus 5, 13. 6 into 3, 8. So, it will become what there then almost 6. 13, 6 are 78, 7, 65 plus 7, 728. Your answer, that is this. Okay, so your 68 answer is what there then? 728. Well, we move on to the next. Remember this. Even number, 2 things. Even, different digits. Well, and between this one. On to the next. The 2pth term of a GP. So, this is a GP, first of all, fine. 2pth, that is T to P. That will become, is there any ABC? Nothing. So, I say A into R raised to 2P minus 1 is Q square. This is Q square. Then, what else we have? We are given, and the 2qth term, T to Q, is equal to A into R raised to 2Q minus 1 formula equal to P square. Then what do you want? I want TP plus Q. What is TP plus Q? Fine. That's the question. What is TP plus Q? A into R raised to P plus Q minus 1. A into R raised to P plus Q minus 1. That's a question. Will do. So we are given, first of all, so we say given. Given A R raised to 2P minus 1 equal to Q square. A R raised to 2Q minus 1 is equal to P square. What do? We divide. Isn't it? So when we divide, R raised to 2P minus 2Q is equal to Q square by P square. A and A cancel. a raised to m by a raised to n, 2p minus 2q, 2 we can take. So this means r raised to p minus q equal to q by p. That's what you have. R raised to p minus q is this. Now then you can substitute in a. I don't usually substitute and then calculate. I just calculate straight away. Therefore, your t of p plus q, you listen to the step and understand. It is a into, this I have written, r raised to p plus q minus 1. Well, I do write a into r raised to p minus 1 into r raised to q. I split it. A into r raised to p minus 1 into r raised to q. Sorry. Ready? Then we have, this is p minus q we have. So what I do, I just divide, you know why? R raised to p minus q. It would be better, fine. This is r raised to p minus q. Let me just make a change there then, because of r raised to p minus q is there. So I just take this as r raised to p minus q. So r raised to p, let me take here. R raised to q minus 1 I take here. R raised to q minus 1 separate, r raised to p. Well, then I divide by r raised to q. Then I multiply by an r raised to q. So this will become r raised to p minus q. And this will become r raised to what there then? 2q minus 1. So this will become finally, you see the way, a into r raised to 2q minus 1 into r raised to p minus q. Everything you know. A into r raised to 2q minus 1. So that is equal to p square from equation 2. R raised to p minus q, that will become q divided by p. The answer is pq so quickly without finding a. So that is pq, the first option you have. We move on to the next question. That is question 17. Okay. The coefficient of x raised to 4 in the expansion. I make use of multinomial theorem. Well, we want coefficient of x raised to 4. See, I write 3x raised to 0. There is no x at all. I mean, that's why x raised to 0. Minus x raised to 2. Plus x raised to minus 1. The whole raised to 5. That's your expression. Now, the general term is, I said TG, general term. It will become 3x raised to 0, the whole raised to a, plus minus x square, the whole raised to b, plus x raised to minus 1, the whole raised to c. It's not plus, these are all into. That is first term into, then c. It will become 5 factorial divided by this powers, a factorial into b factorial into c factorial. That's a general term. Now the condition, that is such that, condition number 1, that is your a plus b plus c should be equal to 5, this 5. And for our question, because of this x raised to 4, I say 0 into a, that is 0, plus 2b, x square the whole, minus c should be equal to 4. Got my point? Therefore, your c should be equal to 2b minus 4. This is equation number 2. This is equation number 1. Now you tell, your a, b, c are all whole numbers, 0, etc. Okay. Now we have condition, a plus b plus c equal to 5 and c is equal to 2b minus 4. Right. Now let me put b is equal to 0 first. That is b is equal to 0. If b is equal to 0, c will be. So that is not possible. Then I put b is equal to what there? 1. 2 minus 4. C is negative. No. So b equal to 1. No. Now I put b is equal to 2. B is equal to 2. B is equal to 2. Your c will become what there? 0. And here your b is equal to 2. What will be your a? A will become what there? 2 plus 0. So your a is equal to what there then? 3. So we have one set. I say one set here, 1. A is equal to 3, B is equal to 2, C is equal to 0. Case number 1. Now I put B is equal to 3. B is equal to 3 means 6 minus 4. Here C will be what there? 2. So this will become A plus 3 plus 2, that's equal to 5, A is equal to 0. That means second is A is equal to 0, B is equal to 3, and C is equal to 2. Clear? Now I put, suppose B is equal to 4, it will be 8 minus 4, 4. C is equal to 4. B is equal to 4 and C is equal to 4. A plus B plus C will be bigger than this. No other value you have. So, these are the values. Now, substitute over there, you get the coefficient. Now, I calculate the coefficient now. Therefore, coefficient of x raised to 4 equals, now, A is 3, so A is 3. A is 3 means what there? 3x raised to 0 raised to. So, it will become 3 raised to 3 into. B is 2. B is 2 means what? A whole square, it will become plus 1. That is plus 1. This is the whole square. And C is equal to 0. That's nothing there. But into 5 factorial divided by A means what? The 3 factorial into 2 factorial plus. Next term. A is equal to 0. A is equal to 0 means out. B is equal to 3. Then the coefficient will become what then? First is what there? Then A is equal to 0. This will become a raised to 0, 1. So 1 into, next will become minus 1. How come minus 1? Minus x square the whole raised to. And C, that will become what there? 2. That is 1 into 5 factorial divided by, that is 0 factorial we don't take, 3 factorial into 2 factorial. Well, this is 27 into 10. The same thing here, minus 10. That is 260. That's your answer. 260. Okay. You can also take this as 3 minus of x square minus 1 by x. Then you apply binomial theorem, but it's a little bit lengthy. Once you understand this one, it is very simple. That is the way. We move on to the next question number 12. The sum of the infinite series, 5, this different, 6 square, okay, that's a GP. 5 and 12, the difference is 7. 12 and 22, difference is 10. 22 and this, that is 13. Oh, 7, 10, 13. Next will be 16. Yes. Wonderful. Next will become what? 19. Fine. So it's an arithmetico-geometric series. Arithmetico-geometric series. What's the way? That is 5, 7, 12, etc. Sum of the infinite series. 6, 6 square, 6 cube, etc. Well, what is our arithmetico-geometric series? Usually we have, this will become, what's the common difference? So, AGP. So, there is S infinity of AGP. AGP is A plus D into R plus A plus D into R square, etc. up to infinity. No doubt, modulus R is less than 1. This will become A by 1 minus R plus dr by 1 minus R the whole square. Correct. So, A by 1 minus R plus dr by 1 minus R the whole square. Well, I can, and remember, that is A plus D. Your A plus D is not that. That is, the differences are in AP, then you have to reduce it into AGP. Point number 1, reduce it into AGP, sorry. AGP. Well, how do we reduce it? Now, let's take. So, our S, let me take S infinity as S only. 1 plus 5 by 6 plus 12 by 6 square, etc. up to infinity. Multiply by 1 by 6, the common ratio, 1 by 6s is equal to, this is 1 by 6 plus 5 by 6 square plus etc. to infinity. Alright. What do? We subtract 1 minus 1 by 6, that is 5 by 6s is equal to 1. Plus this will become 4 by 6 plus, sorry. This will become what there then? 7 divided by 6 square. Plus if you want, it will become 10 divided by 6 cube, etc. up to infinity. This is now AGP I wrote. A, 1. A plus D, 1 plus 3. A plus 2D, 1 plus 6, right? This is an AGP. Then what's our A? A is equal to 1, D is equal to 3, and your R is, look at that, 1 by 6. R is equal to 1 by 6. Quickly. Therefore, 5 by 6 S is equal to A by 1 minus R, 1 by 1 minus 1 by 6, plus dr means 3 into 1 by 6 divided by 1 minus 1 by 6 the whole square. Fine. Let's simplify now. So this is equal to 5 by 6 S is equal to, what will be this one then? This will become 1 by 5 by 6. It will become 6 by 5. Am I right? 1 by 5 by 6. And this will become plus 1 by 2 into, this will become 5 by 6, the whole square in the denominator, 36 divided by 25. Now you calculate, that's up to you. Your S will be equal to 6 by 5 is S. So it will become 36 divided by 25 plus, and this will become 8. 8 into 6, that is 48 divided by 125. Okay. So this will become one more 5. This will become 1 more 5. 150, 180. 180 plus 48 divided by 125. So final simplification you have to do. 228 by 125, your answer. 228. Have I applied any mistake? Yeah. So that is 6 by 5, 36 by 25, 18. Oh, that will be 18. 18 into, not 48, not 8. It's 18. That's correct. 18 into 6. 18 into 6 means 60 plus 48. 108. So that's it. It's 108. Okay. And this will become fine. The rest all right. 180, that is 108. 108. So it will become what there then? 288. 288. That's correct. 288. That's fine. And that also, even if it is approximately this part only. 288 by 125. Is the answer correct? What? 288 by 125. That's the answer. First, this is the way. It's not an AGP prima facie, but we have reduced it into an AGP. AGP alla thannekkane ane reduce chedu. AGP like reduce chedu. We'll move on to the next question. The sum of the series there then. Okay. Well, what's that series? That series you have to write. Look, this is 2, this is 5, this is 8. Therefore, that is an AP. A common difference is this. So it will become 3n minus 1. Correct? For 3 minus 1, 2, 6 minus 1. So your AGP, 3n minus 1, like n is equal to, we are putting n is equal to 0, then it will become what there then? 3n plus 2. We can write. N is 0. So n is 0, it will become 0 plus. N is 1, it will become 5. N is equal to 2. So, well, so your series S I take, that is, this will become sigma, n is equal to 0 to 20. Your n is equal to 0 to 20. 0 to 20, fine. 3n plus 2 into your 20cn. 20cn. Look at this. You put n is equal to 0, it is 2 into 20c0. n is equal to 1, 5 into 20c1. And n is equal to 20, 60 plus 2, that is 62. It's very simple now. Just stop at the bracket. So it will become 3 times sigma, n is equal to 0 to, rather, n may be a little bit confusing for you, so I take it as r. Okay? That will be better for you. R is equal to 0, I say 3r plus 2, I say this one. And this is also r is equal to. Otherwise, it is little bit confusing for you. R equal to 0 to 20, it will become what there then? RCR. Plus 2 times sigma, r equal to 0 to 20, what there then? 20 CR. This is also 20 CR. You know, you have to remember the formula. Remember, sigma NCR. R equal to 0 to n, that is 2 raised to n. Sigma r equal to 0 to n, r into NCR. You know, what is it? It is n into 2 raised to n minus 1. We differentiate that standard binomial expansion and then apply this formula there, these two. Your n is equal to 20, r is there. So your answer is 3 into, what there then? N into, n means 20, into r 2 raised to, what there then? 20 minus 1. plus 2 into 20 CR. This is 20 CR. 20 CR, this one. Well, that will become 2 raised to 20. Okay? 1, 2, we take it to this side. It will become 3 into 10 into 2 raised to what there, then 20. Oh, one more 20 we could have taken. I think there is 2 into 2 raised to means we will take 21. So 3 into, this will become what there, 5 into 2 raised to 21 plus 2 raised to 21. We take 2 raised to 21 out. 15 plus 1, 16. 16 is 2 raised to 4, 2 raised to 25. Your answer. 2 raised to 25, the fourth option, your answer. 72, that is your 2 raised to 25. We'll move on to the next question. This is a very typical question. This is a recurring relation, means reduction formula, recurring relation. Nth term of a sequence denoted by Tn, given as Tn is equal to this, T1 is given, T2 is given, T 2021. Now remember, all such problems, keep in mind, this is going to be a periodic one. And you have to find out the period. It is going to be a periodic one. Otherwise, they will never ask you what is T 2021. It should be periodic. Well, what do? We are given T1 is equal to 20. T2 is equal to 21. You must calculate T3. This implies T3. What is T3? T3 is equal to 5 T1 plus 1 by 25 T2. 5 T2 divided by 25 Tn minus 2. That is 25 T1. This one. So T3, when you calculate, you please substitute over there. Then first one I will substitute. 5 into T2. T2 is equal to what there then? 21 plus 1 divided by 25 into T1. T1 is equal to 20. This you simplify. You get your T3 as 53 by 20. 53 by 20. Okay. 53 by 20, your T3. 53 by 250. Sorry. That you should calculate. How do we calculate? We can just cancel a 5 only, isn't it? 250. 2 only. This is 500. This is 106. 106 by 2. Like, similarly, you should calculate T4. T4, let me write here. What is by T4? 5 times T3 plus 1 by 25 times what there then? T2. This you calculate, substitute the value. T4 I have calculated for you. 103 divided by, your answer will be, you need not multiply, 25 into 50 into 21. And I advise you, don't multiply, keep as it is, because rest will cancel. Now you have to find out your T5. What will be your T5? 5T4 plus 1 divided by T3. You calculate your T5, substituting this one, 101 divided by 25 into 21. Look, denominator. Keep this one, substitute over there, 25, all those things will cancel. You get what there? 101 divided by 25 into 21. Okay, 25 into 21. That is your T5. Now, T6, at the most that much, enough. This will become 5 times T5 plus 1 divided by 25 times what there then? T4. This will be your 20. When you simplify this, that will be your 20. Means that is your T1. This is equal to T1. Now it's again the same cycle. T1, T2, T3, T4, T5. T6 is again this one. Now next this is going to, so it's a periodic with the period what there? 5. T1 is equal to T6. So that is you have T6 is equal to T1. So it's periodic. One cycle completed. Periodic with period 5. Okay. Now your T7 is going to be T2. T8 is T3. This will become what there? T4, T9. T3 will be that is T8, this will be T4 will be T9, T10, T11. Therefore, you have T1 is equal to T6 is equal to T11 is equal to so on. That's equal to T2000, what is that? 20. 2021. 5, etc. Multiple of 5 is 220. Therefore, that will be 2021. Correct? T1, that is 1. So, multiple of 5 plus 1. Multiple of 5 plus 1, T21. And that's your question. Your T1 is equal to what there? Then 20. Therefore, that will be your T2000. T2020 will be this fellow, T5. 101 divided by 25 into 21. T5 will be this, 2020. And this is. So, always apply this technique for this type of questions. That is a reduction formula or recurring one. So, find T2, T3 like that, 1 or 2. You get the answer. Move on to the next. That is 15. The number of ways in which 20 identical 1 rupee coins, fine, identical objects be distributed among 5 people such that each person gets at least 3. This rupee, at least 3 each. That is 3, at least 3. Well, how many persons distributed among? That is 20 identical objects. Identical to 5 persons. Condition, so that everyone gets at least 3. Fine. 5 means I say that it is nothing but, what do you say? The persons are x1 plus x2 plus x3 plus x4 plus x5 equal to, this is the x1 means the number of coins that x1 received. So that will be equal to 20. And every xi should be greater than or equal to 3. Correct? At least 3. The first person should get 3 or more. Second also should get 3 or more. Third also should get 3 or more. 4 also should get 3 or more, like. Well, so everyone, and you know your xi, where I is equal to 1 to 5, that you should know. So, xi minus 3 should be greater than or equal to 0. So, then xi minus 3, let me take it as yi. So, yi greater than or equal to 0 means yi is a whole number. So, number of whole number solution. Well, how do I change it into? Don't worry. So, what I do, I want xi minus 3. I say x1 minus 3, okay, then this right side is 20 minus 3. Then plus x2 minus 3, then the right side another minus 3. Then your x3 minus 3, that is another minus 3. Then x4 minus 3, there is another minus 3. Then x5 minus 3, there is another minus 3. Now they are called yi. I say y1 plus y2 plus y3 plus y4 plus y5 equal to, all right. So 20 minus 15, that will be what there then? 5. So this is number of whole number solution. You know the formula. Whole number solution of this. What's it? Therefore, the number will be equal to 5 plus 5 minus 1, C5 minus 1. That is 9C4. 9C4, you please calculate. 9 into 8 into 7 into 6 into 5. Okay, that is 9C4. There is no 5. Divided by, this is 4 into 3 into 2 into 1, these numbers. 4 and 2, 8 is cancelled. This fellow, the 3 is also cancelled. So that is 21 into 6. 126 is your answer. 126, fourth one. So mind this question, mark it and learn. 126, your 74th question is 126. Now we will move on to the next question. That's your 75. How many different 9-digit numbers can be formed? 9-digit numbers. 2, 4, 6, 9. Okay, fine. can be formed from the digits of the numbers by rearranging its digits so that the odd digits occupy even positions. Well, you're right. There are 9 digits. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. Good. Then we have 2, 4, 6, 8. That are the places. First, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth. Then odd digits occupy. What are the digits now? The digits are 3, 3, 5, 5. That is odd. Then we have 2, 2, 8, 8, 8. Okay, that is even. Odd digits in even position. There are 4. So this should be occupied by even digits. That is 3, 3, 5, 5. And obviously the others should be occupied by what there then? The even digits, no doubt. This one. This should be occupied by 2, 2, 8, 8, 8. Therefore, I write the answer. The answer is this. Therefore, number of numbers, required numbers is equal to, that means odd in even places and even digits even in odd places. Okay, tell me. Arrange, I have already, there are 4 red into marks and 2, 3, 3, 3, 5 there. Then it can be arranged in 4 factorial by 2 factorial. There are 2 3s, 2 factorial into 2 factorial into. We have the other one. That means there are 5 other places. We have this. So it will become even places there then. So we have this 8, 8, 1. 5 factorial divided by 2 factorial into 3 factorial. Definitely this is 6. Okay, 24 by 4, that is 6. This is 5c only 10. So your answer is 60. The third one is your answer. Third one is your answer. Okay. Now we will move on to the next question. It's a similar question which I have already discussed, the constant term in the expansion of this similar multinomial theorem. So I say it is x raised to 0 plus x raised to 1 plus x raised to minus 1, the whole raised to 7. We want the constant term only. The t general will be equal to what there then? X raised to 0, the whole raised to a plus x raised to 1, the whole raised to b. Yeah, again plus into then x raised to minus 1, the whole raised to what there? C into 7 factorial by a factorial into b factorial into c factorial. The conditions are a plus b plus c should be equal to 7 and now constant term in the sense means 0 times a, 0a plus 1b minus c should be equal to 0. That is b minus c equal to 0. That means b is equal to c. Well, fine. So we write the cases there then. Now b is equal to c and a plus b plus c is equal to 7. A plus b plus c. Well, we take b equal to c equal to 0. Sorry. That is your a is equal to 7. So it will become ABC I take 7, 0, 0. Now b is equal to c is equal to 1. So it will become 2, your a will be 5. So it will become 5, 1, 1. Next you can write here itself. Why do we write so? It will become 2, 2. That will become 4 is gone. That will become 3. Now then I take what there then 3, 3. That will become what there? 7. Can I 4, 4? No. That are the cases there. Therefore, the constant term will be equal to constant term is equal to. Remember, here the coefficients are all 1. So you need not worry about this one. There is no negative also. Just to see this only. Therefore, this will become 7 factorial divided by 7 factorial plus. Next will become 7 factorial divided by 5 factorial into 1 factorial into 1 factorial. You can leave plus 7 factorial divided by 3 factorial into 2 factorial into 2 factorial. Plus this is 7 factorial divided by 1 factorial into 3 factorial into 3 factorial. Please calculate. Okay, this will become 1 plus, this is 7 into 6, that is 42, plus this will become 7 factorial means 7 into, so it will become 7 into 5 into 6 divided by 4, we have 7 into 6 into 5 into 4, that is 7 into 6 into 5 into, that is, these two cancel. It will become 210, okay, and this will become 7 into 6 into 5 into 4 by 6, this cancel, 140. Correct, 140. So it will become what there? 350, 392, 393. 393 means 343 plus 50. 343 means what there? 7 cube. That is 7 cube plus 50. Okay. 7 cube plus 50, that's first one is your answer, 7 cube. 7 cube is 343. That is there. Now we will move on to the next question. Question number 77. Now statistics part there then. Given that variance of 20 observations is 40, that means sigma square is equal to 40 variance. Each of the 20 observations is multiplied by 3 by 2, right? That is, measures of central tendency depend on both origin and scale, change of origin and change of scale. Whereas measures of dispersion will be independent of the change of origin and depending on the change of the scale. So it is scale is there, multiplied by 3 by 2. Then your sigma square nu will be equal to 3 by 2 the whole square into 40. Remember, variance is a second degree formula. If it is sigma, standard deviation is asked there, then your sigma nu will be equal to modulus of 3 by 2 into sigma old. That's the formula. Now variance will become, that's why. So there is a mistake, mistake 3 by 2. You may sometimes multiply by 3 by 2. നിങ്ങൾ ചിലപ്പോൾ അതിനെ 3 by 2 കൊണ്ട് മാത്രമേ മൾട്ടിപ്ലൈ ചെയ്യത്തുള്ളൂ. പോരാ. വേരിയൻസ് ആണ് അതിൻ്റെ സ്ക്വയർ കൊണ്ട് മൾട്ടിപ്ലൈ ചെയ്യണം. സ്റ്റാൻഡേർഡ് ഡിവിയേഷൻ ആണ് അതേ നമ്പർ അതിൻ്റെ മോഡുലസ് ആയിരിക്കണം. Negative. But minus 3 by 2, suppose this question I change, multiply by minus 3 by 2, then also there will be no change in the answer. About 9 by 4 I, 4 armor 90. You have the answer 90, the fourth one. It's a very important one, this type of questions there. That is 90. We'll move on to the next question. The mean deviation and standard deviation. Standard deviation is always about the mean. Actually, this is actual mean. Mean deviation about, here it should be. The mean deviation about mean and the standard deviation of the series A plus D, A plus 2D, etc. is an arithmetic progression. So be very careful. Okay. First, let me take that as mean deviation. Mean deviation from mean. Mean. What's the mean here, arithmetic mean? That will be the middle, because 0, 1, 2, 3 up to 2n, there are 2n plus 1 terms. 2n plus 1 terms in the AP. Alright, point number 1. So it is odd. So there is one and only one middle term, and that middle term will be the arithmetic mean. So what will be the middle term? Tn plus 1. Tn plus 1 is the middle term, and that is the arithmetic mean x bar. So your x bar is equal to A plus ND. This is your arithmetic mean. N plus 1 the term. Well, now suppose I write the observations. Keep this in mind. Observation. It will become A plus D, here A plus ND. Here A plus N plus 1 into D. Okay, here A plus N minus 1 into D. Now, what is the formula for mean deviation? Your mean deviation will be equal to 1 by N sigma modulus of xi minus x bar. So, this is going to be 1 by N means you have 2n plus 1. Remember that. There are 2n plus 1, not 2n, but it's 2n plus 1 into. Look at this. This is going to be 0. X minus x bar. This is going to be minus D. This is going to be D. Modulus means that is going to be modulus of xi minus x bar. So it will be modulus. So 2 times. That's why it's going to be 2 times D into. That is, this is D, next will become 2D, 3D, and last that will become what they are ND. It will become ND, the same thing here also. That's a point you should note. Okay, so we will take 2D, 2 times upper. The observations above the or above 0, same as below 0 in magnitude. Modulus means magnitude. Then what do you get? 1 plus 2 plus etc. up to n. You know the formula now. That is 2d divided by 2n plus 1 into n plus 1 by 2. This 2 and 2 cancel. Your mean deviation is, so we have our mean deviation. Therefore, mean deviation from mean is equal to, tell me, d into n plus 1 divided by 2n plus 1. You can select d into n plus 1 by 2n plus 1. There is a chance. This is not. This, there is a chance. This is not. Now you can either one or this. Standard deviation is so simple. Standard deviation, let me. So, what's the standard deviation? Standard deviation will be, this is an arithmetic progression. Standard deviation, remember, that is d into square root of n square minus 1 by 12. That will be the standard deviation for every arithmetic progression. Observations are an arithmetic progression. This will be the standard deviation. So, there will be a d into root over 2n plus 1, total number of observations, whole square minus 1 by 12. It is a square minus b square, that is d into root over, what will be a plus b, that is 2 into n plus 2, n plus 1. 2 into n plus 1. 2n plus 2 into 2n minus 1, that is 2n, divided by 12. Alright? So that is going to be d times root over 4 is cancelled, n into n plus 1 by 3. Now just to look at 1 and 3, root d into root over n into n plus 1. So your answer is the third option. That's the standard deviation, d into this. So it is the third option you have. Well, we move on to the next question. Be very careful about it. It's a very probable question. Mark this one and see me after the exam. Well, a data consists of n observations. This is also another possible question. Look at this. This one as well as 78 and 79 in statistics. Be careful. A data consists of the observations so and so. What's the observation? Xi plus 1, Xi minus 1. It can be Xi plus 2, Xi minus 2. Whenever you have Xi plus a and Xi minus a, apply the method what I adopt. Well, first of all, let me this is equation number 1 and this equation number, I don't write this further. Whenever you have sigma xi plus a the whole square and sigma xi minus a the whole square in statistics, apply the method what I am going to adopt. Well, this എപ്പോഴെങ്കിലും question xi plus a the whole square, xi minus a the whole square വരുമ്പോൾ ഞാൻ പറയുന്ന method ശ്രദ്ധിച്ചോളാം. Let me subtract the 2. Equation 1 minus equation 2. It will be sigma xi minus xi plus 1 the whole square minus xi minus 1 the whole square. See the way. This is equal to 9n minus 5n. You know a plus b the whole square minus a minus b the whole square. What is it? It will become 4ab. So this is going to be 4 times sigma xi is equal to what there? 4n. 4 and 4 cancel. Divide sigma xi by n equal to 1. Oh, arithmetic mean is 1. If this is your answer, you could have easily written your arithmetic mean. Now, can you guess what I am going to do? Definitely you can guess. We add equation 1 plus equation 2. So that will become sigma xi plus 1 the whole square plus xi minus 1 the whole square. That's equal to 9n plus 5n. You know this is sigma 2 times xi square plus 1 square. 2 times a square plus b square. That's equal to 14n. This 2 take out, that is 7n. Therefore, sigma xi square plus sigma 1 equal to 7n. What is sigma 1? N. Sigma xi square equal to 7n minus n, that is 6n. What do you want? Then the standard deviation. All right. Therefore, standard deviation, that is sigma xi, sigma x. That's right, sigma x. Not xi, sigma x for the variable x equal to what, the root over 1 by n sigma xi square minus x bar the whole square. That is root over 1 by n into 6n minus 1. That is equal to what there? Root 5. Your answer. The fourth one is your answer. That's the easiest way of solving that question. Well, we move on to the next question. That is question number 18. A1, A2, so on, AN be 10 observations such that this one. You understood? That is sigma I is equal to 1 to 10, AI equal to 50. And you know the meaning? Sigma I less than j, AI into AJ equal to 1100. This is A1, A2 plus A1, A3 plus A1, A4 so on, plus A2, A3 plus A2, A4 so on, plus A3, A4. That's the meaning. Well, what do we want? Then the variance. Variance means what then? We have to find out x bar first. That is sigma AI divided by n. That is 50 divided by 10. That's equal to 5. Because there are 10 observations. N is equal to 10. Well, we will have to calculate this. For that, you should know the algebra. What is it? It is A1 plus A2 son AN, the whole square. What is it? That is A1 square plus A2 square plus etc. plus AN square plus 2 times, this is called sigma AI AJ, where I is less than j. This is what I told you. That is 2 A1 A2 plus 2 A1 A3 plus 2 A1 A4 etc. plus A2 A3, A2 plus A2 A4 etc. plus A3 A4. That's the point. That's why it is given. What is this called? This is called the sigma AI, the whole square, equal to. This is called the sigma AI square. See the difference? This is sigma AI, the entire whole square. This is sigma of AI square plus 2 times sigma AI AJ with that condition. Condition I don't write. Everything you know. What is sigma AI, the whole square? So this implies 50 square. Okay. Minus 2 times sigma AI AJ. 2 times 1100 equal to sigma AI square. 2500 minus 2200. 2500 minus 2200 means sigma AI square equal to 300 you have. Correct. Now your variance is equal to sigma square. What's that? 1 by n sigma AI square minus a bar the whole square. That's your a bar. X bar, or here it is given as a. So I take it as this. So that is equal to 1 by n, 1 by 10 into what there? 300 minus 5 square. This will become 30 minus 25. That will be 5. First one is your answer. Your variance is equal to what there then? 5. Now let us move on to the next question. That is the integer type we have. The number of arrangements of the letters of the word Mahamaya in which no 2 A's appear adjacent. No 2 A's are together. No 2 A's are together. You all know. Okay? That is no 2 A's together. Okay, Mahamaya. So I say M, M. This M is gone. This M is also gone. Any other M? No. Then A, A, A. That is, this A is gone. This A too. This A. Okay. One more A. That is A. That is also gone. Then we have an H. Okay. That's also gone. then we have a y. Okay, 2, 4, 6, 8. 2, 6, 8. Fine. Now, no two A's are together. All right. Restriction. Restriction here. Then, what do we do? So, arrange M, M, H, Y, and then arrange your A's in between them. That's all. Question solved. Therefore, total number of words you want, total number of words is equal to, see the way, we are all right, M, M, H, Y. Then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That are for your A's. A, and A. 4 A's are there. Well, tell me the number of arrangements. There are 2 alike. Out of 4, 2 are alike. 4 factorial by 2 factorial. That is arrangement of M, M, H and Y. This is what then? Arrangement of M, M, H, Y. And now these fellows, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 5 places. I want to select 4 and the arrangement of 4 A's will be 4 factorial by 4 factorial. Your answer. This is 4 factorial by 2 factorial. That is 24 by 2. That is 12. 5C4 is 5C2. That is 10. That will become 120. So the first answer, that is 4 factorial 24 by 2, 5C4, how much is that? Correct? 4C2, that is 24 by 2, am I right? This is 24, 5C2 is 10, that will become what there? 120, please check your answers. 5C, oh sorry, that is, it's not 10, that's right, my calculation, it's correct. This is 12 into 5C4 is 5C1, not 5C2, 5C1. Well, that will be correct. 5C4 is 5C1, that will be 5, that is 60, is your answer. Correct answer. 60. So this answer is 60. Calculation please. 5C4 is not 5C2, it is 5C1. NCR is equal to NC. 5C4 is equal to 5C1, that's equal to 5. Well, move on to the next. The value of R for which the coefficients of so and so in the term expansion of, that is coefficient of T 2R plus 5, 2R plus 5th term and TR plus 1. They are same coefficients of 1 plus x to the power 31. Your n is equal to 31. Well, tell me, that is 31C 2R plus 4. 2R plus 5th term, NC, TR plus 1, NCR. So it is this, equal to 31CR. You know, NCR is equal to NCX. There are 2 conditions. Either 2R plus 4 is equal to R or 2R plus 4 plus R equal to 31. Okay. So this means what there then? R is equal to minus 4, which is inadmissible. Therefore, here means 3R is equal to 27. R is equal to 9. What do you want? The value of R. So, the R is equal to 9. So, the 82nd, the answer is 9. Well, we move on to the next question. Sum of the first 10 terms of the series, fine. That is, this is an AGP straight away. 1, 2, 3, AP, AGP. And 1, 11 by 10, 11 by 10, the whole square. Sum of 10 terms. We'll write. So that is, yes, I take, though it is 10. 1 plus 2 into 11 by 10 plus 3 into 11 by 10, the whole square, etc. This will become 10 into 10 times, sum of the first 10 terms of the series. So 1, 2, 3 up to 10 into 11 by 9, the whole raised, 11 by 10, the whole raised to 9. Okay. Second term power is. Now what we do? We will multiply by 11 by 10. Yes. It will become 11 by 10 plus this will become 2 into 11 by 10 the whole square, etc. This will become 9 times, previous time, 9 into 11 by 10 raised to 9 plus 10 times, this will become, this multiplied by 10 times 11 by 10 the whole raised to 10. One more term shifted. We subtract the other way around, this way. 11 by 10 minus, that is 11 by 10 minus 1 into s. I don't subtract this way, you can subtract that way also there. So this is going to be, this will be minus 1. Okay, and I think better subtract in the same way. That is, this will become 1 minus, 1 minus 11 by 10 into s. That is easier. 1, 2 times this will become what there? 11 by 10 plus next will become 11 by 10 the whole square plus etc. Plus this is going to be what there? 11 by 10 the whole raised to 9 minus 10 times 11 by 10 the whole raised to 10. Fine. This is a GP. This part is a GP. 1 r square up to, this is what, 11 raised to 9. So there are 10 terms here including 1 because this is 11 by 10 the whole raised to 0, etc. So we simplify. Minus 1 by 10 s is equal to a into, what is a? 1. R raised to n, 11 by 10 the whole raised to 10 minus 1 divided by 11 by 10 minus 1. A into r raised to n minus 1 minus 10 into 11 by 10 the whole raised to 10. Correct. So this we simplify. This will become 11 by 10. What is this now there then? This is 10 times. 1 by 10 will go. 10 times 11 by 10 the whole raised to 10 minus 10. Minus 10. Look at this. Minus 10. 10 I will multiply this. Then minus 10 times 11 by 10 the whole raised to 10. These two cancel. So we have minus 1 by 10 s is equal to what there then? Minus 10. So your s is equal to 100. So sum of this will be what there then? 11. So your s is 100. What do you want? Sometimes is. Okay, 100. Now your question. Come back to your question. This sum is given as what there then? S is given as n. Okay. Therefore, you want n by 4, that's equal to 100 divided by 4, that's equal to 25. Your answer is 25 because of this one. That is 25. N by 4. Now we move on to the next question. If the remainder when x is divided by 4 is 3, the moment you read the remainder when x is divided by 4 is 3. So what will be your x? Your x will be 4k plus 3. Remainder when x is divided by 4, it will become 4k plus 3. Wait. And you want 8 and all. So I write this is 4k plus 4 minus 1. This I can write it as 4n minus 1. So 4k plus 3 is nothing but 4n minus 1. 4 into k plus 1 minus 1. 4k plus 3, nothing but 4n minus 1. Okay. Then, okay, 3. Then the remainder when, that's your question. The remainder when 2022 divided by this. Now, we have our n, I say capital N, this number as n. 2020 plus x, x in the sense when x raised to 2022. That is 2020 is a multiple of 4. So I say 4, 5 0 5. Okay, 4 I say k plus 4n minus 1, the whole raised to 2022. Ready? 4k plus 4n is 4 times some other number. So I take this as 4m minus 1, the whole raised to 2022. Ready? So this is also nothing but what they are then? 1 minus 4m, the whole raised to 2022. For my convenience, this is even number I write. So tell me now, 1 minus 1 minus 2022 C1 into 4m plus 2022 into C2 into 4m the whole square minus etc. Now this is equal to 1 minus 2022 into 4m plus this will become 16m square into 2022 minus etc. Next will become all right. 2022 means this is 2 into 1011. This 2 into this 4m will become, that is 1 plus 8k. 2022 into a multiple of 4, that is a multiple of 8. 16 is always a multiple of 8. Therefore, 8k. Now, what will be the remainder? That means this is equal to 8 times k plus 1. Therefore, the required remainder is equal to 1. That is when it is divided by k. So, your n is equal to 8k plus 1 means remainder when n is divided by 8 is 1. Therefore, your answer is 1 here. Okay. Now we move on to 26. That is your 85th question. The largest term common to the sequences, all right. This is also a very probable question. Please mark this also. Largest term, there are AP. So first of all, I write AP number 1, AP1. 1, 11, 21, etc. 100 times. Okay. Be very careful. So the common difference is what there? 10. Definitely the nth term is 10n minus 9. Okay. 10n minus 9. So the 100th term means that is T100 will be equal to 1000 minus 9. I'll calculate later. Now we move on to the next one, that is AP2. AP2 is what there? 31, 36, 41, etc. How many times? 100 times there also. The nth term there will be 5n plus 26. Correct. And the T100 there will be equal to 500 plus 26. The smallest among them is 500 plus 26. So I'll take this one. This is big. So I don't take this. Now, AP common, the common AP, that's what we want to write. The common AP, this one. And one more, after this, this will become what there then? 21, this will be 31, next will be 41. Right. So, the common first term is 41 in both the case. And LCM of D1 and D2, that is LCM of common difference, that is LCM of 10 and 5, that's again 10. That's a common AP. Now, I say the common AP will be first is 41, next is 51, 61, etc. What do you want? The largest common term in the sequence is k, largest. I want not the number of, usually number of terms are there than largest. So what is the nth term here? As I taught you, it will become 10n, okay, plus 31. 10n plus 31. This should be less than or equal to 500 plus 26. That's the point. This is what the point I would. The largest n. So quickly we solve it, isn't it? 10n plus 31 less than or equal to 500 plus 26. 26. 500 plus 26. 31 is there. 10n less than or equal to 10n less than or equal to, this is 500, that is 495. That will become, okay. What's this question? That is 85. All right. 25. This is 10n. 500. The largest term should be 500 plus 26. Fine. And the term. Correct. Now, please, that's fine. That is 490 plus 31. Last will be right. 526. Correct. Well, this is going to be this. So 10 and minus will be minus 31, that is 500 minus 5, that's equal to 495. That means your n should be less than or equal to 49.5. So your n is equal to 49. There are 49, n is equal to 49. There are 49 common terms. That's the meaning. Now, but your question is the largest common term. So I'll go back to largest common term now. Largest common term. Now we move on to largest common term. That is common AP is Tn. That is Tn. What is it now? That is 10 into 49 plus 31. That is 490 plus 31. That is 521. Correct? Now that is equal to k. And you want the integral, therefore, integral part of k divided by 10. That is equal to integral part of 521 divided by 10. That's equal to 52. So your answer here is 52. Well, we move on to the next, that is 86. To solve this 86, you must know this result. That is NC0 by 1 plus NC1 by 2 plus NC2 by 3, etc. plus NCN by n plus 1. Always remember, you know, these are all from 1 plus x the whole raised to n. Integrate you can get easily. This will become 2 raised to n plus 1 minus 1 by n plus 1. Remember this along with the other binomial coefficients. Now, what's our question? Our question is 11c1 by 2 plus 11c2 by 3 plus etc. plus 11c9 by 10 equal to m by n. Well, equal to m by n. Ready? Well, we move on to this. What is missing? 11c0 by 1. That is missing. 11c0 is 1. What else is missing? It is 11c10 by 11 plus 11c11 by 12. That is missing. Then I must have to, that is, you have to give this on the right side also. Right side also I will give. So this will be equal to this part. So minus, right side I say m by n, then minus. What is 11c0 by 1? 11c0 by 1 will become what there? 1 by 1, 1. 11c10 is 11, there is again a minus 1. Then minus 11c11 is 1 by 12, that much. Well, now we see. This is equal to what there? 2 to the power n plus, what's our n? N is equal to 11. 11c0. To the power 11 plus 1 minus 1 divided by 11 plus 1, n plus 1, as per that formula. That is equal to m by n, okay, minus 2 minus 1 by 12. Let me take it to this side. Okay, this will be plus plus. We have added there then, that is this. This will be plus plus. Because adding both sides. Take it to this side, it is minus. Now, 2 raised to 12, this is 1 by 12. 2 raised to 12, minus 1 by 12, minus 1 by 12, minus 2 equal to m by n. The rest you can. This will become what? This implies 2 raised to 12 minus 2 divided by 12 minus 2 is equal to m by n. Okay. 1, 2 can be cancelled. So it will become 2 raised to 11 minus 1 by 6 minus 2 equal to m by n. Okay. So this implies 1, 2 we have cancelled. 2 raised to 11 minus, what is 2 raised to 11? 2 raised to 10 is 1024, 1024 into 2. It will become 2048. 2 raised to 10 is equal to 1024. 2 raised to 11 will be 2048. Okay. That is. Then minus 1 minus what they are then? 24. Minus 12. This one. 2048 minus 1 minus 12 divided by 6 equal to m by n. Well, 13, that is 2035. 13 is there by 6 equal to m by n. What do you want? You want GCD of m by n is all right. M. They are all, this is 5, 10. So it's not at all divisible by 6. Greatest common, then m plus n. M plus n will be equal to 2035 plus 6. That you calculate. Therefore, your m plus n, they are co-primes. M plus n is equal to 2041. So, your answer 2041. Your answer is 2041. Well, move on to the next question. If the coefficient of y raised to 8, okay, in the expansion of 1 plus y raised to 12. So, I can cancel this one because there is no y raised to 8 at all. And 1 plus y square, okay, 1 plus y raised to 24. That's not necessary. So, coefficient of y raised to 8 in, when we write 1 plus y raised to 12 into 1 plus y raised to 24 into 1 plus y square the whole raised to 12 is lambda. You never get a y raised to 12 here, y raised to 8 here, y raised to. So, it is nothing but what there then? Coefficient of y raised to 8 in 1 plus y square the whole raised to 12. That way you observe. Now, y raised to 8 means, you know, this is nothing but, see, C4, y square the whole raised to 4. You want 8. This is y square, 1 plus x the whole raised to. That is 12C4. The coefficient means this is gone, equal to lambda. So, you got your lambda. Lambda is equal to 12C4. Okay. Now, what you are, sum of the digits, 12C4, you should calculate. 12 into 11 into 10 into 9, 12, 11, 10, 9 divided by 4 into 3 into 2 into 1. These numbers, 4, 3, 12 gone. 2, that is a 5. That is 99 into 5. That is 495. Okay? 495. What do you want? Sum of the digits. This is really your lambda. So, sum of digits in lambda will be what there? 4 plus 9, 13. 13 plus 5, 28. So, your answer is 28. The answer is 28. 18 is, yours is 495. Oh, right. 13 plus 5, it is 18, not 28. 495, that's correct. 4 plus 9 plus 5. 13 plus 5, that is 18. Well, we move on. This note, answer is 18. Calculation you. Well, we move on to the next 88. In a certain progression, first 4 consecutive terms are 40, 30, 24, 20. See the sequence. 40, then 30 reduced by 10. Then 24, 6 reduced by 6. Then 20, again small, reduced. Then 99% it is a harmonic progression. So, let me take, let the progression be 1 by 40, 1 by 30, 1 by 24, 1 by 20, etc. I am not sure. We will calculate. So, when we calculate this one, see, 1 by 30 minus 1 by 40, we say second minus first. It will become what there then? 40 minus 30, that is 10. 10 by 10 divided by 30 into 40. That's equal to what there? 1 by 120. Now, let me take the next one there then. 1 by 24 minus 1 by 30. Correct? LCM is 120. It will become 5. 1 by 24 minus 1 by. So, it will become what there then? 5 there then and minus 4. Oh, right. 1 by 120. So, this is an AP now. So let the progression, let me calculate this one. Therefore, 40, 30, 24, 20, etc. in harmonic progression. That's your progression. I take the reciprocal. It's an AP now. It's an AP. Now we calculate. What do you want? You want the 13th term of the progression. So I'll take this corresponding AP. So T13. That's equal to A plus 12D. What's your A? A is 1 by 40 plus 12 into 1 by 120. That's equal to 1 by 40 plus what there then? 1 by 10. Right? 40, that is 1 plus 4 divided by 40. 5 divided by 40. That will become 40. That is 1 by 8. Therefore, T13, that is reciprocal. 1 by 8. That's equal to 8. Therefore, this is the progression, harmonic progression. The 13th term of that harmonic progression is 8. So your answer is 8. Answer is 8. Now we will move on to the next question. Question number 89. Let the mean and the variance of 6 observations be. Similar type questions you have to solve. I don't solve up to that. Just the mean. X bar is equal to what there then? 55. What is X bar? A plus B plus, you add all 68 plus 44 plus 48 plus 60 divided by 6 is equal to 55. Okay? You get your A plus B is equal to cross multiply, add, you are going to get what there then? 29. So that will be 6 into 55 minus 220. This is called a 220, this total, this sum, 220. Okay? So that will become 110. That's first equation you get. If you can get an A minus B, then you will get your A minus B also there. What's the next one? Next one is sigma square. That is 1 by 6 into sigma xi minus x bar the whole square equal to 194. This is also standard deviation. X bar, you are given x bar is equal to 55 and sigma square is equal to 194. Since your arithmetic mean is a full number, arithmetic mean a full number anangile, idana best. This formula is best 1 by n sigma xi square alla. So, sigma xi minus x bar, that is a minus 55 the whole square. Oh, let me avoid this sigma. Meaning I tell you. So, very easily you can solve. It is a minus 55 the whole square plus b minus 55 the whole square xi minus x bar plus, look at this, 68 minus 55, 13, 169. 44 minus 55, that is the 11 square, 121. 48 and then, that is 49. 60 and 55, that will be 25. Equal to 6 into 194. Okay. This you add, go to that side. Now, I'll simplify this. A square plus B square minus 2 times 55. That means 110. That means 110. Into 2AB minus 2AB, 110. 110 A plus B. Okay? A square minus 2AB. B square minus 2AB. That's A square plus B square. Plus what there then? 2 times 55 the whole square. Plus this number, this sum. You have to add. That is, that sum I think perhaps I have calculated. That is, it is, okay, right. This is calculated there then 194 into 6, that is, that you calculate. Here this one 2 into equal plus this sum, this box is equal to 6 into 194. The calculation part you have to. A plus B is also. Then next what I did is I have calculated A square plus B square minus 110 is A plus B. Therefore, this is again an A plus B. This is A plus B the whole square equal to. This is 6 into 194 minus 2 into 55 square minus this sum. Okay, look at this. You got what there, the a square minus 2ab equals. You got your a. Minus 2ab I have calculated, that is minus 5250. Minus 5250. Ready? Therefore, your 2ab is equal to 5250. You know a plus b, what will be your? A minus b the whole square is equal to a plus b the whole square minus 4ab. A plus b the whole square is 110 square. Minus 4ab means what there? This is 5,000. 10,000 is 0, 0, 5, 10. This you calculate. You get this is going to be what there then? I suppose it is 1,600. So this is a minus b the whole square. So this implies a minus b is equal to 40. If you want, you can calculate your a and b also, but you want a minus b only, that is a minus b is 40. Now, we are on to the last question, this. The mean and variance of a series of 5 terms are, so your n1 equal to 5, mean x1 bar equal to 8, and variance, mean and variance, all right, sigma 1 square equal to 24 respectively. The mean and variance of a series of 5 terms, the mean and variance of another series containing 3 terms, so n2 is equal to 3. Also, that is x2 bar is equal to 8, same. Then you have sigma 2 square, that is, and 24 respectively. 8 and another terms, that is 8 and 24 there then. It's exactly same. Okay. The variance of their combined series, all right. Combined variance we write. You know the formula? Combined variance. That is sigma square. The formula is 1 by n1 plus n2 into n1 sigma 1 square plus n2 sigma 2 square plus n1 n2 by n1 plus n2 into x1 bar minus x2 bar the whole square. That's it. Now your x1 bar and x2 bar are same, therefore this term is gone. And your sigma 1 square are there, then it's very simple now. 1 by n1 plus n2 is what there? 8 into sigma 1 square and sigma, that is 24, into n1 plus n2. You could have calculated that. That is 8 only. That is 24. So your answer is 24. Very quickly. Both sigma 1 square and sigma 2 square are same. n1 plus n2 is cancelled. So you have the same, this. That is 24. With this, we come to the conclusion of the discussion of Unit 5 Mathematics paper. All right. I wish you all the best. Have good time. Study well. May God bless. Thank you.